dreams away, leaving the myriad small creatures trying to tie us to the ground, to a life consumed by slow decay. The grass was greener, the light was brighter, with friends around us. The nights of wonder, looking beyond the embers of bridges glowing behind us, to a glimpse of how green it was on the other side. Steps taken forwards, but sleepwalking back again, dragged by the force of some inner tide. At a higher altitude, the flag unfurled. We reached the dizzy heights of that dreamed of world.
All right, awesome. What's up, people? How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Where are you joining from? Tell me in the chat. Very, very, very excited to welcome you back again to this Generative AI Mastermind. And we are going to have a lot of fun. And before I get started, I welcome you all. And I see hundreds and hundreds of people who have already joined in. But before I set the context, tell you the agenda and everything around it, let's go to Discord. How many of you are on the community Discord? How many of you are on the community? Drop yes in the chat. How many of you are there? If you're not there, that's completely fine. We'll help you at the end of today. That's completely fine. Everyone who is part of Discord, let's do one thing. Let's call back our friends. So go to Discord and in the channel, right in the general channel, right, come back, session started, day one started, drop, day one started, come, right? So that all your friends can come back, right? Let's do that activity so that maximum people can join back, right? And as you are doing, I wanted to quickly bring it to your notice that we have also launched a poll, right? We have launched a poll which asks that did you attend yesterday's day zero session or not? If you attended, drop yes in the poll. If no, then you can drop no, right? And the reason why I'm asking is to get a sense of how many people have come back, how many of you are joining for the first time. Everyone who attended the session yesterday, tell in the chat, how was the session? How did you feel? It was amazing, it was mind blowing, it was transformating. In one word, what do you feel about yesterday's session? I'm talking to everyone who attended the session. I can see the chat going crazy, amazing, awesome, great, mind blowing, brilliant, informative. I love that. And everyone who didn't attend the session yesterday, I hope you can see. I hope you can see what is the kind of value people got yesterday, right? And it's completely fine if you are not able to join because of any of the reason. It's completely fine. Even if you didn't come yesterday, that's fine. Today is going to be equally and more valuable for you. So if you joined yesterday, you have enough reasons to stick around today as well. If you didn't join, that's also fine. You will still get enough value. So I will say that to have the similar experience like others had, stick around. All right. Everyone who has joined in today, are you going to stick around today? Drop yes in the chat if yes, right? So I see around 20% of the people who are joining for the first time, 80% of the people are back from yesterday. It's amazing. Now, a quick intro, right? For all the people who are joining for the first time, you must be wondering who is this guy who has taken over the screen. So, hi guys, this is Uttam Gupta. You can call me UG. You can call me UG if it is difficult for you to pronounce my name. I'm your host for the show, and I myself I'm the associate director of growth at Outskill. I'm also a teacher and a content creator with over 100,000 followers across social media. I teach people and implement AI processes at companies, at startups, at businesses. I consult them. But today I'm not here to teach you, and today I'm your host. I will be there spending a lot of time with you, guiding you, making sure you have a smooth journey and a transformative experience, right? So that's what I'm here for. With that being said, let me quickly give you a recap, a quick recap of what you learned. You'll get a detailed recap. You learned about foundations of generative AI. You learned about a lot of tools. And one of the most important things that you got started yesterday was the roadmap to become future paced. Roadmap to become AI first, right? It's a 5 level of roadmap to become AI generalist, right? So you'll get a recap of that and you'll go beyond that, right? So what's in line for today? What's the agenda for today? Today we have extremely power packed session. Session one is by Vaibhav Sisanti, who's the founder of Outscale, who also took yesterday's session and who just killed it by giving 10x value to everyone, right? He's going to take the first session, and first session is all about building custom bots, building custom GPT. How many of you want to build a bot? What bot you want to build? Drop in the comments. I want to see that. How many of you want to do that, right? So you will build a bot yourself who can think like you, write like you, speak like you, right? And it is going to be absolutely game changing whether you are a business owner, working professional, or no matter what you are, or you are a freelancer or a student, right? So you will learn that. Then you will also get a complete roadmap to become an AI generalist so that you are not one of those people who are operating and using AI from a fear mindset. You will be one of those top 1% people who will use AI to see it as an opportunity and make a lot of money, career, or business XYZ, right? And then there will be a break, will be given to you a lunch to digest everything and to get refreshed and come back with the energy. And then we'll start with a magic of AI. What is magic of AI? Session 2 is all about AI automation, where you will learn about how you can automate hours and hours and complex tasks, operational work with just AI so that it can do with just a click of a button. How many of you are excited about session 1 and session 2? Or if you are excited about both the session, drop both if you are excited about both, if you are excited about session 1 or session 2. Right. And then after that, we might have some special things. We'll have a community engagement activity and breakout rooms and a lot of interesting things, some important announcements as well. So that's for today. Extremely packed, extremely valuable as well, right? I see a lot of excitement going on. Now, before I hand over the stage to the man for today, to the mentor, I want to ask all of you, I want to take a promise. I want to ask, are you committed? Are you committing to me and to yourself that you are going to dedicate today 8 hours starting at 11 a.m. EST till 7 p.m. EST to learn everything and become top 1%? Drop promise in the chat if you are promising to me and to yourself if you are committing, right? Everyone who is hesitant and in second thoughts, maybe you can, maybe you can't, I can write and tell it to you. Everyone, 100% of the people who have made that commitment, spend that amount of time, they have transformed their life. And I'm not kidding, right? And that's what I want for you as well. I see a lot of excitement, a lot of commitment. And with that being said, let me tell you some best practices that you have to make sure to in today's session. Number one is that you have to attend everything live. There is no recording that will be given for any of the sessions because this is a live experiential session, right? It's not any other recorded online course. It's an experience which can only happen live. So there will be no recordings given. Second is you have to keep taking notes. How many of you will keep taking notes? Drop notes in the chat. You can keep taking a screenshot. You can keep taking notes. See, I also have my notebook ready, right? My pen and notebook. How many of you have that? Drop notes in the chat if you'll keep taking notes. That's the second point. The third thing is that we have a premium exclusive community for all of you. Everyone who has joined, welcome. If you have not joined, then during lunch break, we'll give you the link and we'll onboard you for that, right? So you will get that. And the fourth part is you have to maintain a very positive, healthy learning environment here. All right. No spam in the chat, no negative comments, no hate comments. If our team spots that, if we see that, then you will be removed from the meeting just for the well-being for everyone else to maintain the positive learning environment. Is that clear? Drop clear in the chat if all the four things are clear to you. Drop clear, right? And please follow these best practices so that you can have the maximum value. All right. With that being said, I'm pretty much done with the context and everything. And I would like to invite the mentor for today, Vaibhav Sisinthi. For everyone who doesn't know, he's the founder of Outscale. He has years of experience of scaling and working at Uber, Klook, then building Outscale, which is globally the fastest education company who has trained millions of people, and he leads a team of 150 people, and he has trained so many people to become AI generalists, and he is a rock star at what he does, right? And you are learning from the best. So with that being said, I would like to welcome Vaibhav on the screen. Vaibhav, the stage is all yours.
Hello, hello, hello. How is it going? I hope you guys can hear me and see me. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull my mic over. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? I'm gonna do a quick mic check again. Okay. Uttam, can you speak? I want to be sure that I can hear you as well.
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, awesome. Folks, super excited. I hope after yesterday's session, you guys got a lot of AI dreams. How many of you guys got AI dreams? Like, be very frank, right? How many of you guys got AI dreams? I see about 20% people are attending finally for the first time today. Don't worry about it. There's some insane stuff happening. AI nightmares. All right. Brilliant. So folks, like I said, right, I know Uttam has done some good work with explaining how it's going to be, but I'm going to give my rules of thumb as well. One is that the chat is designed to make sure you answer the questions that I ask. It's not for your questions, it's for answers of my questions. Two, if you guys have any questions as we go on, keep the technical questions aside, like things like, hey, can you share the link of the tool? Hey, can you share the prompt? Can I get recordings? You have answers to all that questions already, so don't ask the same question over and over again. But if you have some questions that you think needs to be addressed, there's a Q&A box that you'll be able to see on the Zoom right there. You can tap on that and ask questions there so that team can kind of answer questions right there. It's much more organized, much better way. Anyways, I'm going to keep turning on and turning off the chat. Team, can you turn on the Q&A thing so that people can start seeing it so that we are on the same page? And there you go. You know what? We have kind of added the questions right now. So you can fill in your questions there. But I will strongly recommend you guys to focus on learning at this point of time. In fact, we're going to be stopping the Q&A bot chats as well sometime to make sure that you guys are all focused and glued to the screen. And finally, no matter what questions you have, Okay. Here is my promise. I'm going to make sure your questions will be answered by end of today. Not end of today, by end of today's session. I'm going to give you a solution that will answer every freaking question of yours. Okay. I don't want to give away more information than this. You will know what I'm talking about as we get there. So the day is packed. There's way too much information coming your way. I hope you guys are excited. Drop a boom in the chat. Drop a boom in the chat if you guys are excited. That is what I'm talking about. Guys, let me give you some good news as I get started, right? You know, after yesterday's session till today, there are a ton of new things that I've come across. And I've tried to include a lot of those things as well inside of this session. So not yesterday's, but last couple of weeks I've been keeping very busy. As a result, I was not able to geek out. But right now I have managed to. As a result, I've added a lot of that stuff together as well. So I mean, don't hate me if I take 30 minutes more of your lunch break, right? I will try to finish everything, but don't hate me. The idea here is to give you as much value as possible. All right. With that being said, let us get started. Quickly sharing my screen. Okay. So I think Uttam has done agenda setting for today. So let's jump right in. Guys, so yesterday, right, what did we discuss? If I do a very, very, very quick recap of what we discussed yesterday, right? We majorly focused on level 1 and level 2 beginner modes, right? What did we understand in yesterday's session? In level 1, we try to understand what generative AI works, what generative AI is, and how does generative AI actually work, right? And we broke down the whole thing: tokenization, embedding, attention, prediction, and gathering information, all of that. We played around to get an understanding of how AI works when we enter a text, right? We did that. And then we went into something called as prompting, where we explored magic prompt formula to get incredible results. Then we used the same magic prompt formula by applying that into real-time results, where we wrote a cold email, which was super duper personalized. All of you guys remember it. I know that for a fact. And finally, we did something called as chained prompting. So guys, what did we do in chain prompting? Here, I'm just quickly checking if you guys remember or not. We did an exercise for chain prompting. What did we try to accomplish in that? There you go, prompt in steps, where eventually, do you remember us doing the interview? There you go, Graham got it right. We eventually got an interview done. And right after that, we went to the world of exploring all the models out there. Can anybody remind me how many total AI models are out there on Open Router today? There you go. Good job, good job, good job. And then we checked out all of them. What is the right place to find which model is better for what? What is that source? There you go. Open Router rankings, right? We went to Open Router rankings and we found all of them. And then we explored a very interesting AI model, which was different to anything else, which had the ability to think. What model was that? Reasoning models. Yes. Which one did you like the most in reasoning models? We played with a bunch of them. Can anyone tell me which one thought for the longest yesterday? I don't remember. Which one thought for the longest? Which reasoning model thought for the longest? Claude. Yes, yes. Claude thought for the longest. And of course, right, we also dig deep. Got it. Perfect. Love it. Everybody remembers everything. I love it. And we also dig deep into, images and videos using VO2, using Sora, using ImageGen, and we converted images into videos. We created an ad as well. Does anyone remember? We created an ad for a workshop. What was that workshop about? I can't remember. We created an ad for a workshop of Outskill. Which workshop was that for? Absolutely. We did that for the 2-day generative AI workshop, obviously, right? And then we explored our toolkit. How many tools did we explore, guys, yesterday? How many tools did we explore yesterday? Which one was your favorite? Which one was your favorite? I want to know. Emily, all right. Gamma, a lot of Emily's coming my way. Notebook LM, Google AI Studio. Looks like this is interesting. Looks like Emily has been winning. Insane. Can I give you a secret? Can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you a secret, guys? Suno as well, amazing. Do you know why I'm a little more happy when I hear Emily? That is because Emily is created by us. We inside of Outskill created Emily. I didn't tell you guys that yesterday because I wanted you guys to get a sense and not have bias. I wanted to tell you guys that today. And I'm glad you guys are liking it. Yes, it was created by us. If you scroll to the bottom, I don't know how many of you guys have read this. It says Sisinti Private Limited, which is Web of Sisinti. That's my name. That is our company. And that is why we were able to give you a very generous free version of it for you guys to play with it. All right, all right. He's like, who is Emily? It's just a fictional character. Nobody's Emily. Nobody's Emily. It's a fictional character. We are trying to build a AI executive assistant, right? That's what we are trying to do. Okay, great. Okay, let's come back to that, right? Let's come back. Let's come. I'm glad you guys are having fun. Can I buy Outskill shares? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, once we go public, maybe. Okay, now let's come back to this. That's what we explored in level 1 and level 2 of the big level 1, level 2, and level 3 of the beginner versions of this, right? Now, today, what we're going to do is we're going to jump into the beginner levels of level 4 and level 5. Are you guys excited? Drop a boom in the chat if you guys are excited, and we will get started with level 4 and level 5. It's going to be very different than yesterday. Yesterday, the focus was for me to give you a lot of information, but on a high level. I told you level 4 and level 5 is a much more in-depth thing, right? As a result, we're going to spend more time slowly to kind of get a hang of a lot of things that we have. Now, a few people are wondering how the hell did these guys build things? Right? How the hell did these guys build a tool like Emily? This is crazy, right? Well, you know, the size of our engineering team. Does anyone know the size of our engineering team? Can anybody guess what is the size of our engineering team? We have a product called Emily. We have a mobile app of called as Flick that is coming out. We have the whole platform of Outskill where you can log in, see everything around it. And we have a bunch of internal tools. Can you guys tell me the size of our engineering team? 20, 30 to 40, 25, 50, few, less than 10 people. Okay. My total engineering team has 3 full-time people. That's it. 3 full-time people and 2 interns. They built Emily. They built the product, which is serving everything around it. We built an app, which you should come in very, very soon, which I'm going to talk about towards the end. How did we get to build so many things with such a small engineering team? Do you guys want to know the secret? Do you guys want to know the secret? Absolutely. There you go. That is the answer. Artificial freaking intelligence. Every engineer of my team are AI generalists, and they all use AI all the time to build products. While we have only 3 software engineers inside of the team, the ability to build is not contained by those 3 software engineers. Almost half of my team can build products. And how can they build products without knowing how to write code, even if they're not engineering team? That is because they have mastered this level 4. And that level 4 is having the ability to build AI-powered applications. And you know what? In the world that we are living in, you can build extensive AI products, and in fact, extensive softwares and products and SaaS, internal tools and everything around it without writing a single line of code, all with basic product sense, understanding of design thinking, and prompting. You see, there was a point of time, I mean, nothing against the software engineers out there. I still have software engineers, right? I just that 2 years back, I had 15 software engineers. Today, I have full-time 3 software engineers. But you know what? We are able to ship more right now than we did back in the day. The reason is everybody uses artificial intelligence, right? AI-powered tools. Of course, my team uses a bunch of tools like Windsurf, Cursor, and whatnot. And people who can't code, they use a different code stack as well to build products by just prompting. The world that we are living in is fundamentally changed because of AI, and especially with coding. You see, Mark Zuckerberg literally said in next couple of years, there will be no mid-level engineers inside of Facebook as a company. Microsoft Satya Nadella yesterday, a couple of days back, right, on LlamaCon, basically said 30% to 40% of the code inside of Microsoft is written by AI. Y Combinator, where Gary Tan was interviewing a bunch of their founders, and Gary Tan basically tweeted saying that 90% of Y Combinator startups have built their products, 90% of their code is written by AI already. The power of artificial intelligence with the ability to understand product is insane. If you have that sense of business, product, you can build anything and everything, and it's only getting better and better on a daily level. Anybody and everybody will be able to build products. All you need to have is have the right tools, know how to use them, and have basic product sense. And that is exactly how we are able to scale up quite significantly. And in the beginner version, level 4 is all about having the ability to build incredible products, right? Without writing a single line of code. If you're an engineer, you can do that as well. And you can code 100 times faster. If you're not an engineer, you can still build products. It will take you 2 times or 3 times more time than a software engineer, but you can still build by just talking. And that is what I'm going to talk about today. Obviously, we don't have the time to build full-fledged products. As a result, tomorrow, 11 a.m. EST, we have 2 sessions. One for software engineers, one for non-software engineers. In the non-software engineer session, we are teaching you vibe coding, a level 4 double click that's going to happen tomorrow. And for software engineers, we are teaching you stuff that you can do with code as well. So don't miss out tomorrow's session as well. Yes, we started with a 2-day session. Now it has become day 3. But level 4, like I said, is about building AI-powered applications. And I'm going to give you the beginner sense of what is possible really, really quickly. Okay, let's get right inside of it. Now, in this case, right, what I wanted to talk about, instead of building crazy solutions, let's build an app. Let's build a landing page or a website, but not like the basic ones. I'll tell you what I mean by that. You see, everybody has access to tools. Everybody has access to the same tools, right? So one of the tools that we're going to use, which is one of my favorite, is called as Bolt, which is incredible when it comes to building products, right? You can just text to it and it will be able to build products. So as a result, we can do a lot of things. Now, you might have heard of this tool, saying, Vaibhav, I know what Bolt is, right? I've heard about it. Great job. But you know what? Knowing a tool and using it are 2 different things. I believe that as an AI generalist, it's not just about you knowing the tool. It's about you knowing how to use the freaking tool to get incredible results, right? And that is where the difference lies. So let's say, hypothetically, right? All of you guys are basically attending this program right now, right? Which is the 2-day generative AI mastermind. Right. I know a lot of you people have got access to this for free because we did a partnership with a bunch of influencers this time. And that's why you got this for free. Let's say I want to redesign this landing page. How do I go about building this landing page? By the way, this page was coded by the team, but I want to get AI to do a much better job because we have to do it in a hurry. So what do I do first? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply take a full page screenshot of this. I'm showing a workflow right now because I told you AI generalists are all about doing workflows. I want to redesign this landing page right now. So what do? I simply click the full page screenshot of this. Okay, I'm going to just download the image, go to ChatGPT. And because what is a landing page? Again, you have to be like a generalist, right? Why did we build a landing page like this? So that when people come on this landing page, they will click on this buy now button and pay $395 to get access to this program, right? But I'm seeing that if 100 people land on this page, only 6 people are buying. And I want to increase that with the new landing page. So what I'm going to tell ChatGPT here is, I'm going to open the O3, which is pretty good. And I'm just going to attach the screenshot of the landing page that I just took, right? And I'm going to say, you are an expert when it comes to conversion rate optimization. Analyze the full landing page that is attached below and go through the whole landing page with a critiquing lens as a CRO. Look for things that could be improved. The current landing page converts 6 out of 100 people who land on this. I want to take that to 12 out of 100. So suggest me all the content changes that I need to make and also visual changes that you recommend me to do to improve the conversions. You see what I did? I just set a prompt saying that 6 out of 100 people are changing, converting or buying when they come on this landing page. I want 12 out of 100 people to convert. What are the changes that I do? Act like a CRO. CRO is this marketing person whose job is to do something called as conversion rate optimization. What are the changes that they can do on this landing page to improve the conversions, to improve the chance of people buying when they land on this landing page? So CRO in itself is a very expensive job, by the way. A good CRO will cost about $150,000. Now we are using AI to act like an expert CRO for us. And look the kind of stuff it's doing. It is first reading through stuff, understanding what is there. Now it is reading up stuff about conversion rate optimization. Now it is analyzing the image step by step to understand. Look at this. It is breaking the image down to understand what is there on the image. You can see this. It is breaking screenshots, reading about it. It has read up a bunch of facts from these articles, right? And it's trying to understand how can it improve. So it's using its analytical brain based on the understanding to analyze the landing page by breaking it down piece by piece like a human being. And it's probably going to give us a complete insights of the copy or the changes that we are supposed to make on this landing page. You see, I could have just told you this tool and I could have just asked saying, I could have done something like this and we should do this as well. I copy the URL of this landing page. I come here and I say, redesign this landing page in a better way. And I can absolutely give the URL and click on the send button. And you know what? It should be able to redesign the whole landing page. But this is what script kiddies do. This is what people do who don't understand how to use AI tool. They just have the AI tool and they think they know how to go about it. But AI generalists like you and me, who are gearing up to become a generalist, solve problems. And as a result, while this is redesigning this, we are building our own workflow of analyzing the landing page. And look at that. It has given us insights on the kind of things we can do better. Instead of just asking it to redesign, we are making some work to make sure what was our job to improve the conversion rate of this landing page. So instead of just asking it to redesign, which all the script kiddies will do, AI generalists job will be to analyze the page. Look at this. We are analyzing the page right now, and it gave us a bunch of insights. Now we will use these insights to redesign our landing page so that the landing page doesn't only look nicer, but also gives you better results. Did you understand what I'm trying to do here? Did you guys understand what I'm trying to do here? If you think what we are doing is insane, drop a comment insane in the chat. It's not about using the tool, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. Brilliant. All right. Now that we have this insights, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this whole thing. I'm not even trying to understand what is inside of it, right? Ideally, I should. I'm going to copy this copy. And now, while this is being built by Bolt, I'm going to make one more variation of this. Okay. Bolt.new, come to the same. And this time I'm going to say, you are an expert award-winning visual and UI UX designer who has a lot of experience in designing very beautiful landing pages for companies like Apple and Netflix, which also converts like crazy. Build a very, very powerful landing page, which is very modern looking and also has colors of black and neon green overall. Use the copy that I've given below to kind of, and all the notes that I've given below to kind of build the overall landing page for me. I think I could have done a much better job with writing the prompt, but I'm just being lazy. Here is the copy and instructions. And what I'm going to do is the copy is copied here, right? I'm going to just copy this, come and paste it here and click on the send button. You see what we did here. In this one, what did we say? We just said redesign this landing page and we left it. Now AI is doing it. It probably will do a great job with design because these tools are very good, right? But in the other example, we analyzed this landing page by attaching the screenshot. We got a bunch of insights on how to improve the conversion of the landing page. And then we came to Bolt and we said, you're an expert award-winning designer. Convert this into a great landing page. And you know what? There is one more thing that I do, which a lot of people don't realize. I don't just do it once. I open the same 3 or 4 times. Okay. Because every time I have a feeling it will do a different looking job. So I'm going to just open this bolt thing 3 or 4 times, and I'm going to ask it to make 3 different variations of this. You see what we are doing here? We are not only done the job of a conversion rate optimizer, we also are getting literally 1, 2, 3, 4 different UI UX designer plus developers to work for us parallelly. I could do this 10 times as well. It's like having 20 people work for me parallelly at superhuman speeds. This is the power of an AI generalist. If I had to do this as a human, I could have one CRO person. I could have one designer. He will design or she will design, give the design. Then a developer has to develop that. But instead, I got CRO done by O3, which is a very powerful reasoning model. I could have used any other model for that matter. Got the insights, and I launched Bolt 4 times. It's like having 4 different UI UX engineers who can design and develop parallelly working for me at superhuman speeds. This is the unfair advantage of people who know how to use AI the right way. Something that would take a month's job is being done parallelly with unlimited employees for me. It's like I'm treating Bolt as a AI employee or a AI assistant for me, which builds and designs and writes code. Guys, are you getting a sense of what is my thought process and how am I thinking? It's not just about the tool. You have to capture how I'm thinking, because we are not here to learn tools. We are here to become. What are we here to become? What are we here to become? AI generalists. Yes. So I am trying to give you insights and breakdown of what I do and why I do. I hope this is helpful. Yes. Awesome. Okay. Let us look at the outputs. It is still doing stuff. So I know it's going to take some time. Okay. And sometimes it will fall into error like this. All you have to click on is fix it by clicking on this button, attempt fix, and it will do the job. All right. So you know what? Building this is it's gonna take like 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, or sometimes 10 minutes as well. Right. Because that's a lot of code that it has to write. Look at the number of pages it has created. I don't even know. I can't even read code. Right. But it just works like magic. Right. And look, this time it created errors, and I just said fix it, and I started to fix the errors. This is what a AI agentic platform looks like. It is absolutely wild what it can do. Okay, looks like my screen is slightly blurred. So what I'm gonna try is, I'm gonna reshare my screen. I mean, I don't know what I could do. Is my screen better right now? Guys, is my screen better right now? I'm just gonna do a speed test as well, just to be sure. Okay, no, look at my internet speed. I mean, I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more shot, okay? Um, just give me a second, guys. Okay, is this better? Is this better? Is this better? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no in the chat. Team, can you guys quickly respond in the voice? I can't be flipping between Slack and everything. It will be great if you can just talk it out.
Yes, this is better.
Okay, my internet is like blazing fast. Looks like, look at that. That's almost half a terabyte of speed, right? But there's nothing much I could do. Okay, guys, let's come back. Okay, as long as you're hearing me, it's fine. Okay, now look at this. When we said redesign the landing page, it came up with this landing page, which is not bad at all, actually. Right? Who is it for? What will you learn? Key benefits. Wow, I really like this day 1, day 2 structure. This is beautifully done. Right? And guys, the crazy part is I just said redesign the landing page. I said nothing else. Huh? And it still was able to come up with such a very good design. Look at that.
Well,
what do you guys think of this design from a scale of 1 to 10? I know it didn't follow brand colors or neon green or anything. I have to make a lot of changes, but I absolutely love this section that it created. It's incredible, right? And there you go. It did the whole page, but it is blue in color, right? Not obviously our brand colors. And this time, this is more conversion optimized than the others. Okay.
Well, sorry to interrupt. It is worse than before. Before it was better.
I have no idea what I could do actually. Uh, I don't know. Better now?
I mean, not much, but you can continue. I think.
Okay. You know what? What I can quickly do is probably drop off from this call and join back again. That is one thing that I could do. Guys, could you give me 2 minutes? I will try to drop off from the call and join back again.
Let's try that.
Yeah. So Uttam, speak to them. I'm gonna and then I'm gonna come back in like 2 minutes. Maybe I'll try to restart my computer. So I don't know. I'm gonna try everything.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Uh, all right, folks. So what I'll do is, meanwhile, what you should do is, as he's trying to make it better for you, what you should keep in mind is that majorly focus on the process, right? You don't need to specifically get the exact prompt or word to word. What you really need, the purpose of showing the behind the scenes is so that you catch the process, because that is what you don't get to learn outside, right? People just tell you the tool, people just give you the prompt, like you can search in prompt libraries. That's easily available. What you don't know is the process. So majorly try to grasp the process, and rest of it, like prompts, that we can share as well. Just copy paste and share, so don't worry. So as he's trying, I can see a lot of chats. I can, like, our team is also constantly answering. We'll give the prompt as well. Our team is constantly trying to answer questions as well. And the next thing that we can try as he comes back, someone suggested, is that as he's explaining, maybe he can try to turn off the camera and see if the readability gets better of the screen share, right? Please bear with us. Happens with the best of us. Something that is not in our control, right? I hope you don't mind. Because this is generally beyond our control. We are doing everything. So thank you so much for being cooperative. Love that. Love that. Thank you so much for being so empathetic, cooperative. It also breaks the flow of us, the mentor. So as long as you guys are with us and supportive, it is all good. Awesome. Someone is like, makes you more real and human. Yeah, because a lot of time people think this is also AI. Why was AI who is teaching? This is Uttam's AI who is hosting. Awesome, awesome. Meanwhile, I'll quickly ask the team also to share the prompt that we are using, so that even if you are not able to see word to word, we'll quickly share the prompt in the chat, right? In just a while, we'll turn off the chat and share the prompt. All right, don't worry. Awesome, love that. Thank you so much, folks. How many of you want to build your website and landing page? Some of you were asking questions like, how can I build a website? So process will be same. Like once you learn how to build a landing page, right? Website is a compilation of lot of separate land pages, right? So once you build separate pages, you can combine the code and add in the one single website. So I see a lot of people who want to build a website or a landing page. And even though we are taking a use case of a product, right? What I can personally tell you, I also have a personal website, uttam.com. What I would recommend is, even if you don't have a product or a business, you should still build your personal website. It's a great asset, right? For you to increase your positioning, your branding, and like how people see. So yeah. And everyone who has joined late, right? Everyone who has joined late, don't worry, you are with us. Like you have not missed a lot. So far, we gave the recap of yesterday, and then we started building landing page with AI. So yeah, brilliant.
Okay. How is my screen this time?
This is amazing, but I'll let the audience answer.
Yeah. Okay, I have, guys, like, also the team, do remind me next time. Okay. I have a theory on why the screen was bad. Do you guys want to know the theory of why the screen was bad? Can anybody guess? I want to see if it has something to do with AI. Can anybody guess? I am literally running a lot of local models on my little computer. Okay. My GPU runs like crazy. As a result, I just realized I was running 5 different tools parallelly. And Zoom also needs a lot of rendering. So I literally had to close every AI, engine that I was running locally in the backend to make sure that the CPU and GPU is used up. It's not used up. As a result, I was able to understand that, oh, maybe that's the reason. Now, that's what my theory is. I disconnected everything and now it has started to work. So that's my theory, but I don't know. Let us see. Okay, should we move on? Maybe growth school and outskill team, you need to give me more Mac Mini compute. Okay, let's go. Let's go. See, these are the problems that all of us as AI journalists are going to face anyways. So I'm like, this is a new problem that I faced. Might as well tell you guys that, right? Few people might find it useful, few people might not. All right. But I thought I should say this any which ways. Okay, moving on. I hope the screen goes better this time. Let's pray the AI gods and the memory gods. But with that being said, this is the design that it came up with. I think visually it is pretty good, right? Because we just put no constraints to this. But next time when we asked AI, right, we basically gave in a lot of insights on what we exactly want to increase the conversions of the landing page. Of course, these images and all needs to be changed. But because we said black and neon green, look at this. This is conversion optimized copy. You can see automate 70% of your marketing in 2 days. It's what it says. You have a bunch of reasons for it. Reserve my seat. There's a nice little number of seats left. There is a testimonial right here. These are all little visual elements that allows you to get a much better and a much higher conversions rather than good design. I don't know how many of you guys understand CRO or conversion rate optimization, because I'm a marketer as well. I get a sense that I know for a fact this landing page is going to convert better than the blue one, while the blue one looks much better. Any marketers here? Can you give a marketing sense on which one do you think is going to work better? I see a CMO right here. What do you guys think? Obviously the green one, right? Again, this is one more iteration we got. Look at this. Brilliant, on point, exactly what would be needed to get us great conversions. Beautiful designs never lead to great conversions. It's the optimized designs that gets you conversions. It has done too much. I don't like the background here, but you get the gist. Guys, did you understand what we did right now? Did you guys understand what we did right now? Let me summarize the process on what we did. Okay, very, very quickly. And I'm going to share this as well. I love somebody's picking up my language. Beautiful. That's the language that I use a lot of times as well. What we basically did here was we got a landing page already, okay, that was doing something. And that landing page was converting 6 out of 100 people who were coming on that landing page. I took a screenshot of that landing page, uploaded that into O3, and I said, act like a conversion rate optimizer with a lot of years of experience. Go through the whole landing page and tell me what are the improvements I can make on this landing page to get 12 out of 100 people to buy. As a result, I'm basically saying make the changes so that you can double the money I can make, right? And it gave us a list. We took that checklist and then gave it to Bolt and said, redesign this landing page based on these insights. And we asked Bolt to make 4 different variations of that. As a result, we could pick the one that we like and use it. This is the process. Tomorrow, I wanted to quickly touch base on this. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST, we are going to spend 2.5 hours building a product without writing a single line of code using something called as vibe coding. So all the people who are interested to go deeper into this, make sure you show up tomorrow. Clear? Clear in the chat if we guys are clear. Beautiful. Now we are done with level 4 beginner mode for sure. Let's come to something that is my personal favorite, which is level 5. Level 5 is all about automating your life and building agents. Yesterday, when I was talking about future with AI and the world that we're gonna live in, I made it very, very clear that AI agents are gonna take 4 out of 5 jobs. And I also told you that these agents are something that you can build. And people who have the ability to build these agents, use these agents, and get AI agents to work for them are going to get incredible results over the rest of the people who have no idea about it. Right? My job here is to equip you with the right skills on level 5 to make sure we get started with building an AI agent today. The simplest form, but still a very powerful way of building AI agents. So, you guys ready to get started building an AI agent? Hell yeah, in the chat. And team, if you guys could quickly turn on the poll as well. You know which poll I'm talking about. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, of course, right? There, when it comes to building agents, I could just spend 6 months just talking about it and building a lot of stuff. But the idea here is how can we get you a lot of value in the next, 1 hour? And that's what I'm trying to do by teaching you to the beginner mode of building an AI agent, for which we're going to build some GPTs. Now, what are these GPTs? If you go to Chat GPT, right? If I jump to Chat GPT, by the way, my team has pushed out a poll. You can see that. Have you ever used a custom GPT before? Do let me know. I would love to see the poll before I get started. Very, very interesting audience. Very interesting audience. I'll tell you why I'm saying it's very interesting audience. You can see the poll. Have you ever built a custom GPT before? And there are 3 options. Yes, I have built one. I have used it but never built one. No and never. Okay, I see 60% of you have already polled. I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds to give me the answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, done. I'll tell you why I said it's very interesting. Usually, when I do this poll, I see less than 10% of people saying that, yes, I've built one, but today it's 17%. So we have some really smart cookies out there. Good job, everyone. Whoever has built one before. And 24% of people have used it, which is also much higher than what we usually see. And no, never is usually 80% what we see. But here it is 60%. I'm glad all of you guys are leveling up even before you came into this session. Now, today, even if you have built a GPT before, don't worry about it, because the things that I'm going to show you, I'm very certain 99% of you people have no idea of. So chill out and focus on building something. Now, for everyone else, right? ChatGPT or a platform like ChatGPT are basically something called as a general purpose tools. What do I mean by that? They're good with a lot of things, but they're not excellent with everything. But you know what? There is a way you can build AI agents on top of ChatGPT to make them excellent at any specific things that you want, or AI bots or AI assistants, your own AI assistants and your own AI agents is what you can build. And that is what we're going to build today. Even though you have a free Chat GPT account, if you click on this expand button, right, you will see something called as Explore GPTs here. Right now, what are these? This, my friends, is called the GPT marketplace. A lot of people all over the world have built specialized AI tools on top of Chat GPT, and those are called as GPTs. Okay, I know. I mean, OpenAI can do a much better job with naming these things, but they kind of suck when it comes to naming. But we have to deal with it. We can't do much about it. I think not every company can be best at everything, right? But yeah, GPTs is what it is, and you can see hundreds of thousands of tools that people like you and me have built inside of ChatGPT. And let's say let's look at one, right? Let's search for email. And let's say you want to write emails. Instead of writing a prompt, you can just come to Explore GPTs right here and search for email and select one of the ones that you like. Look at this. It says Email and Mail Writer by Akira Shindo. This is the name of the creator. It's been used 600,000 times, been rated 4.4 out of 5, and it comes with a category of writing. Now, if I want to use this, I can simply click on Start Chat. And this is the UI of a GPT. Now you can see how different it is from ChatGPT, right? It's slightly different. This thing has a profile picture or a logo, has a name, has the creator name with a nice little LinkedIn profile or Twitter that you can put here, a quick explanation of what that is, and buttons that I can press to kind of get started using this tool right away. While a regular chat GPT is an open box which says, good to see you, Webhub, which is not bad at all. But these are good with writing, right? It can write stuff when it comes to email because this is an email tool that is built on top of ChatGPT by this gentleman called Akira Shindo. Now let's try to play with it to get a sense. Okay. Let's say I want a leave tomorrow because I have been spending 18 hours plus learning about generative AI from Outskill on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, 3 days, right? It's been exhaustive for me. So I'm requesting you to give me a leave tomorrow so that I can spend the time to kind of collect back, get all the learnings that I've had together, make notes of it, kind of make sense with everything that I've learned, so that when I come back to work on a Monday or a Tuesday, sorry, on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday, I will be a much powerful employee for the company. So it would be great if you can give two instead of one leave. And also don't deduct my leaves because I spent the whole freaking weekend learning AI. For what? For the company to do better. So please offer me leaves without actually deducting them. So that is the email that I want to write. I have obviously converted the voice into a prompt right now. I click on the send button. You see, nowhere did I mention write me an email. I just said I want a leave. And automatically it was able to understand that you want an email because it's an email and a mail writer, obviously. So smart Webhub, so smart we, right? And it was able to get the subject and the whole email right here. Very simple, works like magic, and you can play with any of these tools that you want for free. Even though you don't have the paid account of ChatGPT, you can play with all these tools all day, all night for free. Okay. Now, with that being said, while like being able to use the tools are great, the thing that is important is the fact that having the ability to build these tools for yourself. And that is a skill that I wanted to give you today. Okay. For that, you obviously have to click on this create button. Now, before I click on that create button, I wanted to give you a heads up. Inside of ChatGPT, building these GPTs need a paid account. Using them doesn't. Building one needs. So you can take 1 month of subscription, build all the GPTs that you want. You can cancel the subscription, then use your GPTs for life for free. But to build it, you need a paid account. But for all those people who are like, no, I don't want to even spend $20 for a single month. Is there a solution for me? There is. I want to talk about that after this. And I'll tell you why I can't talk about the free solution right away. You will know. There's a method to this madness, and you would know why I'm not talking about it right away. Okay. Now, with GPTs, let's click on this freaking create button because I have a Chat GPT Pro version and I think it is incredible. I have pro versions of everything because the amount of value that I get out of these tools are crazy. Anyways, so when I click on this create button, right, this is the UI that we land on. The one on the left is the creation wizard. Now it has an open search box. I can just say what I want and it'll build it for me. The one on the right is the preview box, which shows me what I'm building and I can play with the tool. Okay, that is how the whole GPT thing works. Now let's build one. You will get a sense. Now, like I said, the programming language to build this is actually text, right? You basically can build things with just text, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and build one. And what we're going to build right now is a Twitter bot. Okay, that's be fun. So we want to build a Twitter bot where you can give a topic name and it should be able to give you Twitter ideas or Twitter tweets. That is what we will build right now. Okay, so what I'm going to say is you are an expert when it comes to creating viral Twitter tweets. Please make sure you come up with a product where I can give a topic to it, and your job will be to make sure you're coming up with one tweet, but it is such a powerful tweet that it will definitely go viral on the platform X or Twitter. So I give you a topic, and your job is to come up with a tweet which could go viral based on all the years of experience that you've had writing viral tweets for the top founders out there. Okay, so that is what I say. You can see this. It says updating GPT. Okay. Now it says, what about the name Viral Tweet Crafter? It's asking me, it's coming up with a name. I'm like, sounds good. I like the name. now that I come up with now that I've liked the name, it is generating a profile picture. You see how agentic it is working. I just said the tool that I want to build and how it should work. Now it has started to create a profile picture. Okay, this is what it comes up with. I can say, I would prefer a black and a neon green minimal design instead, actually. So I'm just saying I don't like this logo. I would prefer a black and neon green minimal design. Now it is starting to generate that for me. So I'm being very picky with the logo as well here, but I can choose to, I guess. And there you go. Oh, this is what I like. Perfect. Now I can keep asking it, do it differently and all of that, but I don't want to do it. And it says, awesome. The viral tweet crafter is all set to be ready to generate high impact tweets designed to go viral. Try out on the preview on the right. That's it, guys. We just dropped a message saying, I'll give you a topic. Your job is to generate a tweet. It came with a name, it came with a profile picture and build the whole product. It's like, go ahead and try it here. I'm like, okay, I'm going to come here and I'll say topic. AI will take many jobs. This is a deep, this is a topic that I want tweets to come up on. AI won't take your job, but someone using AI 10x better than you, they will. All right, this is too basic. I'm like, one more. AI isn't coming for your job. It's coming for your excuses. Okay, AI. Okay, one more. Most people aren't afraid AI will take their job. They're afraid it will expose how little they actually do. Guys, what do you guys think of these tweets? I just gave a topic and it is coming up with banger of tweets all at once. AI won't replace you. It will just make your boss wonder why are they paying you at all. Oh my god. Oh my god, it is being savage. Should we make this better? Should we make this better? I don't want to say one more, one more, one more. I just wanted to come with 10 tweets at once. Right? So that is what I'm going to ask. I'm going to turn off the chat. Hey, the tweets are incredible. Can you make sure that you're coming up with not one tweet, but actually 10 different tweets at once? And also, let's make it even more personalized, right? Also, I was wondering if the tweets that you're coming up with could be, even more relatable. I want them to be slightly funny, relatable, of course, sarcastic, and all that aspect so that, it'll be fun to make these tweets. And also, let me give you a sense of the kind of audience I have. Usually, my audience on Twitter are either working professionals or are entrepreneurs. They're very AI savvy because all of them have attended the 2-day AI mastermind by Outskill. So they're very, very AI savvy. And they majorly come from United States, UK, Africa, and India. So try to understand this audience and come up with tweets which will relate to these audiences. So you see what I'm doing? I'm basically saying don't only come up with 10 tweets. I'm also giving it more information, saying who are my audience? What would they like? Working professionals, entrepreneurs, countries that the people come from. Of course, I just made up a few names. I know there are people from 40 different countries, if I'm not wrong today, right? Inside of this session. And there you go. It says I've updated everything. Now I'll be able to generate 10 funny tweets. Let's see what it comes up with. Let's try the same topic to see how well it is doing right now. AI will take many jobs. Okay. Here are 10 viral topics. AI won't take your job, but the person who knows how to use AI better than you will. Yeah, they are circling. They're already circling. AI isn't taking your job. It's coming for your manager's job. You are just a collateral damage. Insane. AI will take many. Guys, what do you think of this? If you think this is crazy, drop a comment crazy in the chat. AI will take many jobs. So did the calculator. You didn't protest math class. You just cheated better. 2020, learn to code. 2023, prompt engineering is the future. 2025, oops, AI does that too. Capitalism has no chill. AI won't replace humans. It will just make it obvious how many humans were never needed in the first place. Okay, my God, look at this. The people most afraid of AI taking their jobs. Journalists, designers, coders, people who are least afraid, plumbers, carpenters, moms. Is there a pattern? Oh my God, this is such a deep tweet. Guys, don't you think this is such a deep tweet? Damn. Damn you, AI. AI won't kill jobs. It will kill meetings, PowerPoints, and status updates. Basically, it's coming from middle management. That's literally what Mark Zuckerberg said, by the way. So you see, it is coming up with 10 tweets. Imagine being replaced by glorified autocomplete. This is not AI taking your job. That's karma for sending per my last email one too many times. Insane, right? Absolutely insane. Now, what we should do is let's take it to the next level. You see, it is coming up with 10 different tweets, which is great. I love it. But it's too much of work for me. I don't want to sit and read 10 tweets, but I still wanted to do all the hard work. I want my life to be easier. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to give it an update. I want the tool to do work, even more work for me. Hey, this works great. I'm coming. I can see all the 10 tweets. Good job at it. But you know what? I want you to do a little more work. I don't only want you to come with 10 different tweets, but I also want you to rate each one of the tweets that you come up with from a scale of 1 to 10 on the potential of them to go viral. Also, give me a one-line reason on why you think it will go viral, and give the whole output, all these 10 tweets with ratings and explanations in a table form, so that the tweets that you have given the highest rating should stay in the top to the bottom. That's how you order them, and give me the output when I give you a topic. You see what I'm making AI do? I'm making AI do a lot of work. I'm like, don't only come with 10 tweets, but rate each one of the tweets from a scale of 1 to 10. Give me a reason on why you think it will go viral, and then order those tweets for me in a table. That's a lot of freaking work, right? It's like, all right, I can do that for you. Let's see what it does. We'll do the same topic. AI will take many jobs. Guys, look at that right now. It's not only coming up with 10 tweets, it is coming up with a virality score, and it's also telling me why it could go viral. All I did is give one topic and I spoke to it using my text. And look at this madness. From a scale of 1 to 10, how crazy do you think this is? From a scale of 1 to 10, how crazy do you think this is? I mean, just look at how many people did it kick out of their jobs with just one shot, right? Insane. Somebody's like, they're rating it 1. I want to know what kind of stuff do you build with AI as well. But anyways, let's come right inside of this. Okay, we are right here. All we have to do is click on create. And now that we have to save it, I have 3 options, right? I can save it only for me. So like only I can use this, which I do a lot, by the way. I select anyone with the link so that all of my team can use it. And if you want the whole world to use it, you can select it as GPT Store. For now, I'm going to save it to only me. Click on the save button. And we are done. Let's click on view GPT. And there you go. This is the viral tweet crafter, the nice little logo, the name, the description, everything is right here. Let's do one more. Let's give it a shot on one more topic. Elon Musk is an alien. Okay, let's see what AI comes up with. Right? Here are high impact tweets. Elon Musk isn't an alien. He's just the tutorial boss for humanity's real game. This is meme material, right? The tutorial boss. If Elon Musk is an alien, it explains 2 things. Neuralink, his tweets. Every time Elon Musk talks, I wonder if he's leaking instructions from Galactic HQ. Convinced Elon Musk was sent to Earth to stress test our simulation. This is a deep tweet, by the way, because there is this, I don't know, propaganda information that we all of us are on a simulation, right? And we are some aliens as well. And it's like Elon Musk has been sent to stress test our simulation. Guys, can you believe that we built this tool in 15 minutes? 1-5. Isn't this insane that we managed to build this in 15 minutes? The tool which comes up with tweets, rates it, gives us a reason. And you know what? I can say, give me 20 more and it's going to shut up and do the work that I'm asking it to do. And we don't need a pro version for this. Once you have created the tool, no need a pro version for this. That's the mad part of where we are getting into. Look at that. It's just like triggering tweets like madness. Should we do something more right now? Should we do something more, even more advanced? How many of you guys want something even more advanced? Advanced in the chat. Web of tweet generator is great, but we want to be advanced people. I've got that covered for you. Now, before we go into building an even more advanced GPT, you need to know, remember the old questions that we asked yesterday. Every time you look at something, as an AI generalist, you ask a tough question to it. How does it work in the backend? What is happening in the backend that we are able to talk to AI and it's able to build a tool for us? What is happening in the backend? Let us know what's happening in the backend so that we can build even more advanced tools. That is what an AI generalist does, right? So for me to know the backend, because I've created this tool, I can click on Edit GPT again, right? Let's wait for it to load the backend of it. There you go. And this was the create section and where we did the preview, right? There's something called as configure here. When I tap on that, you see the back end of the tool right now. The viral tweet crafter, which is the name. Let's say if I want to change the name, I can say 2.0 and the name of the tool could be changed to 2.0. Let me show you this, copy link. Okay. So let's say I want to change this name to viral tweet crafter 2.0. And I want to change the description of this and I want to change the logo of this. I can do that from the backend. There you go. I can add it 2.0. Here, this is the description, which is this part of the product. And I can say buy Outskill, right? And if I click on the update button, copy link, paste it, and didn't update. Why did it update? Okay. Okay. There you go. And there you go. Viral Tweet Crafter 2.0 by Outskill. We added this stuff by not talking to it, by actually going to the backend. Now that is the name, that is the description. If I want to change the logo or upload my own photo as well, I can do that by clicking upload photo or use DALL-E. That is all fine. But here is where the meat is. Look at this instructions tab. When I expand on this, right, this is what AI actually did. Everything that we spoke to AI saying, I want a tool like this, I want a tool like that, I want this feature, I want that feature. AI literally understood what we are saying, converted all of that into a prompt. And this is a prompt that literally ChatGPT wrote, because of which the tool is working the way it does. So this is the heart of the tool. And AI literally wrote its own prompt. But when I look at the prompt, I'm like, this is it? I mean, this is not a great prompt. This is an okay prompt. So if you want to build advanced GPTs, you should have the ability not to use the tool generator, but actually to come and write your own advanced prompts here. That is how you can build advanced GPTs. And I'll tell you what I mean by that very, very soon. Okay. Let me show you one of the advanced GPTs that I have. Okay. That I've built. This is a GPT, by the way, that I use to generate my LinkedIn content. Okay. And this is how it looks like. This is a real one that my team uses, by the way, right? What it does is it not only generates a LinkedIn post for me, but actually generates the content exactly in a way on how I speak. So if you look at my content, you can never say that it's written by AI because it mimics my style of writing. So it's not only writing content, but it is writing exactly like me. And that is why it's an advanced GPT. And something like this cannot be accomplished directly by talking to AI. And you cannot just say, write like me, right? It cannot do it. So you have to write your own prompt for this. Now, when I click on Edit GPT of this advanced tool that I've built, if I click on expand, look at the prompt now. This was the viral tweet generator, right? You saw the prompt. This was it. This is what AI generated for us. This is the prompt that I have written. Look how long this is. Goes on and on and on and on and finally comes to an end. And not just that, you see this fancy language. It has something called as role. It has something called as objective. It has something called as context. It has something called as instructions. And there are these hashtags and stars and whatnot. What are these things? Do you guys want to learn how to write advanced prompts like this so that you can build your own advanced GPTs? Yes. That is what I'm going to teach you next. All right. So let's get started. I told you yesterday was a beginner mode. Today we are going to go crazy and we're just getting started. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we will build a tool like this. You know what? The easiest thing to do would be, let us build this tool. Right? I have built this, LinkedIn post generator. Let me replicate on how I build this tool so that you will also learn from this. Okay. So let us build a LinkedIn post writer, which writes exactly like you. That is what we're going to build. For that, we have to write an advanced prompt, right? And you saw the kind of prompt. Now, when you saw this prompt, right, obviously you must have realized like there is this hashtags, there is something called as role, there is something called as objective, there is something called as context, and there's this hashtags and stars. What are these? Let's learn that first. Okay. And that, my friends, is something called as the markdown prompting. This follows the prompt that you just saw here, right? Follows something called as markdown prompting. Now, what is markdown prompting? A markdown prompt basically has these things inside of it. It has a role, it has objective, it has context, it has instructions, and it has notes. And there are some hashtags and stars inside of it, which I'm going to quickly explain to you very, very soon. So when you write a very good prompt, and the art of writing a prompt is that you have to capture a lot of information and you have to be as explicit as possible to AI so that it can give you great results. So every time I'm writing a prompt, I'm thinking, and these are prompts that I'm writing for an AI agent, right? The way I think about it is, hey, if I hire a human being, if I'm hiring a human being, how do I explain that human? I'm going to just stop sharing my screen so I can focus on me. If I'm hiring a human to do a job for me, how well can I explain the job to that human so that the person can do a great job? That is what I try to translate into a prompt when I write an extensive prompt. And that's exactly where markdown formatting comes into effect, right? I told you markdown basically has a few things, right? Like it basically has an option for me to talk about. Give me a second. Okay. You can see this, right? Markdown basically has this option of role, objective, context, instructions, and notes. Now let's break it down to kind of get a sense of what it looks like. When you think about role, right? Let's say you're hiring a person for customer success executive. Let's say you're the founder of Outskill and you're hiring a person for customer success executive. Okay. Now, how would you explain the person the job? The first thing that you explain is the role. We say if I'm getting a person, I'm going to be like, listen, man, your role is to become a customer success executive. Do a great job as a customer success person. That is your role. The objective of your job is that, inside of Outskill, there are learners from all over the world who come to learn AI. And when they register for the program, right, they end up getting a lot of doubts, or let's say they might not get the link to join the session. They might not get resources and things like that. And when that happens, people often get confused. As a result, they write us an email at hi@outskill.com. Your job is to make sure you check out all the emails that our customers are writing and solve their problems on email. That is your objective as a customer success executive. Now, this gives an objective clarity very, very well. Now, what is important is you have to give them the context. What is context? Explaining a human why they're doing what they're doing is important, is very, very important for them to do the job, to do their job well. What do I mean by that? The person who I've just hired, right? If I tell them that, bro, listen, your job is a very important job. And the reason is lot of these people who write us an email, which you will be answering, are people who are facing issues. If you do a great job and solve their problem with highest empathy and the fastest way possible, they will become happy. They will turn out to be happy users. And when they're happy, because we do a great job at teaching everyone, they will go and talk about Outskill to all their friends. When they go and talk about Outskill to all their friends, more people will join Outskill. When more people will join Outskill, Outskill will grow faster. When Outskill will grow faster, you will also grow faster inside of the org. That is why your job is very, very important. Don't you think to any person who you are hiring, if you tell them why their job is important, what is the impact they are driving, they will do their job with much higher motivation and effort. Agree or not? Agree or not? That is what we are doing to AI here as well. We are literally explaining AI why what it is doing is very, very important so that it gets a sense of everything. Right? Now, instructions. Instruction is simple, right? We basically give the instruction. Step 1, open email. Step 2, read the email. Step 3, understand the answer. Step 4, answer the question, blah, 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 all of that. Step-by-step instructions. And finally comes notes. Notes is where you can quickly explain what is the summary. If something that you could not capture here, you could capture it there. That is what notes is. So guys, this is how you go about essentially writing this prompt where you capture role, objective, context, instructions, and notes. Imagine when you're writing a prompt, you're hiring a human to do the job. And you can only talk to that human once in your life, and you can never talk to that human back again. How well can you explain the job to that human being? Is what you should do when it comes to writing a prompt. Are you guys clear? I try to explain it as simple as possible. Is this helpful? Are you guys clear on why we do markdown prompting and why do we structure it like this? Does it make sense right now? You see, I'm not just telling you the prompt, I'm also telling you the reasons behind it. This is what an AI generalist does. The AI generalist doesn't just execute and solve problems. The person is able to solve problems better because they know what they are doing, why they are doing. Awesome, 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 awesome. All right. Now, because I made myself larger so that you guys can see me more, now let's come back to our regular mode. Okay. All right. All good. Now you can see the screen back with big screen and small me. All good. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Now that you got all these prompts and understanding, what the hell are these hashtags and stars? Why do you have that? Well, very good question. Let me explain you why. Let's go back to thinking about like humans. When I opened this slide first, would you agree if I say that the first thing that your eyes went on was either this headline or this text called as markdown prompting? Yes or no? Your eyes first went up to this headline or this markdown prompting. Most of the people went to headline or markdown prompting, right? Why? Why did your eyes first go here or here? Why? For most of the people, because the text size, it is big, it is bolded, it is standing out, and it does the job for me, right? When you see a title, your minds are tuned to see the title first because you know it is more important than the rest of the stuff. That is why it's written in large. As a result, you can read it. But you know what? When it comes to AI, now when I come back here, right, to this prompt, there is no way for me to make it into a headline. There is no option for me to increase the size of the font. There is no option for me to make it bold because AI doesn't understand large size text. AI doesn't understand what bold is. You don't have those settings to write a prompt for that. So how do you tell AI what is important? How do you show AI that this is a headline? This is very important. How do you bold a word for AI? You do that with a language of markdown. And that is what happens in this hashtag, right? So what happens here is, I'm going to show you a quick screenshot. You'll get a sense of it. This is how it works. When you put one hashtag and you write a text, AI imagines that to be a headline one, the largest possible headline. While it looks to you like a normal text, but AI imagines it like a large text. When you put two hashtags and write some text, AI imagines that to be a headline, but smaller than H1. And when you put three hashtags and write a text, it is still a headline, but smaller than H1 and H2. And when you put a text between two stars or two asterisks, AI imagines that word in the middle as bolded. You get the understanding right now on why we do what we do? So if something is very important and you think that is a headline, you have to put it with one hash. The next most important thing is two hashtags. The next most important thing is three hashtags. And finally, if you want to put something in bold, you put it between two asterisks. And that is exactly why you see this prompt right now. You see, the word Web of Sisindi was put between two stars. Viral LinkedIn post, which was an important word, was put between two stars. But these were all titles, role, objective, context. As a result, there is one hashtag each. And for instructions, because it is webbed inside of instructions, there were two hashtags each. Did you guys understand this? Did you guys understand this? Does it make sense? Does it all make sense right now? Did I do a decent job explaining you guys this? The reason why I spent so much time is because this is important for you guys to know. Yes, very well. Excellent, excellent. Again, I love the word beautiful. Somebody is using the word beautiful. Every time I see that, I get happy because that's the word I use when I see something, right? And I think this is insane. I don't say insane. I say, this is beautiful, man. It's not because it looks beautiful. It just For me, beautiful is powerful. For me, beautiful is wow. That's how I attribute the word. So whenever sometimes says beautiful, it just strikes the chord like right there. Okay, now that you understood markdown prompting, let's go about building this freaking bot, right? Build this freaking AI agent which can write LinkedIn posts like you, exactly mimicking the style of how you write. For that, I have to write a prompt, right? We have to learn how to write an extensive prompt like this. We learned how to do markdown prompting. We understood why this prompting structure is important. Now we have to go about writing such a long prompt. Well, when you think about writing such a long prompt, can you think, did you even imagine that I wrote all of this all by myself? No, I used AI to write everything. I used AI to write the full prompt. But again, I just didn't say AI, write this prompt for me. I used a workflow, AI generalist. It's all about workflows for us. It's all about solving problems for us. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to solve this problem together. Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions right now, and you have to be really quick answering these questions for me. Okay. Let's solve this problem together. And I want to see if you guys can arrive at the solution. Okay. What are we trying to do? What is our problem statement? The problem statement is that we have to build a AI agent which can write LinkedIn post like us, or like me in this case, or like you in your example, right? For that, what is the first thing that we need to know? Or what is the first thing that we have to communicate to AI? If it has to write LinkedIn post like me, what is the first thing? Role of an AI, that's okay. Who am I? Interesting. Okay, let's double click more on that. Because it has to write like me. Yes, it has to understand my style, right? I have to tell AI how I write. Correct? I have to tell AI how I write. That is problem number one. Correct? Now, how do I tell how I write? Can you guys, okay, you know what? Second question from me, okay, to you. Take 10 seconds, close your eyes, and think, how can you explain me in the chat how you write? I want you to tell me how you write. Explain me how you write. Take 10 seconds. Think about how you write and tell that to me in words. 3, 2, 1. Turning on the chat, explain me, guys, how you write. Try to explain me how you write. Someone says ample. Someone says direct. Someone says Neuralink. Analytically, like a 10-year-old. Casually, like Frank Kern, okay? Smartly, diplomatically, directly, casually, wordy, Shakespeareish, okay? Conversational, nicely, concise manner. I use short sentences, comprehensive, funny, analytical. For all the answers that you gave me right now, do you think that is enough for AI to understand how you write? For example, someone says, I write it in a very simple way. What is simple for AI? What is simple for you are two different things, right? Robotic. Someone said, I write like a robot. What is robotic for AI? What is robotic for you are two different things. Writing one word is never enough for AI to understand how you write. So it is almost impossible to explain anyone how you write because you don't know how you write. You have a way of writing which has been built over the course of time. You cannot explain how you write. And just by you explaining how you write, AI cannot mimic your style of writing. Because there are a lot of things. There are a way you use, frame your sentences. There are some words that you use a lot. For example, I use crazy or I use insane as a word quite a lot while I'm writing as well. There's a style of writing. There is a pattern. There's a structure to write on how you write, but it's very, very hard to tell AI how you write. It's very hard to tell anyone how you write. As a result, the problem statement is to tell AI how I write. And I tried explaining AI how I write, but I don't think it will do a great job. As a result, the step number 2 is, what if I get AI to analyze a few things that I've written in the past and give me a detailed analysis of that? AI can do that for me. Because we just saw AI could do conversion rate optimization, could analyze the landing page and tell us how can we do better. It obviously can analyze how we write. So that is what I'm going to do, step number 1. The step number one that I'm going to do is I'm going to get AI to basically analyze my style of writing. Okay. And the prompt that I'm going to give here is, you are an expert when it comes to analyzing extensive LinkedIn posts. You have a track record of 10, 15 years to read LinkedIn posts of people around and have the ability to give a detailed analysis of how they write. That is, you can go break down the LinkedIn posts and the content that you read into the style of hooks, the kind of words they use, the framing that they do, and a lot of 15, 20 other parameters like this, you're able to analyze when you're given a LinkedIn post, right? Your job is to analyze 10 of the LinkedIn posts that I've attached below and give and do a comprehensive analysis, as comprehensive as possible, to give a super detailed report on how I write my LinkedIn posts. That is what I say. I'm basically asking it to do a super comprehensive report on how I write my LinkedIn posts. And that's what I say. And I click on the send button. Okay. Now AI started to think. Of course, guys, you can do the same thing on the free version of 4.0 as well. It's like, sounds fun. Let's break it down. And before it kind of does it, before it gives me the output, right? It's like, once I have the content, I'll dissect every angle to give a super granular report. Now, what is it saying? Just give me your LinkedIn post. So what I've done is, I've already kind of copied a lot of the LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past. So there you go. I've just pasted 10 of my LinkedIn posts here, and I'm going to say, here are my 10 viral LinkedIn posts. Do the analysis and give me detailed report. Okay. And I'm going to click on the send button. Now let it do the analysis. Okay. As I send the LinkedIn post. Now, few people might have questions during this time. Hey, I've never written a LinkedIn post. How can it know your style? If you've never written, write 1 or 2. No, don't have to write 20. Write 1 or 2 so that AI can pick up your style. If you're too lazy for that, have you written anything in your life? Just give that information. Getting AI to mimic your style without having examples of you is very, very hard. And look at this, AI has started to think. It's like, the creator has shared 10 LinkedIn posts. Let me analyze all of these things. I can create a structured analysis report to use the exhaustive summary. It's still thinking. It's trying to figure out how I write, trying to find patterns. Well, I mean, the last time I did this, it freaking blew my mind. Look at this, writing code right now. Okay, AI, why are you writing code? I don't know how to write code, so stop overwhelming me. And you can see this, it's doing a lot of thinking for us. It's doing insane amount of, look at this, it's trying to analyze using code and whatnot. My goodness, there's never in the world I'll be able to do all of this. And finally, it gives me a repeatable news analysis engagement formula for me to get a sense of how I write. Guys, drop a comment insane in the chat if you think this is insane. Look at the level of analysis AI is doing for my LinkedIn posts, which, I mean, power verbs, pop culture metaphors, high energy qualifiers, mind blowing, staggering, massive, inclusive prompts. What is your take and thoughts? Use of data and social proof. It is doing all this analysis for me of my LinkedIn post. Do you think we will be able to do this ever all by ourselves? Do you think we'll be able to do this ever all by ourselves? If we had to analyze, look how detailed report it gave me about how I write. Incredible, right? It will take a day. I think it will take me forever. I am not so smart, bro. You could be very smart. I am not so smart. And all this from 10 posts only. Okay. Now let's go back. Now that we got this analysis, what do we do with this analysis? We got this analysis, so now we can tell AI how we write. All we have to say is, hey, AI, take this analysis and convert this into a repeatable prompt that I can use so that you can generate LinkedIn posts just like me all the freaking time. So AI thought for 57 seconds. For me, it would have taken probably 100 days and still would not been able to come like this. But okay, I'm gonna copy all this analysis that AI gave me. Okay, copy this, come to ChatGPT. I will usually open a new window for this and I'll be like, you are an expert prompt engineer who can write extensive prompts, and you're part of the OpenAI team and you have had more than 5 years of experience writing prompts. Okay. Your job is to write a super extensive prompt from the detailed analysis that I've given you below on how I write my LinkedIn post. Convert all of these detailed analysis into a repeatable prompt with which, when I give a topic to write a LinkedIn post for me, you can use all the analysis that I've given you and use all of those learnings to write a LinkedIn post which will mimic my style of writing, and also use the best things about my viral LinkedIn posts in the past so that the post that you come up with also will go viral. So the prompt that you will give me, when I input a topic, it should be able to give me a LinkedIn post which sounds exactly like me and will go viral on LinkedIn when I post it. And you learn all of this from the detailed analysis that I'm giving you below. So that is the prompt I've written. I mean, I can do 100 times better job when it comes to write a prompt, but I want to dumbify it, right? And I'll say, here is my post analysis. There you go. I've dropped everything. I'll click on the send button. Now, what did we do here? First, we got a detailed analysis of how we write. We took all that analysis and put it inside of ChatGPT. And now we are saying, listen, convert this into a prompt, a repeatable prompt that I can use. And look at this, guys. It has started to write a full-fledged prompt for us based on the learnings it had from my detailed report. And here comes the whole prompt. Isn't this insane? Here comes the whole prompt written by AI based on how I write. Now, I do one more thing actually, and this is something that you can play with it as well, is I basically tell AI, listen, I don't trust you. Okay. What will you do if I share this prompt with you? This is how it writes for me. You need to do this for your own LinkedIn post. You don't want to write like me. Okay. But usually what I do is, there's one thing that I usually do. Now that it has come up with the prompt, I don't give benefit of doubt to AI. And I usually say something like this. Hey, the prompt that you gave is great, but it doesn't capture every little detail of the analysis that I gave you. Can you rewrite the whole prompt in an even more extensive way so that you're not missing out even a little detail of the analysis that I've shared in the past? While I don't know if it, see, this is, I'm basically asking AI to do a little more work for me. I'm saying, I saw the prompt, looks like you missed a few things. I don't know if it missed or not, but I'm just playing with AI. And I'm like, no, do more work harder and give me even more detailed prompt. And like I said, this sometimes AI breaks it into two sections, like response one and response two, and ends up writing, giving two different variations of it. And you can select which one you like more, right? You can see on the variation one, it is writing even more extensive as a prompt right here, right? And on the variation two, it has just started to type right now. So I'm just asking AI, I saw your work. You have done some cheating. Don't cheat and do it again. And as a result, AI ends up usually giving us even more extensive prompt. Look how extensive this one is. Crazy, right? Super duper extensive as a prompt. How insane is this? And here it is making one more variation of the prompt. Let's wait for it to come out. And I can select what I like. Let's say I say I prefer this one. And there you go. The whole prompt is written for us. Look how extensive this is this time. Super extensive, like absolutely insane what it has done here, right? But while the prompt is here, something is missing. I told you the prompt has to be in this format. But when I see the prompt, it is not in that format. It is in a different format altogether. So how do I get the prompt to be written in this format? All I do is come here, copy this format, come back to this, and I say, rewrite the whole prompt without missing any detail using the markdown formatting like this. And I just give the format and I say, give me the whole prompt without missing any detail in the markdown formatting like this. And I click on the send button. So now that it has come up with a prompt, I'm not doing the hard work to convert this into Markdown. I'm just asking AI, you do all the hard work and give me the Markdown format only. So I can just use it. So you can see this AI is again thinking, how can it help us? And I'm sure very soon it's going to come back. Just give me a second. It's still thinking. And there you go. It has started to come up in the Markdown formatting right now. How crazy is this? I'll give you one more tip. I'll just stop it and I'll say, can you give me the whole output in a code editor? Now, what is a code editor? It will come out in a box, right? That is what I want. Let's see if AI gets it right this time. I mean, it was getting the prompt right, but I'm too lazy to copy it, right? So I'm like, give me in a box where I can tap on one button and copy the code, and look at that. Guys, if you think what we are doing here is insane, drop a comment insane in the chat. Look at the quality of prompt AI is writing for us. And it's all about the workflow. We broke the problem down into smaller bits and we executed one at a time to eventually come up with a super duper extensive prompt. I have a question for all of you people. Are you guys understanding the reason of what we are doing, why we are doing? Are you guys understanding the reason of what we are doing, why we are doing? Yes, that is what I'm talking about. It's all about the workflows. Team, can you guys open up the Q&A thing? Because people have started to drop questions here. If it is off, do open up the Q&A box, sorry. Okay, now that we have the prompt, I can simply copy this. Now the prompt is ready. I go to ChatGPT, right? And this time I go to explore GPTs, right? Obviously, like I did before, click on the create button. And instead of coming to create, because we are advanced people right now, I automatically come to configure and I just paste the prompt. And guys, our prompt is now ready. Look at the massive prompt that we have just written, all using AI, right? Now that this is done, guys, by the way, you can do everything with ChatGPT 4o as well, the free one. You can do everything with 4o as well. I just used O3 because it was there by default, but 4o will work fine for the same process. You don't need a ChatGPT O3, right? You don't really need it. Okay. Now that the prompt is here, I just have to give it a name. I can call it the LinkedIn post generator. I know it's a terrible name. AI will do a much better job. And I can, if I want to use a picture, I can use DALL-E. I can say writes viral LinkedIn posts in the style of Webhub Sissinti. Okay. So that is what it comes up with. The prompt is ready. Now let's let us give it a topic. Let's say OpenAI will go bankrupt. This is the topic I want to write a piece of content on. There was a news article that I recently read. Let's see if it is able to get it right. And let's see what is the output it's giving. It's look at that. It's searching for web to make sure it's pulling in the information. And look at that. OpenAI is bleeding $5 billion a year. Even politeness costs them billions. Yes, saying please to ChatGPT costs OpenAI tens of millions of dollars in electricity. But that's just a polite tip of a $13 billion iceberg. Here's why OpenAI might not even survive 2025. And look at all the pointers. 3 lessons I learned from it. You can see India. I mean, it's talking about Indian context as well. And it always ends with a question. What's your take? Smart moonshot or a risky gamble? That's a LinkedIn post, guys. And it pulls in my style, exactly the way I speak, and gets this LinkedIn post right there. Sometimes if you're not happy with it, you can just say, this isn't following the instructions. Rewrite it following all the instructions. Again, I'm giving you a nice little hack here. You just say it's not following my instructions. Rewrite by following all the instructions. And now it has started to follow all my instructions again. And look at this. This time it's even better. I told you, when you do things like this, it does even better job. OpenAI is burning 40 crores per day, which is in Indian rupees. Even saying please to ChatGPT costs millions in electricity. And yet, it's just the polite tip of a $13 billion iceberg. Here is why OpenAI could go bankrupt by 2025. And you see, it is much more analytical, much more simpler, and it ends with a question. Guys, this is a 9 out of 10 if you ask me about mimicking my style of writing. What do you guys think of this from a scale of 1 to 10? Isn't this crazy? And we got all of this. We got AI to do all of this for us in a 30 more minutes by writing this extensive prompt for us. Wild, right? Absolutely wild. Now, I told you that you need a paid ChatGPT account to be able to do this. And I told you I will also teach you a way to do this for free. For that, what you have to do is you have to try a different tool. And that is called as Gemini Gems. Gemini.google.com. Even if you have the free account of Gemini, there is something called as Explore Gems right here. You can see this Explore Gems. When you tap on that, right, you have the ability to create a new gem. What is a gem? A gem is an equivalent of GPTs inside of Gemini. But the best part about Gemini is that you can create a gem even if you're using the free account. So I click on new gem. And this time, you see why I didn't teach you first. Because here you have to write your own prompt yourself. That's why I wanted to teach you how to write a great prompt so that you can directly use a Gemini gem as well. Right? There you go. I paste the prompt that we created before, and I'm going to call it the LinkedIn post generator. Okay. Click on the save button and we are done. The post generator is created, and this time we used a free version of Gemini. Though I have the paid Gemini account, you can do this for free as well. And there you go. The tool is right here. I can give a topic. Let's say I give a topic. OpenAI will go bankrupt. And let us see what it comes up with. Oh my God, I had selected the deep research button. So it's going to do an extensive research, which I don't want it to do right now. So there you go. I come in. The pro is great. Topic, OpenAI will go bankrupt. And look at this. It is using a reasoning model, that too for free. How cool is that? Right? Build the post, hard structure. It's thinking to make sure that it writes a LinkedIn post which fits our style. And this is free, right? Unlike ChatGPT, this is completely free. It's doing a quality and a compliance check based on the instructions that we have given. So it's doing a lot more work than ChatGPT did. And that's why I like Gemini a lot. Let us see what it comes up with. OpenAI's 5 billion loss despite of 3.7 billion. I love this title. It is much better. How long can this cash burn last? The AI revolution runs on money, and OpenAI is burning fast. Damn, man, this is a much better post. Guys, which one do you like more? The ChatGPT one or the Gemini one? The ChatGPT one or the Gemini one? You know what? Let's quickly go to Open Router. Okay, let's see the rankings. Which one is better with writing recently? I'll go to marketing and SEO. No wonder, huh? No wonder. Look at this. Gemini is much better than OpenAI. No wonder the kind of output is much better. And you know what? We use the free version of this. Did you guys get a sense of everything? Guys, is my screen better right now? Somebody's saying blur. Is my screen better right now? Yes. Somebody's like, what is Open Router? You should have attended yesterday's session for that. Right? You should have attended yesterday's session for that. Okay. So, folks, this is how we built an AI agent which can write LinkedIn posts like us with a few clicks. Are you guys feeling accomplished? Yes, in the chat, if you guys are feeling accomplished. The process, the method of what we are doing. Are you guys having good time, good fun? Yes. Do you guys want to do one more bot? Do you guys want to do one more bot? This time slightly different and even more crazier. How many of you guys have doubts about everything that we learned yesterday and things that we learned till now so far? And in the beginning of today's session, I told you that I will make sure all your doubts are cleared. How the hell do I clear all your doubts? You're 2,000 people here. What if we build an AI agent which can clear all your doubts? Would you want me to build an AI agent which can clear all your doubts? Boom in the chat, a doubt clearing AI agent. And I'll build that right in front of you guys so that you can build it too. Yes. Come on, guys, more energy. The energy is not enough for me. Rest of the people who are just chilling, come back. Let me know in the chat if you guys would like to see that. Yes. Brilliant. That is what we are going to do right now. We are going to build an AI agent which can answer questions based on everything that you guys learned things yesterday. Team, could you guys send me the transcript file, please, of yesterday's session? Oh, yeah, got it. Om, the one that you have shared is of yesterday's session, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. So what we did yesterday is yesterday somebody asked a question. Hey, if you guys are not giving the recording to the session, why are you even recording it? Right? The reason why we were recording it is because we wanted a transcript of the file. Look at this. This is what a transcript of the file is. So everything that I spoke yesterday is captured right here in form of the transcript because we recorded that session yesterday, right? And we went to like Google and we said video to transcript converter free, right? And we got the recording from Zoom. We went to a tool like Happy Scribe, uploaded the video, and it gave us the transcript of the file. Basically, everything that we discussed yesterday is captured here in this 81 page document. What we're going to do is I'm going to upload this document inside of AI and I'm going to ask AI, hey, can you give me answers based on the document that is attached? And let us see if it able to do that for us. Om, this is yesterday's session only, right?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. I'm just checking because this is a different format of transcript that I've never seen before.
Yeah, the format is different, but the transcript is of yesterday itself.
Okay, cool. Got it. It's like this is 80-page document. And we're going to leverage this document to get AI to answer all the questions for us. Because I wanted to do this for free using the free version. So let's go to Gemini and get this cranking. So what I'm going to say is first, I want the prompt for this, right? So I'm going to be like, you are an expert at writing advanced system prompts for AI agents, and you work at the Google Gemini team, prompt engineering team. I want you to write a super extensive prompt for an outskill AI mentor whose job is to answer questions based on the transcript that is attached. So let me give you some context. So what is happening is a lot of people attended a session, which is the 2-day AI mastermind by Outskill yesterday. And I'm attaching that transcript to you. Every time when someone asks you a question, you have to understand what they're asking, go into the transcript, look for the answer. Once you find the answer, rephrase the answer and explain like the best teacher in the world. So write a prompt to be able to do this for me. You see what I said? I just told them the situation, told AI the situation. I said, just create a prompt based on that. Right? I click on the send button. I'm basically saying your job is to write a system prompt which can answer questions based on what people ask. And the way you answer is by actually looking at the transcript of the file that I'm going to attach, right? That's what I'm going to say. That's what I said. And you can see this, it is writing a prompt for us. And there you go. It is coming up with a super extensive prompt. This time we're using Gemini 2.5 Pro. Again, you can use the free version of Gemini. Essentially, whatever I'm doing right now could be done with the free version of Gemini as well. And there you go. It has come up with a super duper extensive prompt. Obviously, I want this prompt to be in markdown formatting, right? So I'm going to be like, convert the prompt without losing any detail into a markdown formatting like I have given below. Give me the output in a code editor so that it gives me in that box, right? That's what I tell AI to do. You can see I said convert the prompt without losing any detail into a Markdown formatting like I've given below. I've given the format of Markdown and I said, give me the output in a code editor. You can see this, it is rewriting everything for me by using its reasoning model, which is pretty cool. And now that it has done, it has started to write the prompt for me. Beautiful, man. This is just like, it's all about workflows, guys. It's all about breaking things down to get AI to do the stuff that you wanted to do. Okay. Now that I got the whole prompt, I simply click on the copy button and let's use Gemini gems only. Okay. Let's go to explore gems again, create a new gem by clicking on this button. And I'm going to be like, Outskill AI mentor, paste the prompt that we got from Gemini for this, and you can see there's a new box called as knowledge here where I can upload the file or attach the file. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to simply download the transcript here, click on this add button, files, and there you go. I'm going to attach the D1 transcript file. There you go. It is attached right now and it is still doing some work. There you go. It's done. And I can quickly click on the save button. That's it. I've built an agent right now, which has a great little prompt and also the whole transcript attached. So it basically has all the knowledge that you guys have based on what you attended yesterday. Okay. Now we can ask some questions. Let me ask a question. Okay. Let's ask about what was the prompting formula that we learned yesterday? Hey, could you tell me about the prompting formula that we learned yesterday? I can't seem to remember it. Okay, let us see if it is able to come up. It's saying analysis because it's understanding the question, doing the analysis based on the prompt. Guys, look at that. Magic prompt formula. It gave the answer magic prompt formula and it's also giving you an explanation, context, task, instruction. It's literally giving you the example of everything as well. Blurry again. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try resharing the screen again. I hope this is better. But can you guys see it? Is it better? Team, is my screen is blurred again? Is my screen blurred again?
It's good
The screen,
for us.
Sorry?
it's basically good, but it takes about 2 seconds to settle down when you
Okay,
switch between.
got it. I then I can't do anything about
It's
it.
good now. People are saying in the chat.
Okay, guys, it blurs when it moves. Okay, that's basically LinkedIn. Sorry, that's basically Zoom being Zoom, right? Okay, you see that I asked a very simple question and it was able to give me a detailed instruction of everything that was covered. Let's ask one more question. What are the top reasoning models that we discussed yesterday? You can see this. It says just a second. Again, going through the transcript, you can see this. It says transcript retrieval, rephrasing, attribution. My God, it's doing a lot of work to be able to find the right answer for you, but it is explaining you like such a beautiful teacher. All right. Okay, let us see what it comes up with. My goodness. Beautiful. Beautiful. What are they? When to use them? Look at that. It also captured what I said yesterday and kind of talks about all the model. Claude was mentioned of having extended thinking feature. This was noted as requiring a paid account. I mentioned, I told you guys that Claude needs a paid account and it is able to pull that through. Guys, don't you think this is insane? Don't you think this is insane? Drop a comment insane in the chat if you think this is insane. Okay, let's ask one more thing. There were a lot of tools that were discussed yesterday, calling it as the AI toolkit. Can you list down all the tools that were covered and what were they used for as well? So that I have a quick snapshot of everything. No, right now we are actually giving you real answers in the Q&A podcast. Don't worry about it. Okay, let us see if it's able to get this answer. And guys, this is what we're going to do. We are going to create a bot like this and we're going to share it with you after the 2 days of session is over with all the transcripts attached to it so that you can use it for free forever and ask all your doubts to it. That is why I said I will make sure all your doubts will be cleared. And that is what we are doing. And look at that. First tool was Gemini, next was Fireflies AI. It is also telling the exact order of the tool. Then came deep research, where we covered all these tools. Then came data crunching, where we did numerous AI and we used ChatGPT and Claude for data analysis. Then we did Notebook LM, Gamma, Suno AI, AI Studio, and also towards the end, I gave you Whisper Flow because somebody asked me, what tool are you using, WebHub? Guys, isn't this wild? Drop a comment wild in the chat if you think this is wild. Can you give me one very difficult question? One very difficult question. I will try to ask. Try to ask me a very difficult question and I'll ask AI that. Are you human? Okay, I like that. I like that. App about Open Router. Okay, let's see. There was a tool that Webhub mentioned, which was used where I could go to see which AI model can I use for what. And it had like a ranking kind of a system. What was the name of the tool and what is it used for? Can you give me a quick understanding of that? Let's see if it is able to get this. This is a very tough question. We are not even telling the tool name. We are telling based on what I understood. Let's see if it's able to give this answer. I'll be blown. I'll be mind blown. Guys, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Okay. Yes, the tool that Weber was referring to was called as Open Router. He mentioned it had over 420 models. What is Open Router? The ranking system, choosing model, where I said Weber showed examples like filtering the best models currently being used and the purpose. Wild. Absolutely wild. Whew. Do you guys want to take this to the next level right now? Do you guys want to take this to the next level? Next level in the chat. And I'm going to show you one more thing, which is going to be like, the hell, bro. NL in the chat. Okay. And that is, hey, what about we convert this whole thing into a voice agent so that instead of typing stuff, we talk to it. Do you want to convert this into an agent who you can talk to? Yes, voice. Yes. All right, without further ado, let's get right inside of it. The tool that I'm going to use is a free tool. It's called as levenlabs.io. I absolutely love it. Okay. And here they have something called as conversational AI. I click on that. I get started for free. I hope they have not made it paid right now, but there you go. And this is how the dashboard looks like. We use it for a lot of things, guys, by the way. And I can go to agents right here, right? And once I go to agents, I can say create new agent. I create a new agent. I call it the Outskill AI Mentor. And I can use a blank template for this. I can select any of these templates. I can call it a support agent as well, but I'll just select a blank template for this. Create agent. Okay. And now I can choose multiple language also that you can speak with. I'm going to speak English. So I'm going to keep it English. And first message, how should it greet you? Hey there. What doubt can I clear? Happy to help. Okay. That is what AI is going to say the moment I talk to it. And then there is something called a system prompt. System prompt is where we input the prompt that we generated. Okay. So I'm just going to copy the prompt that we generated for the Q&A bot, come into system prompt and just paste it. There you go. I've pasted the system prompt. Now this is done. I also have to attach the knowledge base, right? So I'm going to scroll down and look for the knowledge base. There you go. The knowledge base file is right here. Here, I click on the add document, add files, and basically upload the transcript inside of this tool as well. And I click on add file right now. There you go. Once this is done, I will recommend you to turn on this button called as using RAG. I'll explain you what this is in some time, but essentially this makes the retrieval process even better. Okay. So you can see this, it says RAG indexing. You don't need to know what it is doing at this point of time. It just does a better job if you turn this button on. and I'm done everything that I wanted to, I'll click on the save button. There you go. It is saved right now. I've given the knowledge base. I've given the prompt as well. Now there's one more thing that I wanted to do. If I go to voice, right, I have an option to select how should my AI agent sound. So this is how Eric sounds.
Gratitude is riches, complaint is
And
poverty.
you might have heard this guy.
It was you who opened me, looked into my soul to study me.
Yes,
you revealed
that
you
is
to
my
uncover me.
voice. I have trained an AI model to sound like me, and I have basically attached it. So this voice agent can literally sound like me. Of course, I can't cover how I made that happen because it's going to take a lot of time, but I've just selected the voice so that you get it, right? I've selected the voice. I'll simply click on the save button, right? And I can say test AI agent. There you go. And now I can just call the AI agent if I want, and I can ask questions. Let me know what you think of this.
Hey there, what doubt can I clear? Happy to help.
What are the prompting techniques that were covered yesterday?
During the Outskill AI Mastermind session, multiple prompting techniques were mentioned, including zero shot, few shot, self-refine, chain of thought, and tree of thought. However, the session focused on a simple but functional prompting structure called the magic prompt formula. Would you like me to elaborate on any of these techniques or the magic prompt formula?
No,
If
that
it was
is fine.
mentioned in the
I actually
transcript.
had one more question. There was a tool that Webhub showed yesterday where he uploaded some PDFs, some YouTube videos, and it converted that into a podcast. What tool was that? Can you remind me?
Certainly. The tool Vaibhav demonstrated that converts PDFs and YouTube videos into a podcast is called Notebook Alum. It allows you to upload various content types and then generates an AI-powered podcast based on that material. Did you want to know more about its
No, I'm
functionality?
good. Could you also give me one big advice that Webhub gave me yesterday? One fair big advice.
Vaibhav emphasized the importance of becoming an AI-first founder or professional, regardless of your current role or the type of business you're in. He highlighted that AI is rapidly changing how businesses operate and that adopting an AI-first mindset is crucial for staying competitive and achieving significant efficiencies. Does that sound right? Or
Guys,
were you looking
what
for...
do you guys think of that from a scale of 1 to 10? How insane is it? We built an AI agent. Of course, it sounds like me. It will take a couple of hours for me to teach you how to make a voice agent like this, which will sound like you. It's going to be very, very hard. Sorry, guys, don't tell me about Blur anymore. I can't do anything about it. It's not helpful, right? But I hope the way you think about things has fundamentally changed. And can you believe everything that I'm showing you is the beginner part of it? Imagine what intermediate and advanced can do. Right? Awesome. So folks, what we're going to do is, do you guys want a quick break? Do you guys want a quick 5-minute break? And we come back and I show you even more insane things. You guys ready for that? So what I'm going to do is like Om or Uttam, can you guys take over the screen and put up a 5-minute break and play some cool music? Meanwhile, I'm going to restart my computer again just to make sure it's doing better. The AI models are running and I can't turn it off. If I turn it off, then a lot of things will stop. You guys know, I can't talk about them here, right? So
Yeah.
cool. No, guys, not 10 minutes. You guys are going to get exactly 5 minutes. Be back in 5 minutes because I'm going to go back and show you things. And you know, if you miss out even a second, you're not going to make sense of it. I will see you guys back in 5 minutes. Take a nice break, chill out, and we will be back soon. Over to you, my friend. Folks, the lunch break will start in 90 minutes more. Okay. The lunch break will start in 90 minutes. This is not the lunch break. This is a middle break. Lunch break will start 90 minutes later. So you have a 1 hour break anyway. So don't worry about it. Okay. Over to you guys. Take the break. Come back. All right. Uttam, can you stop sharing your screen? Superb. I had my quick little break as well. Grabbed a nice little protein shake. Guys, I need to be the admin. Uttam, please make me the admin, please. All right, got all the powers right now. It feels more powerful. Perfect. Let's jump right in, guys. There's a lot to cover today, like I said. Okay, can you guys see my screen and everything? Team, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good to go.
Good to go?
Yes.
Awesome. Folks, are you guys all back? Are you guys all back? Back in the chat. Back in the chat. All right. Awesome. Let's jump right back in. So what did we do so far, people? What did we do so far? We started the day doing something very, very simple, actually, right? We started saying that we will build a landing page. We figured out a workflow. We did CRO. We got the copy written. We built 5 different landing pages by 5 different AI coding agents. And we picked the one that we liked, right? And all of this was done in 10-15 minutes. Of course, there's a session tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST. Make sure you don't mention it if you want to learn how to build stuff without writing code. And also for engineers, there's a session tomorrow at 11 a.m. So make sure you show up for that, whichever you think is right for you. Next, we went on to building our first agent, first simple agent called as the Twitter bot, and we used custom GPT for that. After that, we learned the power of this beautiful prompting technique that is just mentioned below, which is called the markdown prompting, right? And we used markdown prompting to write a super extensive prompt, which could mimic our style of writing LinkedIn posts. We did that and we didn't stop there. We went on to build a Q&A bot by attaching the knowledge to make it a voice agent by putting it on 11 labs, and we could talk to it and it was able to give us all the answers. Can you believe we managed to learn all of this in just 2 hours? If you think that is just wild to think about the fact that we learned all of this in 2 hours, drop a comment wild in the chat. Was yesterday's session better or today's session better so far? People are being nice. Both of them were good. But today's session would not have made sense without yesterday's session. Do you guys agree? Today's session is much more powerful for people who attended yesterday's session. Yes or not? That is the power. And tomorrow's session is going to be much more powerful for people who attended today's session. Right? That is how we built it up. All right. With that being said, we are pretty much done with 5 levels of beginner mode. Now, yesterday I promised you that I am going to teach you the intermediate and advanced as well. If we were able to accomplish so many things by just learning the beginner versions of level 1 to level 5, what are the kind of things that you could do if you learn intermediate and advanced as well? Now, what I want to do over the course of next 15 to 30, next 30 minutes is that I want to tell you the power of what kind of things you should learn after the 3 days program is over, so that you can truly become an AI generalist and go from beginner to intermediate to advanced all by yourself. I will give you the roadmap. I will tell you the tools that you should learn. And also I will show you a few incredible demos so that you get an understanding of what you could potentially do if you become an AI generalist. Sounds good? Sounds good. Are you guys ready for the roadmap? Yes. Let's do it. Let us do it right now. Now, like I said, it's going to be a mix of some level of teaching and then incredible tools that I'm going to show you, which is going to blow your mind. Okay, now let's get right inside of this. Like I told you yesterday, the roadmap had 5 levels, right? You learn foundations of AI and large language models. Yesterday, we learned what generative AI is, how AI works in the backend, what are the models out there, and everything around it, right? Then you also learned the toolkit. That was a beginner of level 1, right? And then in level 2, you learn about prompting. We learn the magic prompt formula, we learn chain prompting and things like that. And on top of that, we also played with a lot of tools to get you a sense of prompting techniques, and we built a full-blown AI toolkit. In fact, today you learned one more prompting technique, which was called the markdown prompting, which is also part of level 2 actually, but I taught that to you today. On level 3, which we explored yesterday already, was how can you play with images and videos and how can you bring things to life? Diffusion, very, very powerful, right? But we touch base on that for beginner. Today on level 4, what we learned was how to build a crazy looking landing page. And I told you there's so much more you could do. And on level 5, I taught you how to build custom agents or AI agents using GPTs and then Levin Labs as well. These were the 5 levels that we spoke about, and we're done with beginner version of everything. Now, let me talk about the intermediate and advanced version of each of these levels. It's going to be very, very important for you guys to master this to truly become an AI generalist, which I want all of you guys to become, right? In the intermediate section of this, now that you know what AI is, how AI works and everything around it, it is your job right now to go and play with the kind of parameters AI has. There is something called as OpenAI Playground. There is something called as Gemini Playground, which is the AI studio. There are a lot of values like temperature, p-value, frequency penalty, and so many other options that you can tweak to make sure you change the output that you're getting. Very important for you to know this. The second thing that I think you should learn in intermediate and advanced is the fact that what you could potentially do if you learn more models out there. Like I told you, we played with a few models, but there are 400 freaking models out there. There are a ton of open source models out there. You need to learn. And I just told you that I run a lot of models on my computer. What do I mean by that? I'm going to show you what I mean by that very, very soon. But you need to have deep understanding of all these aspects as well. 3, something that I believe is very, very important is that you need to have the ability to take the power of OpenAI or Open Router and be able to integrate that into platforms using the API so that you can get the power of AI in everything that you do, beyond even the tool of ChatGPT. Very, very important for you to do. Next is, you are doing prompting anyways. How do you make sure you refine the prompt continuously to get better and better and better outputs? Those are the kind of things that you should learn to master the intermediate level of level 1. Now, in the advanced level of level 1, what you need to do is you have to learn how to fine tune an AI model. Right now, we were playing with all the existing models out there, which are already trained really well. What if you want to take a vanilla model, which has not been trained to do anything specifically, and you train that with your information so that it works for you, for the business that you're working for the business that you're running? That is called as fine tuning. Something that you need to learn. And of course, you need to learn and have the ability to play with a lot of open source AI models as well, right? With that being said, some of the tools that you should explore in level 1 is obviously, right, playgrounds of Gemini, Claude, all those models out there. Of course, you should go deep down into a tool like VectorShift, which will be using with which you can fine tune an AI model without writing a single line of code. You should play with Phrase, you should play with Humata, you should play with Perplexity's API. All these APIs you can play with. And then I told you that you should also play with open source AI models. For that, you can use a tool like Ollama, right? Ollama is this incredible thing. And this is what was making my computer slow right now, right? And that is, using Ollama, you can run open source AI models on your computer. And right now, I'm running a few open source models on my computer right now. Let me show that to you, okay? So this is my activity monitor. Uttam, is my activity monitor visible?
Yes.
Yes, it
Okay, awesome. Now, if you want to see what open source models am I running on my computer, I have to open this damn thing called as terminal. Okay. There are some models that are running in the backend. I'm going to just stop that. I'm going to open something called as terminal. And if I just type Ollama, which I've installed already, and you can see this, I have a bunch of commands that I can run. And this is, by the way, I don't know how to write code, guys. I just do this, I mean, by remembering a few things. I can say Ollama list. When I say Ollama list, it shows up all the models that are running on my computer. You can see I installed Gemma, 27 billion parameter model 7 weeks back. And Llama, DeepSeek R1 and Llama 3, the distilled models have been on my computer for 2 months. So when I tell you that I don't use ChatGPT for a lot of important things, that I am scared about ChatGPT stealing my information. I basically run my own open source models on my computer. And when I use these models, right, the data stays within my computer. So I can use these models, train the models without writing a single line of code, and get them to do what I want them to do, right? And to run these models, I use Ollama. Let me show you by running one. If I say Ollama run, let's say I want the Llama model to run, which is a 3 billion distilled model. Shit, I added a wrong variable there. I say hello. Let's see if it is able to answer. It says, hello, how can I assist you? You see, it is working, right? The model is working. Again, I can say the same thing. Ollama run. And there you go. It is right here. Now I can ask a question. What came first? Chicken or egg? And look at that. It's able to answer. And you might be wondering, is this running on V's computer? It actually is. If I turn on the GPU, right? If I say more, let it type the answer. You can see Ollama is right in the top and it is using up 66.8% of my computer's GPU, 75% of my computer's GPU right now. This is what was literally slowing down our computer some point of time. Now that the message has stopped, it will slowly go back to 0. So look at this, it has gone back to 8% right here because the message has stopped. So this is a model that is literally running on my computer. And obviously you must be wondering, V, this is so boring, man. Like typing on this box is super boring. Well, I actually don't type on this box, right? What I type on is something called as Bolt AI. Now this is a different Bolt to the Bolt that I showed you, which is Bolt.new. This is what Bolt AI is, okay? And these are the kind of things you will be able to do all by yourself, frankly, without even me telling you anything if you are in intermediate and advanced. Using Bolt AI, right? I mean, it's a free tool. It's a computer extension that I'm using, right? I can just click on the new window and look at this. I mean, it's absolutely wild, okay? It says, which model do you want to run? I'll tell you what I use this for also, which you'll find a lot of value in. If I select Ollama here, and then you can see all the models that terminal was showing up, which are running on my computer, are visible here. I can select Llama 3 here. And instead of using that terminal UI, now I can use this nice little UI. What came first? Chicken or egg? And you can see this. I have a beautiful user interface right now, and look at this Ollama thing. It's going up again. I will just say more, right? Look at this. It is using the GPU, but I'm using a nice little user interface right here to be able to use my open source model, which is literally running on my computer, using this tool called as Bolt AI, right? Now, I don't just use Bolt AI. This is what a generalist is able to do. I told you, an AI generalist should be in a position to be able to play with different models and get the right model for the right thing, right? And how do you use all these models? I told you there are 400 models on OpenRouter, right? How do I use all these 400 models? Well, I use a tool like Bolt for that as well. When I click on new chat, right? You can see this. I have connected OpenRouter via API. That's why I said you have to learn intermediate and advanced levels as well. Once I connect OpenRouter to this, now all of a sudden, I can use any of these 400 AI models right inside of this app. Look at this. This is absolutely wild. Let's say I want to use, I don't know, you can see this. NVIDIA also has its models, which are free to use, literally free to use. Let's select this Nomotron by NVIDIA and we ask a question. What came first, chicken or egg? I know it's a terrible question, but just to give you a preview here, right? I'm able to use all the 400 models out there and use them for whatever I want. Look at that. How incredible is that, right? In fact, I use the same thing, like I said, let's say I told you, right? DeepSeek is a Chinese model. As a result, I use Ollama and I run DeepSeek locally on my computer. So China doesn't get my data because I'm able to run this powerful model on my computer. And I can say, ask literally the same question. This is a reasoning model, right? What came first, chicken or egg? There you go. And this time you see I'm running Olama DeepSeek R1, which is locally running on my computer. And Assistant is thinking right now, right? Because it is using a reasoning model locally run on my computer. That is the wild part about this. Look at this, it has started to think. Obviously, it is not as fast as outside is because my computer is not so powerful, right? But the crazy part is that, look at this again. If I look at GPU, Olama is basically eating up all the GPU that I have because it is thinking right now. And you can see the thinking live, and very soon it will be able to start typing our answer. These are the kind of things that you should be in a position to explore once you have gone from intermediate to advanced. There's a lot more like vector shift and all of that. If I start showing you, it will go on for days, right? But this is what we did. We literally used our own locally run models to be able to pull this out. I'm going to turn this off right now so that it doesn't eat up my computer. All right. But you get the sense. These are the kind of things I want you guys to accomplish, guys. For you guys to learn level 1 all by yourself, it should not take you more than 3 months. And we will give you a super detailed roadmap by end of tomorrow so that you can follow everything and do it all by yourself in like 2 to 3 months, right? And you should be able to do that, right? Now, when it comes to level 2, I told you that you have to learn advanced prompting and retrieval and fine tuning. What do I mean by that? In the beginner mode, we learned magic prompt formula, chain prompting and stuff like that, right? Here, you have to go deep into all the 15 different prompting structures that are out there. So you have a very good sense of which prompt to use where. Very, very, very important. Once you have learned about all of prompting, you should learn how to build a RAG-based system. Now, what is a RAG-based system? Using a tool like Vector Shift, you can build a system where you can upload. Today, we attached a transcript, right? And was able to understand everything. What if you want to attach 1,000 files to it? AI cannot remember everything because it has something called as context window. So you have to convert that into a RAG-based system like Notebook LM. You can build your own Notebook LM kind of a tool where you can upload all your information. The AI can run locally on your computer and you will be able to pull through information, whatever you want, right? Having the ability to build a RAG-based system like this is very, very important. You should learn things like Model Context Protocol or MCP. MCP is this incredible technology using which you can connect to multiple apps all over the world. There are thousands of apps out there. What if you could use all those apps using AI? And you can do that using MCP. Actually, do you guys want to see an example of this? I was just setting up MCP some time back. Do you guys want to see the example of MCP? I think it's going to blow your mind on what it can do. Yes? Okay, let's do that. We don't have a lot of time, so let's do that. Guys, but again, in advanced, right, you should have the ability to build RAG systems, fine-tuning pre-trained models, and play with things like MCPs to be able to extend your wings. Now, let me show you a couple of things, okay? By the way, just for you to get a context, MCP is created by Anthropic. Anthropic, the protocol, the technology is created by Anthropic, and Anthropic, obviously, right, is the company that owns Claude, the tool that we used. So there's a lot of technical setup that has gone into this. Obviously, I didn't write any code, but I basically have connected external tools to my Claude desktop. This is my Claude desktop. This doesn't work on mobile, okay? And I've connected external tools using something called as MCP, like I told you right now, right? And if I click on, because I've connected those tools, if I click on the settings button, you can see I have Perplexity Ask. That is, I can use Claude to find information from Perplexity and bring it back to Claude. So I connected Perplexity and Claude. And I also connected a bunch of other things. And I'll show you a couple of examples. Okay, let me tell you a hypothetical example, okay? Let's say you want AI to go to YouTube, okay? Hypothetically, search for prompt engineering, okay? Watch the top 10 videos, watch all the videos in the backend, give you all the details, and write an extensive doc for yourself. You want AI to search for prompt engineering, go inside of YouTube, download the 10 videos, pull the transcripts of it, read through all of them, and give you an output saying, hey, I've watched all the 10 videos. Here is a summary of everything. How will you get AI to do that? Because today AI cannot do that right away. But you know what? With something like MCP, I have connected something. I'm trying to explain how I can tell you this. You can see this MCP thing, right? What I've connected is I've connected a bunch of external tools which has the ability to scrape YouTube, ability to download transcripts from YouTube, and bring all of that inside of Claude. And this is happening because of something called as MCP. Okay. Now let me send this prompt to a regular Claude cannot do this. Okay. I send a prompt like this. I want you to go through the top 10 highest viewed videos on YouTube on prompt engineering using MCP. First of all, scrape the list of top 10 videos which are on prompt engineering on YouTube. Once you have scraped the list, I want you to go to the top 2 and download the full transcripts of it using MCP again that I'll give you. Once you have done with that, find all the transcripts of the first 2 videos, then basically go through the whole content and give me a complete outline so that I can learn all of that at once. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I click on the send button. And this is MCP coming into action, guys. Okay, look at this. It is writing some code inside, which is basically calling out MCP right now. Okay, it says, great, let me find YouTube scraper tool that will help you to search the top 10 videos of prompt engineering. Now it is using a different AI tool to kind of find the top 10 YouTube tools there, YouTube videos there. Now it's like, now let me find the tool to extract scripts, transcripts from YouTube videos. And right now it is trying to extract transcripts from each of those YouTube videos as well. Now it's saying, now I'll search for specific YouTube videos on prompt engineering to identify the top 10 by view count. Now it is using the search of itself. And it is doing all of this, like literally going, downloading YouTube videos for us, pulling in the transcripts for us, and being able to give us the results. How insane is this? And it is doing all of this because of the connection that I've done of MCP. It says, now I've identified the top YouTube channels from prompt engineering. I'll use the transcript to extract transcripts of the top 2 channels. It found the top 2 best videos. Now it is trying to extract the transcript of that video. Guys, isn't this insane? We are literally connecting multiple machines to this. Insane in the chat if you think this is insane. Model context protocol, that is what I am talking about. And look at this, it has found the URLs right now. It is doing work of a human being that would take such a long time all by itself in no time. That's the crazy part about this. Right? It is doing all the work right now. Now, as it is doing, blow your mind even further. A custom GPT inside of Claude, it's good. It can generate a script. But let's say I want to do something else. Okay. Let's say I want to go to Instagram and find a creator. Let's say MKBHD. Okay. And basically, and YouTube. I basically want to scrape his top Instagram videos and use those as a reference to create my own scripts. So I want AI videos has highest number of views, then download those videos, give me the transcript, and then use the transcript to rewrite the whole script in my own style using the viral script generator. Like Claude cannot do downloading of YouTube, downloading of Instagram videos and all of that. Use MCP and recent Instagram videos. I will just copy MKBHD's URL here. Paste it. Identify which video has highest number of views. Obtain the transcript. Generate viral script based on that. Here's the process to follow. Use Apify. That is the MCP that I'm using. Apify is the name of the tool which does scraping. And give me all the details is what I click on the send button. Now, in parallel, we are analyzing YouTube videos here. And look at this. It has gone through all the YouTube videos, scraped through all of the information, watched YouTube videos, 10 different YouTube videos for us, and has given this insights. Okay. Now, parallelly, what am I doing? I'm literally getting, I'm scraping Instagram of Marcus Brownlee to find the top performing videos. You can see this Instagram scraper is now looking at MKBHD's recent content. It is pulling the top 10 posts because I'm doing just 10 so that we can do it faster and you guys can get an overview faster. It is still going on. So as this goes on, right, I'm just gonna make it smaller so that you guys can see it. As this is going on, I'll tell you the power of MCP and what are the kind of things you could do yourself. You know, there is a tool that I use. It's called as Goose. Okay. A good friend of mine kind of recommended me this tool. It's called as Goose. Okay. You can see this window right here. You know what Goose does? It is large language model, that is AI models running on your local file system. Let's say if I want to do something on my local file system, it can run on my computer, like create a folder, create a file inside of it, do research and update information inside of that and whatnot. Let me show you an example, right? Let's say while this is happening on Claude on the side, if I come here and I say, I have to select which part do I give it access to? Let's say I give it access to desktop and I have a folder called as desktop junk. It has a lot of files, okay? I open that folder and there you go. It has access to that folder right now. I'm running Anthropic 3.7 Sonnet using Open Router. Again, you need to learn level 1 to be able to do all of this. And if I ask a question, could you go through all the files in that folder and give me a breakdown of things I could delete to save up some memory? So organize, okay, based on what you think are important and not important, right? That's the prompt that I gave. This is Goose, okay? Running on my computer using the same technology of Model Context Protocol, okay? This is running for quite some time. It could be like stuck. So I'm just gonna stop this and gonna run it all over again. New chat. I'll just run it again. But look at this. It has started to write shell code on my computer. It is using my command line to be able to pull the information, which is the wild part, okay? That is what it is doing right now. It says Goose is working on it. It says, let me check if there's a dump directly that might contain more files. Guys, this is AI running on my computer's files here. While here, AI is scraping stuff from the internet, that is from Instagram. And we are doing all of this using something called as MCP. If you are able to understand, do you guys even get a sense of the kind of crazy stuff that we are doing here? Insane in the chat if you think this is insane. This is the kind of stuff that you can already do. That's why I said the kind of things that you learned was beginner. As you go into intermediate and advanced, the kind of crazy stuff that you can do is absolutely mind-blowing. Your imagination is the only constraint. Somebody is like, how can you set up MCP? Guys, here's the thing. It's called Model Context Protocol. We are giving you the roadmap so you can follow the instruction. Setting this up takes about 3-4 hours, but understanding the logic takes even longer. Okay? For whatever reason, it is failing right now. So it's taking up a different approach right now. So let it take a different approach. But you can see what it is doing in the backend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put this down, let it do its work in the backend. And we're going to come back to this to see if it is able to work. You can see it is slightly buggy. Sometimes it is buggy, right? Because this is new technology. But having the ability to be on top of things like this is what allows you to become an AI generalist. This is wild technology and you don't need to know how to write a single line of code, right? Okay, now let's move to level 3 right now. Now, on level 3, I wanted to tell you one thing. A lot of people might be like, I do important for me because I like that. You're for an AI generalist, you don't select problems and solutions yourself. You basically do things. You don't get to say that, hey, I could do this, I could do that. You should, whenever you have a problem, you should be able to solve problems. And And these problems could come in form of text, images, and videos. It doesn't matter what kind, or in this level, right? By the way, for you to finish level 2, I think it will take you about 4 months, right? For you to completely finish level 2. So level 1 and level 2 together, you should be able to do that in 6 months. Even if you go intermediate and advanced to get to the level of what I'm operating at, sometimes even more. Level 3 will take you 3 months as well at max. But here you have to learn about diffusion science, which we didn't get a chance to go around with. You have to learn something called a stable diffusion and use a technology called a Comfy UI on top of it to be able to build your own products, which can generate images and videos and everything around it. You should also have the ability to fine tune models, which are also image models and things like that. Once you know how to do this stuff, you heard my voice. You heard my voice clone some time back. You will have the ability to build something like, you know what, let me show you this. I think you will really like this because we are on Instagram already, right? I'll quickly open my Instagram. Team, let me know if you guys could hear my audio. If you can't, just let me know. Guys, look at my Instagram. I have 650,000 followers, close to, right? And there are videos that have done 9 million, 8 million. Let me play one of those.
Any patch on my head, it's actually is capable of reading my thoughts right now. And the crazy part, it costs less than 5,000 rupees. This is day 1 of future tech updates. It's called Omi and it's not your typical smart device. This thing is basically like having
very cool
Iron
video,
Man's
right?
Jarvis
It has 8
around your
million
neck or your
Let me
head.
play one
But
more
here
video. Okay. Let us play. I don't know. Okay, let's play this one. Okay.
What if I told you the first AI baby is already born? No, this isn't a joke. In 2025, the world's first baby conceived using fully automated AI IVF was born. A huge shift in assisted reproduction. The healthy baby boy born in Guadalajara stands as living proof that the future of fertility treatment has
Guys,
arrived. Imagine
why am I showing you
AI-driven
this video?
procedures with
Because the images that you see here of me holding a rice packet here, showing AI, showing a flying bike here, going crazy on a dam, like sitting next to a robot here, sitting on a flying car here, holding a rocket, holding a heart, all of this, holding some Diet Coke, again talking to a robot. All of these images are generated using AI because we have trained the AI model to generate images like me. It's called Flux, something that you should learn in intermediate. Not just the AI model, even the script of all these videos are written using AI. Not just that, the person that you see here,
China
is not
just put
me.
AI
It's my AI clone. I have not shot a single video in the last 6 months. All the content is shot using my AI clone, and my voice is, of course, AI as well. Only the video editing today is done using a human being. Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? All of this. This is not me either. That's my AI model as well. That's my AI clone as well. Right? You open any of the video you want. These are all my AI clones. These are the kind of things you will be able to do if you are able to get to the advanced levels. That's the crazy part, guys. That's the crazy part. And you know what? Imagine the level of things that you will be able to do after this. What do I mean by that? You could literally sell this as a service to clients and make a ton of money, like an agency. Just the content creation. You yesterday saw that we were able to make full-fledged movies, right? As well, we can create them. You can see a lot of our ads, which are video ads, right? Team, if you could pull me a link of a few video ads that we are running, which are AI generated, I would love to show the people sometime later as well, right? All of this can be done using AI. And these are the kind of skill sets that you need to learn, boss. For that, you have to learn Flux, you have to learn Kling, you have to learn Civita, you have to learn HeyGen, you have to learn Levin Labs, you have to learn Hugging Faces to find all the models, you have to learn Comfy UI, you have to learn Julio AI. That's why I think it's going to take about 3 months to 4 months for you to learn. But you can learn everything yourself to be able to do that. And while I say that, look at this. You remember we ran the MCP on our local computer? It was able to say these are high quality files that can be deleted. It was able to find a file which is 10 GB. Okay. it is able to say that these are more files in the dump directly, medium priority, duplicate screenshots that I can clear, and low priority. It was able to go through a data of about 74 GB, and it recommended me to delete this 62 GB. All of this is done by AI running on top of the files of my computer, not on the internet, not on ChatGPT or Claude. On my computer, it's running, right? And this is using MCP. And not just that, if you see this, we asked MKBHD files to be scraped through, washed, and rewritten, right? Look at that. It has rewritten the whole script of the videos that have gone viral for MKBHD. By the way, this is how I write my scripts. And these scripts are eventually converted into AI audio, AI video, and then I post it on my Instagram, LinkedIn, and everywhere where I go viral. Kind of things that you can do. I mean, I'm not even showing everything, because if I show everything, it'll take us one day just to show things to you, which I can't. That is level 3, guys. Now, if I come to level 4, I said you have to have the ability to build AI-powered applications. Today, we built a website, which was great, right? But using tools like Vercel, Veo, Cursor, Bolt, Adalo, Framer AI, Lovable, you will be able to build full-fledged applications using AI. And let me show you a tool that I'm currently building using something called as Replit. Okay, it's a tool that would easily take my when I asked my engineering team how long will it take, they said it's gonna take about 4 months to build, and I built this in 3 days. Okay, let me show you what it can do, and I'm sure it's gonna blow your mind. So this is an acceptance tracker CRM, which can send emails, send follow-up emails, send payment links. It can track your payments if you have done the payments. It can track the CRM, update information everywhere, and all of that, and uses AI in the backend. It's a CRM, full-blown CRM that I have built in 3 days, right? Which can track emails, send WhatsApp messages. I can upload CRM data in bulk. I can manage my programs and cohorts right here, right? And it has a lot of AI intelligence. So it uses AI to write all these emails and all those things in the backend. Look at the kind of settings it has. You can literally personalize everything. And this is an internal tool that I built for my team. You know, we asked HubSpot, how much would it cost for us to use a feature like this inside of HubSpot? They gave us a bill of over $100,000 per year. $100,000 per year. And I built the system in 3 days, all without writing a single line of code. Not just that, we have built some very cool internal apps that I have built, right? Let me show you a couple of them for you to get a sense. You see, we recently, one of our graphic designers left the job, right? Left the job, and our team was paranoid, saying, the graphic designer left. How do we make ad creatives now? I said, let me build you an AI tool. And I built an AI tool, which is done without writing a single line of code, which generates AI images at scale for me. Okay. In this tool, all I have to do is upload a current creative that is doing well. So let me see if there's anything that I can find. Okay, there's an ad creative that I have, which a designer created. Okay, and I can tell AI I want more creatives like this. Okay, so I can say generate AI prompt. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna take this AI creative, watch the whole creative, understand what is happening, and kind of give a super detailed prompt to be able to replicate this tool, replicate this creative again using ChatGPT. Now, I have to do a process, right? I can obviously go to ChatGPT, upload this picture, and I say, hey, generate an extensive prompt for me to recreate this creative again, and it'll give me a prompt. And again, I can go inside of ChatGPT and paste it 5 times to be able to generate that creative. But I wanted to automate that process for my team. As a result, I created this product, right? And it is created without writing a single line of code. It's an internal tool built very simply. You can see this, it ended up generating a super extensive prompt, which I don't need to understand. And I can select which model do I want to use to generate images. I can add special instructions saying convert, build a ad creative for 2-day generative AI workshop mentored by Vaibhav Sisanti. So this is what I want the ad creative to say. And let's say how many ad creators do I want? Let's say I want 5 ad creators. I just say 5 here. And this is the magic. I am using ChatGPT in the backend. This is the logic that you need to understand. As a growth hacker, as a AI generalist and a growth hacker, I need to save time of my team. So instead of my team copying and pasting this prompt 10 times inside of ChatGPT, I just created a tool where they can select how many creatives they want. They just look at how the tabs will open up right now. They just click on open 5 tabs and look at this. Automatically, 5 tabs are opening up inside of ChatGPT and it is pushing in the prompt as well. All I have to do is simply click on send. I just open the 5 tabs. In fact, right now, I'm also creating a way to automatically push the prompt so that in one click, my team can generate 5 different ad creatives on the go by taking inspiration from an existing creative. Look at this. It's going to take some time to generate the creatives. So I'm using ChatGPT in the backend to generate these images, but I built this tool so that I can save time by copying and pasting, analyzing, and all the workflow. I automated that into a simple tool, which my team uses. Instead of hiring a graphic designer, they use this. In the same way, I built one more tool also. Let's say I want people to explain what they want. Explain the tool of what they want. They can also explain here and build that tool as well. And this is a tool that is built without writing a single line of code so that I don't have to spend $80,000 a year hiring a graphic designer anymore because my team can use this tool to design creatives all by themselves. Don't you think this is powerful? Having the ability to build tools like this is powerful. Drop a comment powerful in the chat if you think it is powerful. This is why we are able to do so many things without actually hiring a lot of engineers. Look at that. It generated a creative here. It generated one more variation here. It generated one more variation here. And I can select what I like, close out the one that I don't like, and start using them. That is how we build tools inside to save time. Entrepreneurs working, and look at this tool. I saved $100,000 by creating an internal tool in 4 days. This is the unfair advantage that you have if you are an AI generalist yourself, because you can build your own stuff. And these are the kind of things that you can accomplish if you go into intermediate and advanced. Building AI-powered applications took me about 9 months properly, but directionally, because we will give you a roadmap, I think you can do that in 4 to 5 months. You have to play with it, spend about 10 to 15 hours a week. You'll be able to do that. So from level 1 to level 4, I believe you can do that in at max 15 months. If you learn it yourself, if you use the roadmap that we will give you, but you can get there to level 4. And finally comes the level 5. Level 5 is even crazier. What do I mean by that? In level 5, today we did custom GPTs, right? Which was incredibly powerful. But if you go into intermediate and advanced, you can build your own agentic frameworks. You can build tools which can do things on their own, so that you can automate your life going forward. In fact, in the next session, right, we're going to go deep dive into automation there as well. But having the ability to build AI agents is insane. I told you, this is the future. And for you to get to this point, you have to learn tools like Make, Lindy, Relevance, N8N, Crew AI, things like that, to be able to build things that you want to. And of course, there are a lot of general purpose agents. For example, there's a tool called as GenSpark. I don't know if you've played with it. This is a general purpose agent, right? These are simple tools anybody can use, right? Yesterday, I told you, I will teach you how to build a great presentation. We saw Gamma, but if you want to build even more advanced presentation, which tool do I use? I would use GenSpark. I select the AI slides right here, and I just explain what I want, okay? I want you to build a pitch deck like the Y Combinator pitch deck, and create an extensive pitch deck in a McKinsey style. It should be feeling that a McKinsey person with 10 plus years of experience has created this pitch deck about a product. The product is called as Outskill. Outskill teaches people on how to become AI native. It's going to be a global brand which is exclusively focused on teaching generative AI. So create a pitch deck for this idea. I want to raise a total of $10 million using the pitch deck you create. So use all the guidelines of McKinsey, BCG, and all of that, and also follow the template of a Y Combinator pitch deck template. So I'm just saying I want a pitch deck like Y Combinator, your prompt. I mean, you should create a deck like you are working in a McKinsey or a BCG. And I told them the brand and I told them the idea. I click on the send button. Because it's an agent, it's no more a tool. It has the ability to read information on the internet. It has the ability to break down the task. And you can see this. It is suddenly breaking down the task and asking me for clarification. I'm going to say, go on. Don't ask me questions. But if I answer questions, it's going to do even better job. Don't ask me any questions. These are all general purpose agents, by the way. You can use them any which way. So I'm teaching you. Now you can see this. It is doing research. It is going to create a presentation by doing research for us in the backend, by reading up stuff. And you can see this, it has started to write code to create a presentation for us. And the kind of presentation that it gave out to me last time just blew my mind. Because this is a tool which doesn't only create a presentation, but has the ability to think, ability to reason, ability to do research, read up stuff on the internet and everything around it. And that is how it builds a presentation. You can see this, it is thinking, what should be my next slide? It is thinking, it is understanding what needs to be done, and then is creating the presentation with code. And once you see the output, it's going to blow your mind. It's not designing a presentation. It is creating a presentation like a McKinsey consultant. That is the crazy part about this. And this is the power of AI agents. This is a GenSpark, which is an AI agent. Now there's one more AI agent, which all of you guys can play with. These are all basic tools, okay? But I still wanted to give you. And let's say you want a list of companies that raised funding recently. And you want that list on a Google Sheet. What do you do? Give me the list of companies that recently raised more than $10 million. When I say recently, in the last 60 days, which are AI companies only. So I want a list of AI companies that raised more than $10 million in the last 60 days. Once you find the list of companies, find the name of the founder, his LinkedIn profile or his or her LinkedIn profile, the website of the company, the news article, and possibly if you can find his email ID also. I want all of these details to be given to me. You see the size of task that I've given. It needs to have access to the internet. It needs to be able to use a computer. It needs to be able to scrape information on the internet and do all of that. And Manus is going to do all of that for you. You can see this. Okay, I will gather the information about AI companies that have raised more than 10 million. It is going through knowledge. It's going to ask me a follow-up question. So I'm going to say, don't ask me questions. Go and do it to this. And you see this, it is running its own computer on the side. It's a Manus computer that it is running on the side. And when I come to GenSpark, you can see it has already started. Look at the quality of slides, guys. This is McKinsey style slides. It has data, it has numbers. It's not some basic slide that it has come up with without doing any research. And Manus here is basically doing a bunch of things for us, like researching stuff on the internet, and it uses its own computer. You can see what it is doing for us parallelly. And it's going to go and dig in through all the information and find stuff for us. Look at that. It made a task list of things it needs to do to make sure it accomplishes the task. And it's going to do check one at a time as it finishes each one of them. This is the Manus computer, which is doing research for us. And parallelly, GenSpark is building this crazy McKinsey style slides. Guys, do you see these slides? You see how informative they are? I don't know how many of you guys have seen management consultants making slides. This is how they are. Very, very information dense with a lot of numbers. And AI is basically running the show for us in the backend. Someone can testify this because they are management consultants. How insane is this? How insane is this? Sorry for blurry screen. I can't do much about it. But you can see this in parallel. There are two agents parallelly running things for us. Parallelly. Some error came. Don't worry about it. It's going to fix it. It's going to fix it itself. Because I said go through all the companies and find their websites. So it's going through each of the companies, opening up their websites and checking stuff up, which is insane, right? Now, let us leave them as they're working, and we're going to come back to it sometime later. Don't worry about it. Do you guys want to see an AI agent that we built? Do you guys want to see an AI agent that we built? Yes, these are tools, which is great. You can use them. But the ability to build is what makes it really powerful, like I told you, right? You see, what happened was, I wanted to hire an executive assistant because it was getting crazy for me. Right. The reason why it's getting crazy was getting crazy for me is because obviously, right, the team is almost 150 people. We work 24/7 because it's a global brand. We are expected to be everywhere. And I am expected to be everywhere and answer questions of people. Right. And I am expected to attend every meeting that is happening as well, which is going to be so hard for me. I only have 24 hours. Right. And on top of that, I'm terrible on emails. I'm terrible managing my calendar. I'm terrible at a lot of these things that I should be doing. I don't remember stuff because there's so much happening. So some founder recommended me, dude, why don't you hire an executive assistant? You know what? I tried to go out and hire an executive assistant, but it's just that I didn't find anyone who I could like. The good ones were $150,000, $200,000, and it was too expensive for me. I could not afford them. Right. And I didn't want to spend that kind of money. I told you, frugality. While the ones who were coming in my budget were not good enough for me. They were not willing to work like I wanted them to, which is fair. So my team and I spent a couple of days and built an AI agent, which is an executive assistant of mine. It works 24/7 whenever I have a doubt, and it is freakishly intelligent. It attends meetings on my behalf, takes notes, and whenever I ask questions about it, it just gives me the answer like a beautiful EA. And this is an executive assistant that we built inside of our Slack. Slack is a platform that we use for communicating inside of the company. And that is the agent that I built inside of my Slack. Right? Let me show you. You will get a very good sense of what we built. And all of this is built in a couple of days without writing a single line of code. So guys, this is the executive assistant. Okay. You can see a lot of information in the past. Don't get, I would prefer not for you to read it, but I use it for all the things, literally all the things. Its name is Jerry, by the way, and can do a lot of crazy things. Okay. So let us say that I basically ask a question to Jerry. You can see it is using up all the stuff in the back, Manus. Okay. Let's ask a question. I told it can do a lot of things, right? I can say, hey, what's on my calendar tomorrow? Can you give me a breakdown? I mean, I told you, right? It has access to my calendar. So what it can do is it can go into my calendar, connect and see what all things are on my calendar right now, and be able to pull all that information for me. So it's going to take some time. It is an AI. It is not instant. So the way it works is in orchestration format. Let me tell you what that is. Sometimes it fails also. If it fails, you will see it has failed, right? The what orchestration basically means is that the moment I send a question, Jerry is a super agent and Jerry has multiple agents under it. Okay. One thing it can do is one agent manages my calendar. It can create events, it can create new meetings, and it can fetch details about my calendar and everything around it. The second agent is my email agent, which manages all of my email. It can read my email, it can reply to my emails, it can write email, create emails, and give me a summary of my emails and everything around it. One more agent is essentially my Q&A agent. Whenever I have a doubt, you can see of a question that I was recently asking. How much money has Perplexity raised and what's its valuation? Because I don't want to jump to ChatGPT and all of that. So it can pull information from the internet, read about it, and give me the answers as well. One more agent is my meeting agent, which can literally go attend meetings on my behalf, keep all the notes. I can ask questions and it will be able to do that. And you can see this. It says, good news, Vaibhav, your calendar is clear for tomorrow. Fourth, enjoy your day. So basically, I don't have any meetings. Good job. Which is also the case because tomorrow is a weekend, and that is where it is. Now I can ask very, very important questions to it as well, right? For example, I can literally ask AI, hey, when is my next board meeting? By the way, let me show you my calendar. This is my actual calendar, right? This is Sunday tomorrow, and you can see there is nothing on the calendar, right? And there are things that I've not accepted. For example, this I've not accepted. As a result, it doesn't show up, right? So this is one. I can ask even more interesting questions saying that, can you tell me when is my next meeting with my investors? Peak XV and out. So I'm not even asking I'm just asking, when is my next meeting with Peak XV and Owl, which are my investors? I've raised $5 million of funding for building what I'm building right now. And I just asked that simple question. And AI, like I said, the calendar agent, like the agent that I'm talking about, can literally go through my calendar, look, when is my next meeting with Peak XV and Owl, and pull me the date and give me back. Again, it's going to take some time because I have to read through my calendar, find all the information, and give us back the information, right? It says, got it, Weber, let me check your meetings and hang tight. Let's see if it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Being very frank, it's not 100% working all the time because in the end, we are still trying to build the system. But yeah, but as you do this, right, this is the calendar agent. Now, like I told you, it can do a lot more things. That is, it can literally search for my emails, write emails for me, and also schedule meetings for me on the go as I talk to it. For example, let's say there is Uttam here, right? If I want to write an email to him saying, hey, can you, okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let the dates come. We're going to do something very interesting. I think you guys are going to find it very cool. Right? So, but you can see what is happening, right? AI is able to, when I said, hey, what's on my calendar tomorrow? It says, got it, Webhub. Let me check your calendar tomorrow. And it says, good news. Your calendar is completely free for tomorrow. Enjoy the day. Then when I say, can you tell me which is the next meeting with, when is my next meeting with my investors, Peak XV and all? It says, got it. Let me check and get back to you. So hopefully I'm hoping that it's going to check and come back to me. But let's see if it's able to find the event. And once it does this, okay, let's keep, oh, there you go. Hey, Webhub, your next meeting with Peak XV and Owl is scheduled at May 21st, 9 p.m. IST. It's a recurring meeting for 5 minutes or for 45 minutes. Let's see if this is fair, correct or not. May 21st. Look at that. 9 to 9:45 p.m. This is Indian Standard Time. And I have a meeting with my investors there. Now, let's do something interesting. Because I have a meeting with my investors, can you write an email to Uttam in my team asking him to keep the MIS ready about our performance as a company? Because there is a upcoming investor meeting coming in a couple of weeks and I want to be super prepared about it. So ask him to send the MIS report by end of tomorrow. And also, can you do one thing? Can you please block my calendar and also Uttam's calendar on Monday, 7 p.m. so that we can quickly review the MIS together? So what have I said? I said, write an email to Uttam. I also said, schedule a event or schedule a meeting with me and Uttam at when did I say 7 p.m. on Monday. Let us see if it is able to do it. Now, you might be wondering, Webhub, do you send and quick and wait? No, it's an EA. So I just drop a message, I go back to work. And EA does the job and you can see the replies, right? It's coming up, done, this, that. So even if it takes a couple of minutes, it doesn't matter to me because finding all this, writing this email, scheduling the calendar and all that, I'm very lazy, boss. Okay. So I basically get AI to do all of this for me. Okay. So let us see if it is able to do this or not. In fact, I will try to open my email on the side to show you if it did send the email or not. Let us see. Once it is done, we will get an idea. Now, as it is doing this, right? I told you it has the ability to read my emails. And also it has the ability to attend my meetings on my behalf, right? And it is so smart that even if I don't remember which meeting it is, if I just tell what was discussed then, it has the ability to retrieve that information from the meetings I've attended in the past, or even for the meetings that I have not attended. That is the crazy part. It can also pull information from meetings that I have not attended. As long as the meeting was on the calendar, my AI attended that meeting and it will take notes. So it can do stuff like that as well because it is integrated with an AI meeting assistant for me, which it can find information from. And in our case, we use Fireflies. I showed you the Fireflies, right? And it's able to do all of that. Now, I told, draft an email to Uttam. It says, got it, Webhub. I'll draft an email to Uttam about MIS and also block your calendar on Monday at 7 p.m. Let me get started right away. So let's wait for it to get started. I'm sure it's doing in the backend. I'll tell you what it will do. It will first find Uttam's email ID because I told is part of my team. So it should be able to find the email ID of Uttam properly. Let's see if it does or not. Then it will write an email. Yes, it will craft an email to be sent to Uttam. Before it sends, usually it will send an approval request to me, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it could fail. Again, I don't know. We will see if it will work or not. It will send an approval request to me saying, hey, this is the email that I'm planning to send. Are you okay with this? If I approve it, then it will send the email. So let us see if it is able to do that or not. Today, again, right, these are all cutting edge AI stuff, and we are trying to build things right now. It's in a very, very early phase, but having the ability to build stuff like this is very important. As it is, oh, there you go. Got it. I'll draft an email to Uttam. Look at that. Please review and approve the email script. Request for MIS preparation. Hi, Uttam. I hope you find it well. Okay, looks like the email is fine. I'm just going to click on approve. Okay, I've clicked on approve right now. Let us see if the email has gone or not. Uttam, can you tell me if you got the email?
Yes, checking.
Okay, I go to school, sent emails. I think it has not sent the email yet. So let's give it some time because we just approved it. So there's a good chance that it has not sent the email yet. So let's just wait for a second. There's a confirmation message that it sends, and I find it to be very annoying. So I end up deleting all of them. Okay, I have approved it. Uttam, tell me once you get the email.
Yes, I got the mail.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Let us just refresh this. Oh, there you go. Request for MIS preparation. Hi, Uttam. Hope this is the email you got, right?
Yes.
From webhub@growthschool.io. Now let's see if it blocked. Did it block your calendar yet?
I'm checking.
I said when it should block a calendar. Monday at 7 p.m., right? What is today's date? 4th. Where is it? 4th, 5th. Okay, I don't see a calendar block here. Maybe it is not updated or it has not blocked. Like I said, it could fail sometimes as well. So it's a lot of fun. Let me just go to the calendar to see if it has blocked the time. There you go, guys. Uttam, your calendar is blocked, man. Review MIS report with Uttam. The meeting invite has been sent and it's on my calendar as well. Guys, don't you think this is insane? Let us see what AI is. So look at that. All set. I've sent email to Uttam requesting MIS report. I've scheduled the calendar event at 10 p.m. for both of you to review together. Let me know if there's anything to assist you. Now, like I said, there's one more thing that I do. Again, this is a crazy shit. Okay, this is what I'm going to do right now is absolutely crazy. And I'm going to throw a wild, wild wind inside of this, right? I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to say, I recently had a meeting with Raghuveer where we discussed some really interesting things about MCP in the meeting. Could you tell me what all things did we discuss in that meeting? Give me the tools that we spoke about because I can't seem to remember them, and give me like an overall gist of the meeting. I can't remember when the meeting happened, but it happened in a few days back. But just do this research and give me from the meeting notes, right? Meeting notes, okay? That's what I'm asking for it to. Let's see if it is able to get this right. I'm like, go look up. There was a meeting I had with Raghuveer. You attended that as an AI assistant. You should have taken notes. I'm not even telling the meeting name. I'm not even telling the meeting. If I tell meeting title, it should work. I know that for a fact. It's very easy. But I'm not telling. I'm just saying the things that we spoke. That is, I just said, because in the whole meeting, we spoke about MCP for 3 minutes. Okay. Just spoke about MCP for 3 minutes. And let's see what it says. Got it, WebHub. Let me dig into meeting notes with Raghuveer and pull out all the details for you. Won't take long. I'm sure it's going to take a lot of time because I've given it a very, very difficult task. I have not tried this. Let's see if it is able to pull this information or not. Okay. But let's see. It's a lot of work it has to do. First, it understood what we are trying to say. So it has to convert that into a search string, go into the Fireflies API to start searching for that information. Once it finds that information on the Fireflies API, it pulls that information and sends it to OpenAI to kind of condense all that information and then sends that message to us on Slack. That's a lot of work for AI to do, to watch the meeting, to read the transcripts of the meeting, to understand what has happened inside of the meeting. Oh man, it says could not find. Guys, that is too sad. Okay, that is too sad. Let me try to find something else. Okay, it has to do a lot of work. Like I said, it could screw up sometimes, and this time it did screw up. Again, right, if I just try it again, it could work. Okay, so I'm just gonna try it again just to see if it is able to work. Let me try this. Okay, let us see if it is able to work. It doesn't work, that's fine. But it can, I mean, if I give the meeting name, it will be able to pull information, but we are making it do some really, really difficult things here. So obviously it's going to struggle. But guys, it can do a lot of things. It can give me flight details. It can do research for me, like you saw in few of the past examples. Look at this. How much money has Perplexity raised? I asked the question, could you tell me who's the founder? It was able to pull in details. And I used this for quite some time. Look at this. I use this quite often as a real tool. Usually I know how it works. So usually I end up telling this is the email ID of the person. This was the title of the meeting name. I do a little work so that it will end up working and I can get results. But because it's a demo that I'm doing, I'm trying to show off if it can do really difficult things. It's not a smart idea to show difficult things, but I still do it. So let's see if it will work or not. But again, you get the gist, right? It is able to manage my calendar. It is able to manage things like this. And let's do one thing, right? As this is doing, I will also tell you a very cool feature that we are building inside of this. And we are using something called as browser use to be able to do this. So let's say there's a task that I want to give to AI, like Manis is doing right now, right? It is using up internet, using up stuff that is out there to be able to pull information. Exactly like that, I'm trying to give this power to my AI agent, which is Jerry. For that, we are integrating something called as browser use. Okay, I will tell you what that is. We are still working on this. It's called browser use, which can literally use your computer. And we're using the open source version of this. Let me quickly show you as this is doing its work. Looks like it is not able to pull this information, guys. I can show you one more example. Okay, let's say, could you give me the summary of the meeting that I had with the Google for Startups team a few days back? I'm making it very difficult. You see, I'm not even telling the meeting name. So it has to do a lot of research work, but let us see if it's able to pull through this. But if we're using browser use right now to be able to, and the open source version of this to be able to run this, for this, I have to open terminal very quickly and have to run some basic commands. These are not rocket science, so you don't have to worry. Let me just copy this command. I think you guys are going to like what you want to see here. Okay. ls cd desktop cd browser use cd web dash ui. I hope that's the right spelling. Okay, works. And then Python. So this is completely running locally on my computer, by the way. I said these are the kind of crazy systems that we run, which are locally on my computer. And this thing is wild. Okay. If I go to this URL, and this is completely free of cost. Okay. It has the ability to do things on a computer on my behalf. I have to give it an OpenAI API key. Let me just do that. I go to come to configuration, OpenAI 4.0, put my API key here, and then I come to run agent. Let's give it a very difficult job to do. Okay. Let us see if it is able to do it. Copy. And this is the prompt that I'm giving. Go to this website called as Y Combinator. Okay. I'm asking it to select the W25 batch in this, go through all these companies, read about all of them, and give me an Excel sheet in the end where you update all the information for me by going through all this information. So basically I'm saying in the prompt, I want you to give me startup ideas. That's what I'm saying, okay? Basically, I'm asking you to go through Y Combinator list, find very interesting startup ideas that I can build. So I've given my strengths and weaknesses as well. You can see this, my weaknesses, my strengths, and go through Y Combinator website, list the startups of W25 batch, go through all of the details and fill this Google sheet for me is what I'm saying. I click on run agent. Okay, it has started to run. It should pop up a Chrome window. Okay, there you go. The Chrome window is opened, by the way. This is done by it. I'm not using this Chrome window. Okay. Oh my God. Sorry about that. Again, sorry about that. And where is this Chrome window? Okay. So what it's going to do right now is, look at this. I'm not using the computer, guys. it's going to open up all these websites like ycombinator.com. You can see it is right now trying to analyze. It is right now trying to analyze the website to see what all are inside of it. Okay, it's trying to read that information on what all is there by using all its vision. Now it's selected W25 batch that you can see right now. And now again, it's looking at the whole page. And now that it has read the whole page, it's going to go inside of it and find information for us one at a time. Okay. Let us see what it is doing. It is going through one company at a time. And meanwhile, let us see if, look at that, guys. Meanwhile, this is doing, the other AI agent of mine, Jerry, actually went through the meeting of Google for Startups, and it kind of gave me a summary of what was discussed in the Google for Startups meeting that I had recently. I had that on April 28, 2025. There's an actual meeting that I had with the Google company, with Google for Startups, because we have partnership with them, and it was able to pull through all of that stuff. Now, as it is doing, as that is being done, we are getting AI to literally use your computer. Guys, are you able to see what are you able to realize what's happening here? Drop a comment insane in the chat if you see what's happening. AI is literally using my computer. AI is literally using my computer right now, guys. And it's able to understand and do everything I want it to do without me touching my keyboard. And all of this is happening real time live in front of me. And I'm using something called as browser use right now. It is buggy. Obviously, it is buggy. I'm going to stop this right now. Obviously, it is buggy. I'll just click on the stop button and can do all of that information for me. So I don't care. Imagine the power of this. Why am I showing you all of this? I told you AI agents are going to take up a lot of jobs, right? What did I mean by that? You saw Jerry, which is able to do all the job that an executive assistant does. You just saw me using computer use. We just saw GenSpark right here, which literally built out this extensive McKinsey style presentation. We got Manus to do the research for us and still doing the work, all happening parallelly. All happening parallelly as we are doing work. And we got Goose to kind of do stuff on our computer. These are everything that is AI being able to do parallelly for us using AI agents. If AI can literally use your computer to do things, they can literally do any task that is on the computer. There are new models which can use softwares. Exactly, they can use Figma, they can use Salesforce. There are agents coming up for that. And this is where people say a lot of jobs are going to go. The jobs that are going to stick around are going to be AI generalists who can use these tools. You can run these, they become the AI operators, AI agent operators who are using AI agents to be able to do work of 10 different people at once. That is the power of being an AI generalist, the ability to build crazy things like this. Guys, that is where you've done, these are the kind of things I want you to be able to do once you're done with level 5. These are the kind of things you should be able to build. A bot like Jerry, right? A operator agent like browser use and things like that are the kind of things that you should be able to build. And that is the world we are living in terms of AI. And these are the kind of things you can do if you get through advanced version of all the 5 levels. Once you've gone through 5 levels, I think it's going to take you about 18 months to be able to pull through. Once you have done that, you have level 6 where you connect all the dots. That is what a true generalist is. So, are you guys convinced right now that all of you guys, if you become AI generalists, you will have an absolute unfair advantage no matter who you are? An entrepreneur, working professional or hustler, AIG in the chat, if you guys are convinced. After seeing all of this, if you're still not convinced, I have no idea what I could do, right? My job here was to give you direction. And I hope I have done that really well for you guys to get an idea. Right? And you have to stay on top of things all the time. So guys, no matter who you are, entrepreneurs, working professionals or hustlers, if you become AIGs, that is AI generalists, you will be the OGs, right? In the best form, in the best way possible. Now, with that being said, there are two paths you can take here, guys. We are 2 minutes away from the lunch break. There are two paths you can take here. I will give you the full roadmap so that you can learn it yourself. But yesterday, I requested you something. I need 15 minutes of your time during your lunch break to talk about an incredible program that we have built that will help you to become an AI generalist from beginner to intermediate to advanced. Now, it is your lunch break that is starting in 2 minutes. So you can happily choose not to listen to this and drop off from the call. I don't want to waste anybody's time if they're not interested. For people who are keen, who are curious to know how we as Outskill can help you beyond these 2 days, this is the best step for you to take after the 2 days is over. You can stick around to listen to this. Do I have your permission? I have given my 100% over the course of last 8 hours to give you as much value as possible. If you think I have owned 10 minutes of your time to talk about a program that we have built, do give me that. If you think this is something that you're not interested, you can feel free to drop off from this call, go into your lunch break and come back when, Uttam? Come back when?
3:30 EST.
You can come back at 3:30 EST. You can drop off from the call right now. The session is done. The lunch break is on. I am taking 15 minutes of your lunch break to talk about this program. You can choose to sit to listen or you can choose to drop off. You see, I want to make sure that we give a lot of value to people and earn the respect of yours to talk about something that we do as marketing for 15 minutes. Do I have your permission? Do I have your permission? Yes. Can I take 15 minutes of your time? Yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you very much. Now, super excited to talk about a 6-month program that we have built, a 6-month program, because I don't think you can become a generalist in less than 6 months, even if we teach you. It's going to take that time, but will help you to become the top 1% when it comes to AI first world. And we call this the AI Generalist Fellowship. It's a global program where more than 45 people from 45 different countries are participants of, right? And that is what I want to introduce you to. Now, this program is very different and very unique, right? Because you learn everything the Outskill way. While in the 2-day program, because I spent most of the time to teach you so far. But in the 6-month program, we get you people from the best places in the world. People who are building things inside of Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, NVIDIA, OpenAI. These are the kind of guys who are going to come and teach you. These will be your teachers over the course of 6 months. Next, you will learn with a global community. Like I said, there are people from 45 different countries. I'm sure by the next cohort, it will become 60 countries. So you will have a friend, no matter which country you land in, because of the alumni network of Outskill. This is a truly global learning platform. And finally, you'll learn by building things. So far, because it's a 2-day mastermind, all we could do is teach you a lot of things so they can consume, and it's on you to be able to execute those things. Because or else this would become 7 days and we can't run it for 7 days. I'm sure you guys know, because we sell this for only like $500, right? The mastermind, the 2-day mastermind. So for $500, we can only do a 2-day experience, right? And we do our best. But in a 6-month program, because we will have the time, you will get a chance to learn and build with us. And it's incredible, okay? I'm gonna give you a directional sense of what this is. But this program is not for everyone. What do I mean by that? If you could not understand even 50% of the program, I'm not talking about the stuff that I showed you in the last 30 minutes. Obviously you can't build all of these things because you have to go through level 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5, and also beginner, intermediate, and advanced to be able to pull this information. But yesterday's session and 80% of today's session, if you're not able to understand even 50% of the content, this program is not for you. If you don't believe in the AI first future, this program is not for you. If you can't unlearn and keep your experience aside, because I know there'll be people from Harvard, Stanford's, 15 years, 20 years experience will come into the program. If you can't unlearn, this program is not for you. And also, if you're someone who's like, can I get a certificate? Can I get a job guarantee? If that is the expectation, stay away. You still are not getting the sense of what it takes for you to become an AI generalist, right? These are the things. If it is any of you guys, feel free to drop off from the call because this program is not for you. Now, what will we teach you in this program? Obviously, right? You already know about the 5 levels: the foundations, beginner, intermediate, advanced prompting, deep dive into diffusion, building AI agents, and building full-fledged AI products. All the examples that I told you, you'll be able to build them like this. You'll be that savvy. In fact, even more, because I didn't show you everything, because you'll be like, if you show you just those things, you'll be like, I can't do this. But that is not true. Everybody can do this. I don't know how to write a single line of code. I can do this. We have students, more than 1,000 students right now who are part of this program. They are all able to do it. So I'm sure you can do it as well, even if you don't know how to write a single line of code. These are all the 5 levels you will learn. And also you will have a capstone project. In the capstone project, whatever you learn, right, you translate that into building, where you build your own AI agent like Jerry that you just saw, or build your own software like the examples that you saw. We are going to teach you and we're going to direct you so that you become builders, not just learners. And that is what will happen in the 6 months of building. And by the end of 6 months, you guys will truly become one of the world's first few AI generalists, all set to win the world, right? Here's a complete structure of the program very quickly. Guys, it's a 6-month program, but we start something called as week 0, which runs for 2 weeks, which is online onboarding. What happens here is, because there are people from all over the world, before the program starts, 2 weeks before that, we get you to meet others, meet people, because you have to build that camaraderie between all of you people. That is your family for the next 6 months. So you spend a lot of time, chill with them, learn a few things together and whatnot before the program starts. That is the orientation. Next comes the phase 1 of learning, which will go on for 5 months, right? Level 1 to level 5. So basically, we'll help you to cover level 1 to level 5 in just 5 months. Something that would take you about 2 years to do it yourself, you can learn that in 5 months, because we are going to drive you, direct you, exactly tell you what needs to be done, how to learn, and give you support all throughout. So you can learn much, much faster, right? And you're going to learn first 5 levels in just 5 months. And what is the 6th month for? If you have learned everything, you spend a 1 full month building. You will build AI agents, you will build AI powered products, like I just showed you. And people have been building some wild things. Some crazy ideas are being brought into reality because of AI. And this is all being done by learners, and you will do that as well. And finally, once this is done, the phase 3, which we don't talk about very often, also starts, which is called the demo day. What happens in this demo day is, because you spend 1 full month building project, we want you to showcase this to the world. And we do a demo day. The last demo day happened at Google headquarters. Okay. In India, the Google headquarters in Bangalore is where the demo day happened. I'll show you a video as well. You'll get a sense where if you can fly down, a lot of people all over the world flew down from there. About 25 country people had flown down. But if you can fly down, great. You'll get to see us. And the next one could happen somewhere else. We are trying to do that next one in Dubai as well, but I can't guarantee you that, right? If you can't fly down, you can obviously join in online and present. But if you fly down, it's going to be a lot of fun, because you'll meet all your team before, and we'll give you a 3 months heads up so that you can do all your arrangements, right? And you have a chance to pitch it in front of 500 people live. And on top of that, this thing will be telecasted live on the internet. Last time when we did it, more than 1 million people saw it. So it's insane exposure for most of the people out there. So this is how the program goes on. It's 6 months, completely online, with the demo day having the ability for you to come for the demo day offline, and that is optional. If you cannot come, it's totally understandable. That's fine as well. Now, the next cohort is starting on 8th June. So we are literally like a month away, less than that. This is when the next cohort is starting. The time commitment for us is 6 to 8 hours is what you have to spend every week to be able to learn. All the sessions usually happens on Saturdays and Sundays, which is 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. EST. Okay. These are your timings of the sessions on Saturday and Sunday. During the weekdays also, we do a few sessions like office hours, and a couple of time zones they run on, so that a lot of people can get support all throughout. And also all the session recordings will be available, because we understand it's a 6-month program. So we do understand that, we have to give you the recordings. If you guys have any questions, you can put them in the Q&A box, guys, and we will try to take those questions towards the end. Okay. This is how the whole thing kind of works. And of course, right, like I told you, you will learn from the best people like Jean, Chris, Francisco, Nikki, Sandeep, Sagar, Priyanku, Manish, Divij, Vineet, Ben. There's some incredible people from all over the world who are coming in. And we also have a dedicated track for people who are software engineers, who have the ability to write code, who can write Python. For them also, we have a separate track. So there's a program, there's a different track for people who can't code, and there's a separate track for people who can code as well. Okay, you can select whichever program you want. With that being said, let's get into the enrollment process. A very important question to get to, right? In the enrollment process, you won't, if you guys are imagining that I will give you a payment link and you will have to pay for the program, that is not possible. We literally select each and every person who gets to join the program. We interview them. We understand if they're a good fit. We understand if they can add value to your community. If that is the case, we select them and then you get a chance to pay for the program. Our acceptance rate as of cohort 3 is at 7%. If 100 people try to join the program, 7 people eventually get an acceptance to join. So we have done almost 40,000 interviews to, like last cohort I think we've done excess of 25,000 interviews, if I'm not wrong. Some 30,000 interviews to select some 400 people, something like that. That is how we landed at 7% last time. But yeah, there is no way for you to join the program directly. You have to get selected. For that, we do a one-on-one interview with everyone. Okay. But there is a problem. You can see there are 2,000 people on the call even now, even after 1,800 people on the call, even after I asked people to drop off. So barely 100 people left the call. And I know when I drop a calendar link saying this is your place to book your interview, go ahead and book. I know thousands of people will book and we will not have the time to interview because the kind of people who do the interviews are people who are AI generalists. We don't want salespeople to do your interview. We want AI generalists to come talk to you, listen to you, and select you if you are a good fit. If you're not a good fit, to tell you that you're not a good fit. And we don't have unlimited people to take your interviews. As a result, what we did was, like any other product or college or institution, we added a $499 non-refundable application fee. So that, in fact, if you go to our website, right? If you go to our website, you will be able to see this, that there is a non-refundable application fee that you have to pay. You can see this, which is basically $499. And once you pay for this, that is when you get a chance to join the program. You have to pay for that fee. And the reason is very simple, right? So that we don't get people who are not serious. People who pay an application fee are serious. And just like any top university or elite program, we do that. You pay a $499 non-refundable fee as an application fee. If you get selected, great. If you get rejected, at least we gave you a very good interview experience for the money you paid, right? And if you get selected, you can pay the rest of the amount to join the program. That's what we did outside. That's what we did before. But because you guys all have spent 2 days with me already, my team was like, Vaibhav, can we do something special? Can we make for first 100 people who apply for interview, who book their interview slot, can we make it free? After first 100 people, we can start charging $499 again, right? So I said, let's do it. And this is what we are doing. So very soon after I reveal the payment, $499 of application fee has been cut out for the first 100 people who join the program. Once that is done, you'll have to pay the $499 fee. This is the application fee, my friends. Post that, there's a full program fee that I'll talk about very soon. Obviously, it's a 6-month program. It's a global program, right? Now that this is clear, let's jump into what is the fee? What is the cost of the program? Well, let me jump right inside of it. Guys, it's a 6-month program taught by the best people in the world. So the best price we could land to is basically $9,995 for all of the 5 months of learning, 1 month of building, lifetime access to the community, and everything around it. Okay, that is the price that is coming up to $9,995. But because we are currently running an early bird, we usually do the early bird. You could see the price on the website as well. We want to do even something nicer. This is the early bird price on the website, which is $7,995. But because all of you guys have spent the time, we said, you know what, anyways, the early bird is running. Let's do extra scholarship. As a result, for the cohort 4 of early bird, which will go on for the next 6 days. Okay. If you guys get selected, you have to get selected, you will get a flat $5,000 scholarship. As a result, you could get the program for $4,995 if you get selected. Very, very important. If you get selected, and please don't take offense if you don't get selected. Like I said, the acceptance rate has been at 7%. So there's a very good chance that you might get rejected. But we have some incredible people, guys, incredible people in the community who are part of the program already. And I want to show you a few of them. Okay. So that is the price. And on top of that, we know that there are people from all over the world joining in. There are people from Africa, there are people from India, there are people from Sri Lanka, there are people from Malaysia, right? There are people from Indonesia, Philippines, and the people from US, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and whatnot, right? There are few countries where the GDP per capita is not so high for them to be able to afford a $4,995 fee, even if they get selected. As a result, for those people who we think are incredibly good, we do an extra $1,500 to $2,000 scholarship on top of $4,995 during the early bird if you come from a country which cannot afford this price. Okay, so we do something called as Fair Access Scholarship. And the best part about the scholarship is that it is co-funded by our alumni and us. So our alumni who are already part of the program kind of co-fund it. And also we fund half of it. So all the people from countries where you think $4,995 after 50% scholarship is also expensive, as Fair Access, you can unveil a max of $2,000 more, a max, right? And obviously, right, most of the people don't get it. We only select very limited people there, but wanted to put that out as well. And then we also do a women empowerment grant. Now, what is a women empowerment grant? You get an extra 10% scholarship on top of the 50% early bird scholarship that you get if you are women. This is our way to make sure we are getting a lot of female and women audience to participate and become AI native as well. Right? When we did the first cohort, we could not find a lot of women to be part of this. And we want more people, more inclusivity. As a result, we added an extra 10% scholarship on top of that. Right? So guys, if you get selected at early bird, you get it for $4,995. Right? With that being said, my team has dropped the calendar link in the chat. You can click on the link to block your interview. Okay? This is the enrollment process. This is how it goes. The link is in the chat. The interview link is on the chat. Once you click on the link, you'll be asked a question. Do you want it with coding or without coding? You can select whichever option you want. Once you select that, you will see a few slots that are open. Okay. You can select the date. For example, let's say, I mean, these are all old dates, obviously. But if you click on any of those dates, this pop-up will open up where you enter your name, email ID, phone number, the industry that is, years of experience. And again, you select with coding or without coding track and put your LinkedIn URL and schedule an event. The first 100 slots, we have waived off the $500 application fee. After the first 100 slots are done, you will have to pay for the $500 fee as well. Sorry about that. Okay, so like I said, interview booking happens. You have to book an interview, select the track that you want, coding or without coding. Again, let me tell you, people who have more than 3 years of experience writing Python should select with coding. If you don't have at least 3 years experience of writing Python, you should select without coding. You will not be able to understand it. Okay, then you select the dates. And also, of course, right, you can select the time zone that you want as well. You can select the time zone that you want as well. Select the dates. Once it is done, fill in all these details and then schedule an event. You have some incredible people who will be doing your interviews like Uttam, Funny. Like I told you, there's a reason why we added a $499 fee. That is because we wanted, essentially AI generalists to interview rather than some random people. As a result, we had to limit the count of people who we can take interviews of. That's exactly why we added the price. Right? So guys, the link is shared in the chat. Let me show you a few more things. Okay. If you go to outskill.com and click on alumni, right, you'll get a sense of kind of people who are part of this program. You can see this. Pilar from US, Kit from US, Portugal, Luis, Lutz from Germany, Saeed from UAE, Monica from Singapore, Naresh from Italy, right? Natalie Ramanutsa, if I got her name right, from France. Right? So you have people, a bunch of people. In fact, you can connect with them and talk to them as well. And there is something very special we do inside of Outskill. And we call it the cohort progress. So we are probably the only education company that we know who works this transparently. We literally publish how our cohort is going real time live. Okay, you can see this is cohort 1 details. There are 210 learners from 30 different countries. The current average CSAT is 4.8 out of 5, and they're currently learning level 4. And on a every week level, we publish how much is the average rating. Even if it goes down, we are okay to put that number up. Not just that, we break it down on a level as well. For example, this is the level 1, which went on from Jan 17 to Jan 31st. The average CSAT there was 4.64 out of 5. The content CSAT was 4.62. The mentor CSAT was 4.59. And the community CSAT was actually 4.7 out of 5. Right? Now, you can also see the weekly breakdown of how the rating is. What are the top things that people like about us, and what are the things that people didn't like as well? We want to talk about not only good things, but also bad things. If people didn't like a few things, we will talk about them. You can go to outskill.com/cohort to get this data. And you might be like, what if you guys are lying about these numbers? You could make up anything. That's exactly why we put a proof video. A proof video which shows exactly the fact that these are all real numbers. And then we also kind of talk about the things that people are doing, the concepts that people have learned. This is level 2. You can see the community CSAT. People love the community. The community is incredible. But average CSAT is 4.55. This was level 2. And same goes with level 3. The average CSAT went for a skyrocket here for 4.79. As a result, you can see this. From 4.35, we jumped to 4.81 from week 10 to week 11. So we want to put everything openly so that you guys know what we are doing. And all of this, again, the things that they like, the things that they don't like, and everything around it. So essentially, we kind of are very, very, very open about everything that we do, unlike any other brand out there, right? And that is how we teach, guys. And you have people from all over the world who are part of the community. You know what? Recently, the person who is a BAFTA award winner, who has been nominated for Oscar, he was the guy who was I think he did creative producing for movies like Pacific Rim. I can't remember his name. Oh, maybe you can remind me his name, right? Got into our program. A Oscar nominee is part of the program, and you guys, he will be the alumni with you guys. There are CEOs of companies which are worth billions of dollars who are part of this program as well. The massive consulting firm owners who are part of this program. There are working professionals working in top companies all over the place
I
are
am
also
Neha
part of the
Bapna.
program. We also have an active
I
kind of
am Neha
partnership
Bapna.
with,
I am a marketing automation.
sorry about that. Uttam, can you send me the Google video? Because I can't seem to find it.
Yes, it is attached in that slide itself, but I'll send.
No, I didn't see the slide only.
Okay.
Guys, we have active partnerships with companies like Google. Yes, like Google, where we have done a lot of crazy stuff as well with them. And like I said, right, the last demo day happened at the Google HQ. Crazy. We have a partnership with Perplexity. We close a partnership with Bolt. We are working with the leading AI companies to make sure you guys get the highest value out there. So we are currently the world's largest AI first company, right? And we are only going and adding more value. Like I said, there's some crazy people out there who are learning, who are winning the world of AI. With that being said, guys, I don't know what you guys are still doing on the call. Go ahead, block your interviews if you guys want to. Right? Go ahead and block your interviews if you want to. And let me see if I can find that video. Oh, there you go. So like I said, we have an active partnership with Google as well. Give me a second. I'm going to quickly play that video. There you go. This is the one. Check this video out, guys, and drop in any questions if you guys have in the chat. I'll be happy to kind of talk and answer a few questions that team is not able to answer. And guys, if you don't have any questions, if you're blocked your interview, go ahead for your break, lunch break. There's nothing left anymore. Just wanted to talk about it. I said 15 minutes. Thank you for giving me 20 minutes of your time, right? But if you have questions, keep dropping them in the chat. I'll come back and answer your questions as well. Okay. But do watch this video. This was something that happened at Google. Is the audio audible?
Yes.
For all the people who are seeing me for the first time, my name is Vaibhav Sisanti. We introduce the brand Outskill.
In 3, 2, 1, stay ahead. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Of course, right? In the video, you'd be seeing us with drinks as well because we realized having fun and partying is as important as learning, right? So we do that as well. Uttam, my audio is audible or
Yes,
no?
it's perfect.
It's perfect, right? Okay, cool. So guys, what I can do is you can drop in your questions in the Q&A box. I will be happy to take your questions. But before that, right, I wanted to take like a quick 2-3 minute break, right? Once I come back, I'll start taking a few questions. If you have anything about the program or anything else, just drop it. I'll try to take a few of them. But with that being said, I'm going to take a quick 2 minute break. I'm going to love to the washroom and come back. Meanwhile, maybe I'm going to Uttam, should I play the last video or will you do it?
I will do that. You can take a
Okay,
break.
do it. Guys, make sure you put your questions in the chat. You see, I've already sat because I'm also very, very tired after talking for such a long time. But overall, before I go, right, I wanted to ask a question. How does the 6 month program look to you like? Have you seen anything like this anywhere? If you think this is insane, drop a comment insane in the chat if you think the 6 month program is insane. Guys, there is nothing like this anywhere. That's exactly why we have to select people. Because if I open this up, like a ton of people are going to come inside and we will not be able to do justice to them. That's exactly why we made it based on selection. And I see a few people are like, can't afford it. It is expensive and things like that. Insane, but expensive. I get it, right? It's not going to be affordable for everyone. But you know what? Getting people to teach you from the top companies, making sure the content is always updated, making sure you're getting the highest value, making sure you're getting support every time you're getting stuck, running the whole operation is very expensive. I have 100 people team which runs this so that we can give you the support because it's not easy for anybody to be able to do it. And all of that sadly comes at a cost. Of course, right? If we would have done this as a recorded course, we could have sold this for like $2,000, right? But that's not the case. You get my point? So that is what I'm trying to say. Essentially, that is exactly why the price has gone up. But that's why we brought in the pay parity as well. The pay parity kicked in purely because of that. So that all of you guys get, I mean, no matter which country you're coming from, will be able to afford it. But we could shrink it to as least as possible, right? We could not move the needle further. With that being said, Uttam, you can probably run the video. I'm going to come back in a couple of minutes and I will start taking questions. And maybe put the link as well. Yeah.
I am Neha Bapna. I'm a marketing.
Yes, folks, the link is in the chat. Some of you are messaging that you are not able to find the link. You can on the screen see a QR code as well. So just in case you are not able to find on chat or click on chat, you can just take out your mobile phone and scan the QR code with your camera and you will be able to go to the Calendly link, or you can just type in your browser this swiy.co/AIGF, AI Generalist Fellowship Program. If you type that short URL, then also you will be able to access. Now you can watch out this video, which is an experience sharing video of our learners to get you a sense what kind of experience you can have.
I am Neha Bapna. I'm a marketing automation and marketing operations expert with close to 2 decades of experience behind me.
Yeah, I am Caroline, coming from south of France.
My name is Manoj Mhatre. I work for Disney, the IT.
My name is Natalia Ramanan Sufra. I am both a multiple entrepreneur and an executive advisor. I've been since 38 years actually in the industry of entrepreneurship.
I'm Bambilasha, and I'm right now taking care of my family business.
I felt like I'm with my family. It's been like I flew from US. I landed at 2 a.m. and I was here at 10 a.m. for the event. And you guys have planned very well. And your follow-ups and your information exchange and all the automation you have put together is beautiful. And all the things what you have done here logistically has made people home, even though they come from so far. Even though I have a jet lag, but I didn't feel like. But everything was planned so nicely. So thank you for doing that. And
I have attended so many programs in my career, and for this young team to be able to pull off an event of this stature was absolutely fantastic.
And I do strongly believe in the necessity to become generalist. Like I said, I'm a generalist myself because I don't come from a technical background. And I think that many years ago, this was probably something like a weakness for me. But today, when you look at what it takes to really properly handle digital transformation, being a journalist is really a must-have.
I must say, I've been saying that since yesterday, that you guys have put up a fantabulous show. I loved it.
Very nice people, very kind, very open-minded, very interested into it. Not like I'm here to show off. So it's really a family type even. And all this presentation, they made sense. That it was very interesting to listen to see because you always hear stories, but these were told in a way that you were captivated. There was some real answers you wanted to hear. So yeah, perfect day.
But because I've attended so many of your programs, I've seen the quality of content. And the best part is I've seen so many people who don't update their content like forever, and they think that, sab kuch chalta hai, which is not the case here. And I see the passion. So I find it's a great relationship because my passion needs to match somebody else's passion. And that's what happens here. So I think I would just say go for it. There's nothing to think about.
Because you're the best. That's the real thing. I have other courses. Take this one. Don't even bother to look around. I've been looking all of them. In the US, everywhere. Okay, you will work hard. At least we'll bring you something.
All right. Thanks for that. So guys, I don't know why you guys are still here. You probably have some questions, which my team has been answering any which ways. Right. But you know what? There is a very interesting thing that we are doing, which is, towards the end of today, we will be taking a few more questions if you guys have anything about the program. So stick around. You can ask all your questions about the program after all the sessions are over today. Uttam, we are doing that, right, in breakouts?
Yeah.
So we're doing that in breakout rooms so that you can ask the questions that you have about the program. With that being said, okay, actually, I don't need my screen share to be there anymore. I can see a few questions. Let me try to answer a few of them while I see my team is answering from the top as well. Let me answer a few of them as well. Okay. So you can see this. This is the question that I'm seeing on the screen. Uttam, can you guys see the question on your screen?
Yeah. We can see it.
Yeah. So the question says, I would like to try the interview, but it's impossible for me to start in June. Well, you can interview right now. If you get selected, you can block your seat for the next one as well. That should not be a program. Okay. I walked away for a bit. What is the price? So Jennifer, the price is $4,995 after the 50% scholarship. The actual price was $9,995, but we're doing an early bird. As a result, if you get selected, you can get that for $4,995. And for women, there's an extra 10% scholarship as well. Since I'm located in Egypt, I can travel with no issues if it is really necessary. I would prefer learning remotely. The whole session, Ahmed, 6 months of program is completely done remotely. You don't have to travel for that. We have a demo day which happens for 2 days, once in every 6 months, which will happen like 7-8 months later. For that, you can fly down wherever that is happening if you can. If you can't, that's fine as well. The whole program is remotely learning. Can I learn from Outskill courses to create CAD AI assistant driven by your voice? Well, there are a lot of ideas that you can build on top of that. I really don't know what CAD AI assistant is, but we teach you how to build and you get a lot of assistance. So there is a very good chance that you can build it. And during your interview, you can discuss, John, if this is something that you would want to do or not. Okay. Om, try to answer the questions from the bottom as well so that we can get done with this faster. Guys, we'll try to wrap it up in 10 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay. How do we know that we are part of 100? So far, we have kept it open. I think, to be frank, we told 100, but we kept 200 seats in the backend. So we have kept it live right now. I don't know how many more seats we have, Uttam. My team messaged me in the backend saying web of the 100 were gone in no time. So we kind of opened up 100 more seats. Uttam, how many more seats are left? Could you just give a heads up?
Just checking the backend. I can see 18.
Okay, there are 18 more seats, guys. After that, we will open up the payment link, or you can always go to the website and pay as well. I'm on the first course. I'm 65. We are setting up the whole new consulting service as a result of what I have learned. Yes, Anne, how are you? Anne was basically part of is still a part of the first cohort. And right now she is setting up, she's 65 years old. I don't know if Anne is here, actually still no. Maybe we could pull her if she is open to coming and talking about how her experience is. Om, Uttam, see if we can do that. But Anne, how are you? Huge shout out. Guys, she's 65 years old and she is one of the most active students we have. On in every class, asking tough doubts and a very tough learner. Okay. She's not easy on us. She's very tough, but she is amazing. Right. And she is here. Oh, wow. Anne is here. How
Hi,
are you,
guys.
Anne?
I'm very well, actually. I gate crashed your mastermind today. So I've just done 3 hours on on NAN, which was amazing.
Yeah.
And as you can see, I'm a little bit older than most people on the course, but I run a digital marketing agency. I've been sent up to the bedroom today. But I run a digital marketing agency in the UK, and we've completely pivoted our business as a result of this course. I did the mastermind in November and started in January, and I've completely become obsessed. And the guys are amazing. I mean, some of the lessons are a bit tough. I found the Comfy UI quite difficult, but I've got some incredible examples of some things that I've created. If anybody looks me up on LinkedIn, you can see all the posts that I've talked about the course. So I'm a massive fan, and if you are serious, I can't recommend the course enough, because I think without it we wouldn't have progressed as fast. And it's a brilliant way of getting of doing this in a very intense way. But you have to work very hard. It's not something that you do lightly. And if you are going to be serious about this and you're going to become a professional and you're going to do it as part of your business, you've got to be prepared to spend, I reckon, about 20% of your life at least just doing this. The guys behind the scenes, I dare to think what time it is in India at the moment.
It is 12:30 a.m.
The guys are amazing, and if you guys are quavering about whether you should do it or not, it's definitely worth the investment. But you do have to work hard, and you do have to put the investment of time. I'm quite technical, but I can't code. But I've absolutely loved it, and you're right, I will give you guys a lot of I was nearly going to swear there, but I give you guys a hard time. But the team, our cohort's amazing. We all help each other out. The WhatsApp group's brilliant. What else do you want me to tell them? You can pay me later as well, by the way.
So guys,
no, this is genuine. This is a genuine thing. I mean, I've just been on a course all day, and I'm sitting in because I'm going to watch the next part. So this is completely genuine, and I've even written a book already.
Did you realize the number of changes we have made on the mastermind?
I know.
Already?
I was quite disappointed. I've been complaining to the team saying, can we have that bit into our cohort before the end, please? I saw some of the stuff that you got in the new scheme, and to be honest, the course has already changed significantly in the last 4 months because
Yes.
of the pace of innovation. But they are very good at introducing, and we were learning about DeepSeek before it hit the press
Yes.
about a week before. So these guys are absolutely on it all the time. But I've realised as we've gone through, they're only a few months ahead of us because it's all moving so fast. But they've got a massive team, and the guys do some incredible research. So
Yeah,
it's
so
been
we
great.
are, and you saw a lot of MCP stuff that has come in, right? So it is coming
Yeah.
in the cohort as well in a couple of weeks.
I know.
Yeah.
I realized that, but it was some of the vibe coding stuff that you're in,
Yes.
Lovable and Bolt, which we haven't had a chance to cover. So, but yeah, I know we will be. So yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's brilliant. And if anybody wants to DM me and ask me questions, I'm quite happy. I'm Anne Stanley on LinkedIn.
You're
Anyway,
gonna
I'll let
get
you go.
flooded. You're gonna get
You weren't
flooded.
expecting a live testimonial, were you?
No, I didn't know you were here. I saw Anne. I was like, is that the same Anne? And you were like, cohort one. And then I was like, oh, yeah, of course she is. And then I just asked, would you be willing to come up on the camera? And it just happened.
Yeah,
In
of
fact,
course.
like my whole team, like Om has dropped a message on Slack, serendipity. Uttam says, what a testimonial. Wow, such an organic one. Pankuri is like, God is with us. Like literally, this is what people are dropping on the Slack channel of my team. But again, thank you so much. And folks, I have a request for all of you people. Anne is pivoting her digital marketing agency to a consulting AI first agency. Should we all say a good luck to her in the chat? A good luck to Anne so that she can kill it. She will kill it with the AI agency that she is building. And Anne do share 10% of the revenue. That was the deal.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. My agency is called Annika, which is Buddhist for impermanence, which is so true at the moment. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank
Anyway,
you, Anne.
I'm
Thank
still
you so
staying
much.
around because I think you've got another session in a bit, haven't you?
Yeah. And there are a
okay.
lot of
Anyway,
questions
thank
as
you.
well. So I have to run through. But thank you, Anne. Thank you so much. There you go. You can see all the nice little messages, guys. This is a surprise for us, right? But awesome. Let's jump right in. Guys, the break is happening. Alan, the break is on. People are sticking around just to get a sense of what's happening here. The break is on. Please go for your break. I see 1,400 people still on the call. I know that, but not much I can do about it. Okay, let me quickly jump in through the other questions. Okay, the other question says, I'm not academic education. I learned all of my, yeah, absolutely. You're a self-learner. Adotito Giantano. If I got your name right, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's all fine. You can do that. Is it possible to integrate other tools like Notion to the super agent? Yes, you can. You can integrate 8,000 different tools. If there's a make.com integration, if the Zapier integration, you can integrate all of that. Okay, what is the price of the 6-month program? Neha, the price of the program is 4,995 after scholarship, but women get an extra 10% discount. So you can effectively get that for $4,500. Okay. Will there be coverage of AI image and video generation? There is a one full level dedicated for image, video, and everything. So Mike, we will go very, very deep on this. Can it be done? Can it be done for free for a business with unlimited conversations? Nothing in life comes for free. Even all these AI credits are very, very expensive. So they cannot give you for free. But it's not that you're going to go bankrupt. For example, I end up spending personally about $10 a month on credits, and I do a lot of things, like a lot of things, right? $10, $15 is enough per month. Is it one time or could be paid monthly? There are EMI options present if you have the option. So guys, like you guys can see on the screen, you guys can go and take your break right now. There are 60 odd questions which I'm trying to answer live. But once this is done, I need to go for a break as well. But please go and have your lunch. Meanwhile, okay. I mean to ask, what's the mean age of the participants of AI Generalist? Usually on an average, people have about 8 to 25 years of experience. So people from all over the buckets, right? And it's going to be quite hard to give you that number. 6 months program is fine, but what kind of timings every week or weekday? So Uttam, can you just tell the timings because I keep forgetting the IST and EST conversions?
Yeah. So the classes are going to happen on Saturday and Sunday, which is weekend, and it is going to be 9 a.m. EST and 8 a.m. CST. And for people in the Indian time zone, it is 7:30. So for you, 9 a.m. EST to 12 noon EST.
Okay, and that translates to 7:30 p.m. IST in India, right?
Yeah. So both days, Saturday 3 hours and Sunday 3 hours. And we do understand that life can take over and you might have a personal travel commitment, professional commitment. So you do get recordings of each lectures so that if in case you miss it, you can cover up, but all lectures are live.
Awesome. I see a question, but if you join you guys for 6 months as well as the training revenue stream, what are the plans of additional revenue? I'm trying to work out what type of product am I going to become. My angle is I want to be part of something big. Okay, so Steve, I have a question. Like I see your question. You want to be part of something big and like-minded AIGs, including robotics, whether it's something I build or join. So here's the thing, right? We have nothing about robotics at this point of time. It's all AI right now. Okay, what if someone from good GDP country but jobless for several months still want to enroll? What is the scholarship that we need to qualify? Listen, there are a few cases where we do give out extra scholarships, but it is very, very limited. And it is usually co-funded by a lot of our learners as well. So it depends. Okay, Uttam, can you just pull the timing slide once again in the backend so that people can get the sense? A lot of questions are like that. Even Ahmad is asking about timings and time zone and all. So could you just pull that slide in the backend? With all the AI agents that we're talking about, do we need Zapier, N8, or something similar to operate? Yes, we need all those tools to be able to do it. Okay. Uh, Peter is like, can I change my appointment? Yes, you can. You can go to the booking, cancel the interview that you have booked and book a new interview. So you can absolutely do that, Peter. Can you send me the Discord link again? Discord link, please. Okay. What type of, guys, you can see the start date is 8 June. Session timings is 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. EST. You can convert that into whatever time zones that you guys are part of. Okay. Mary is asking, I'm not able to commit the time for cohort, the future cohort. I'm curious to know when is the next cohort might be available. Mary, if you get selected, you will get the timings and everything around it. Okay, Jeff has some questions. Maybe you want to answer that. The scholarship for fair access is only available for countries. I just answered this as well, Mumtaz, so I'm going to skip this. Where you are saying would like to do the course, but due to an injury, you're not able to work. I get it. You can apply. If we find real reasons, if you're able to submit your documents, maybe we will be able to consider something for you. What are the most effective methods for detecting and preventing prompt injections in agent systems? Jay, I think there are a lot of guardrails that are being put by the providers in itself to kind of avoid injection. We're probably 2-3 months away from all of these being avoided. I'm interested in running LLMs locally. What is the LLM suited? How much memory and processor? I'm using a MacBook Pro as well. I use the M2 chipset, but it is never enough, right? You can only run 3 billion, 4 billion distilled models. If you want to run massive models, you need massive GPUs for that. Is there a cloud server you can purchase? You can purchase AWS, Azure, on Azure and all. You can purchase GPU. 6 months is too long. Is there an accelerator program? Well, sadly, we realize we cannot do faster than 6 months. If we do faster than 6 months, we will not be able to give you the outcomes we can. So as a result, we don't do that. Okay. James, I see a question. Anything on calendar? I don't know what it means. What is the fee? Again, Uttam, if you could quickly pull the fee slide, that will be amazing. Okay. Can we access the recordings of the sessions afterward? Yes, Chris, you will get access to this for 1 full year, the recordings. Can we get Manus invite? Ask the one that has it. Or what does that mean? So basically, not everybody has access to Manus. And invites are very limited right now. It is slowly rolling out to people. But we are working with the Manus team to kind of give access to all our learners. Not for free, but at least give you the products early on. Okay. Okay, I see a few same questions coming over and over again. I'm gonna skip them. Okay. When do you expect to end today? Uttam, when do you expect to end today?
7
At
p.m.
about 7
Okay.
Eastern.
Being a woman from US, can you let me know the cost of the program for myself? So it's 4,995 on top of it, 10% off. So you get it for 4,500-ish dollars. Is there EMIs for the program? If you get selected, we do offer some payment options. Yes. Okay, when is the next one after June? The next one after June will be in August. I think it'll be in August. What is the currency? The currency that you saw right now is in US dollars. This is $4,995 in US. Our team, Uttam and Om, we should have a slide which kind of talks about all the scholarship in one also, so that everybody gets a sense of what's happening. We should do that from the next one. Okay. I'm doing my part of masters. I only have summers to bootstrap something and build. I've scheduled the interview. Sure, sounds good, Rufi. Do we have to pay today for the application? So far, right now, we have kept it free. Frankly, though the slots are done, we are like, let's hustle up to make sure we give you the output. So we have kept it for free. So yeah, so far we've been like trying to do as much as we can. All right, guys. So I see a lot more questions that are coming in. Om, can you like get a hang of all the questions? Can I copy this? God damn it. I can't copy. Sadly,
we'll
always
have
I
to
would have got
copy them.
AI to do it for me.
Yeah, I'll answer them on the chat itself.
Okay. I'm going to skim through it quickly and see if there's something important that's coming up. What all do we have to learn when it comes to coding? Nothing. You can code by writing text, and that is the process you will learn. Charlie says what to prepare for the interview. Do you want to quickly answer that? Anyone? Om, Uttam,
Yes,
do you guys want to answer
yeah.
that?
So normally in interviews, what we check is three things. One is what is your intent of learning AI? What are some tangible outcomes that you're looking at? Second is what are your immediate goals in terms of are the time commitments aligned? Does the roadmap looks fit for you? Were you able to get through the mastermind 2 days very swiftly? And a few more details into how do you want to utilize it and how do you position your career? And that's basically three things that we normally look out for.
Awesome. So guys, I mean, just to give you an insight on how we operate things internally, right? Anyways, leave it. I wanted to show something, but that's okay. Can I have interview today instead of tomorrow? I thought there'll be conflict in today's seminar, so I set it for tomorrow. Yeah, you can find, if you can find a slot, you will be able to book that. Can we create downloadable apps which reside on our computer to process? Yes, Tim, you can absolutely build these. No problem at all. Mayur, I was selected for the last interview. Do I need? Yes, if you were selected for the last interview and it was for the last cohort, the selection process has completely changed right now. So you have to go through the interview again right now. Okay. Okay. There is one question that I'm seeing that has come quite often, which is basically a question on, hey, do we have to buy a lot of tools to make this happen? Guys, here's the thing, right? For the program, you don't have to buy a lot of tools, but you do have to take subscriptions of a few. So imagine over the course of 6 months, you might end up spending $100 more max in 6 months to buy some tools or share access of few tools. But in most of the cases, we do our best to get you tools which has good free trials at least, so that you can play with them while you're learning, right? With that being said, Om, I will let you take over the questions at this point of time. Om, can I take over? Uttam, can I take over the screen for a second?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Go on for your break. How much time of break is left for these people now?
20 minutes left.
Guys, you have 20 minutes more left for your break. So please go have lunch, have your food, come back energized, because there's a very important session coming today. And there's also a very important session coming tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST. Today's session is all about automation, which you don't want to miss out. With that being said, thank you so much for giving your time, guys. I hope yesterday and today you guys been very, very kind, very, very nice. I hope you guys learned a lot of things over the course of time. And I really hope you guys, irrespective, you join the program, you get a chance to get selected in the program or not. I want all of you guys to win. I want all of you guys to become truly AI generalists. So good luck to everyone. And if you guys few of you people end up getting selected for the AI generalist program, I will see you in the community. With that being said, it's a see you from my end. Over to Uttam, over to Om, over to the team to run the show from here. There's some incredible sessions that are going to come up. The session is not over. The program is not over. There's a lot that is coming your way. So I hope you guys learn a lot and do really well. See you guys. I've opened the chat to say a bye-bye to all of you guys. See you. I will see you all very, very soon again. Right? And thank you, of course. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vaibhav, for putting so much effort over the last 2 days, yesterday and today. So, folks, if you can show some, gratitude to him for all his efforts, for his teaching and everything, he will feel very appreciated.
Awesome.
Awesome, Vaibhav. Thank you so much. Please take some rest.
Yes. Thanks, guys. See you. Bye.
Brilliant. Cool, folks. I love how nice and lovely audience you have been. It has been such a lovely pleasure for me to host you guys. So lunch is going on. Our team is continuously, Om is there and a couple of people are there to continuously respond to your questions. So we'll make sure all of your questions are answered, right? Don't worry about that. But quickly, right before I share my screen, already lunch is going on. We'll resume at 3:45 EST. After that, we have some very, very interesting. The next session that is planned is AI automation. I call it AI magic, where you get to automate a lot of your operational things. How do you automate your social media, managing emails, XYZ with just a click of a button? That's that. And not just that, we have prepared a bonus for you as well. How many of you are here who are very interested to learn this skill, but you are interested to learn about how to make money as well? How many of you want to know how you can make money with AI, right? Brilliant. I want to see how many of you have such sort of goal. Would love to see how many people respond to that. So yeah, we have a session planned on that. It was not actually planned, but we have, since you guys have been a lovely audience, that is also planned. So there is an AI automation session which will start at 3:45 EST. And then we'll have some very interesting announcements and important things for you. And then we'll do a make money session, right? So till then, 3:45, take a breather, just take a walk around or have a working lunch. And I'll play some music. All right. And you can use this time to scan the QR code and find the appointment which suits you. All right. Amazing.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance.
So I have just turned off the chat for a while, folks, because I see a lot of people in the chat who were not there yesterday and have joined today are asking for the community access and the Discord link. So, if you can share the Discord link in the chat, it will be great. I've just turned off the chat.
Dance, dance, and ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. Ooh, it's something can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say. Can't stop the feeling. Feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Ooh. To be young and in love in New York City. Do not know who I am, but still know that I'm good long as you're here with me. To be drunk and in love in New York City. Midnight into morning coffee. Burning through the hours talking. Damn. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. I don't know what it is, but I got that feeling. Waking up in this bed next to you, swear the room, yeah, got no ceiling. If we lay, let the day just pass us by. I might get to too much talking. I might have to tell you something. Damn. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. Stay with me. Stay a while, oh. Stay a while, stay with me. Lay here with me. I like me better when I'm with you. I like me better when I'm with you. I knew from the first time I stayed for a long time, 'cause I like me better when I'm with you. I will always remember the day you kissed my lips, light as a feather. And it went just like this. No, it's never been better than the summer of 2002. We were only 11.
All right, we are back. Let me open the chat. Awesome, folks. We are back from a good lunch and a good break. Is everyone back? Drop back in the chat if you are. Awesome, awesome. Lovely, lovely. I'm just reading the chat. Brilliant. Folks, let's, so someone is saying, isn't the lunch till 3:45? Oh, oh, I stopped 5 minutes before. All right, no worries. We anyways extended it. So we'll take this 5 minutes. Anyone who has already back, let's take this moment. Let's take this moment and bring our friends back. Let's get our friends back. So can you go back, go to Discord, everyone who is on Discord, can you go there and call back your friends? Can you call back your friends and say, we have started again. The session has started. We are back again. Can you drop that? And let's get all our friends back. Someone is saying, let's do 5 minutes meditation. Oh, let's do that. And since we have 5 minutes, we actually have, right? We have like actually 4 minutes. So I'll play a very nice music for 4 minutes for you to I guess it was confusing a lot of people. Someone is like, will fall asleep. Anyways, let's go to, as I was saying, let's go to Discord and call back our friends. I see a few people have joined back, right? And we are putting communications on the channels as well, so that most people can be back again. And yeah, someone is saying it's too late for them, guys. You got to do what you got to do if you really want to be ahead of others. For us also here, it's almost 1 a.m. and we'll stay awake with you till morning. So we are putting a lot of effort. Yeah, someone said no pain, no gain. So we are putting a lot of efforts to give a lot of value to you. And I think so should you, because it can change a lot of things for you. All right. So we are pretty much on time, and I will wait for a couple of few more minutes for everyone else to join in. Next session will be about AI automation that I was talking about, right? And we have someone very, very special to teach that. And in that, we will be covering, as I was talking about, every day you do a lot of routine tasks. Every day you do a lot of things that are manual, are tedious, and sometimes you don't even like to do that, right? So how you can automate that, how you can automate that with AI, how you can automate that without knowing a single line of code, right? So we'll learn about AI automations, and the person who is going to teach you is an AI wizard, right? So you are going to learn that, and just it is going to be a close to 90-minute to 120 minutes, like 1.5 5 hours to 2 hours session. And then we will have a very, very, very interesting bonus session. For that also, we have someone very special, very interesting. You'll meet that person for the first time to give you a make money session. And then tomorrow we are going to start again our day at 11 a.m. EST, and we are going to have two sessions. One session is for, so tomorrow you will receive two Zoom link. One Zoom link will be for people who understand coding and want to know about how engineers can use AI. Another session will be for non-coders who have never coded, and how you can do vibe coding to build a lot of products that you can monetize and make money as well. We'll talk about that later. All right. So cool. All right. Someone asking what's up. All good. I'm enjoying hosting this session with you guys. You are pretty interesting audience and good audience. So with that being said, it is exactly right time. So I want to see how many of you are excited for the next session. How many of you are excited for the next session? Drop boom in the chat. Drop boom in the chat. We are back and a lot of people are back. Drop boom in the chat if you are excited for the next session. Brilliant. Now, since I want more energy, folks. I want more energy because we have given you break. You have got sufficient time. You have got food. So I want more energy, right? Let's go, right? So tell me in the chat, how much is your energy in a scale of 10? On a scale of 10, how much is your energy, folks? Tell me after lunch break. I don't want to listen 7, 8, folks. Like it should be 10, spot on 10 or more than 10, right? If not, just get back your energy and just pump yourself. And we need that energy for the next couple of hours to make the most out of it. The day is not over. There's so much to teach you. The next sessions have so much potential to make you money, to change your business, work, and life, right? So that's what is left over, and you are going to get everything, right? You can see my energy. I am pretty excited for the next few sessions, and so you should, right? With that being said, drop welcome in the chat to help me welcome your next mentor, who is Mikle Torti, and he's an AI wizard. After looking at him, you will be wondered how he knows so much and how he can do AI magic so well, right? Don't just go by with his age, and he will just surprise you in the next 90 minutes, right? You will hear more about him, what he does from himself, and I will hand over the stage to Mikle. Welcome him. Mikle, over to you.
Awesome, man. Awesome. It's nice to see you, and thanks for having me again. I actually joined the workshop with Vaibhav, so I saw sort of some stuff that he was showing. Really cool stuff, I have to say. And super excited to kick things off. All right, there's about 1.5 thousand people here, which is amazing. So let me share my screen. I'll get straight into it, and I'll tell me if you can see it as well. Here. Can you see it? All good?
Yes, all good.
Awesome. Myself here. Awesome, guys. So again, welcome to the AI and Automations workshop. This workshop will give you a rounded overview of what automations is and how you can leverage it, how you can sell it to businesses, how you can implement it in your own business and whatsoever. So a few disclaimers. This session typically is a more advanced one than what you guys are typically used to, just because we want to get in the actual deep end of automations, how to actually build them. The way that I learned automations was by watching someone do it. I did it with them, and then I learned, right, through doing, essentially. So what you're going to see in this session is me building automations, me showing you the fundamentals, me teaching you first. So we're going to go through the actual theory, which is the boring part, but then the actual practice as well, where me building automations. You're going to watch me do it, watch me struggle, hopefully, so we can go through that. While it's impossible to cover every single hack, I will do my best to provide you as much value. And I've done tons of these workshops already, and I know there's a guarantee that you're going to be overwhelmed just because of the fact that what I'm showing you, you've probably never seen before. That's just a fact right there. Or you've probably seen it, but not to the extent or the detail that we're going to get into. And the main thing here is be ready to learn. Don't do what I'm doing as I'm doing it. Just watch me do it first, and then you have some time to do it as well. And I'll give you all the resources you need in order to get going with automations. Now, who am I? Why should you listen to me? My name is Michele Torti. I'm Italian, the founder of JM Solutions, reached over 5 million people on LinkedIn, and worked with over 40 businesses and taught over 5,000 people AI and automations. And right now, I'm typically with my agency helping agencies double client capacity without hiring using AI client delivery systems. So everything that we'll be covering today. So we'll cover the fundamentals of automation. Why is it important to understand automations? Why do we need to learn about automations? The different types of automation, so that's coding and non-coding. And then we get in detail about some popular automation tools, introducing one called Make.com, and we'll actually get practical hands-on experience with Make.com, which is the most extensive part of this workshop, which I'll actually be building something and you'll be watching me build, and then we can go from there. So let's get straight into it. So essentially, I want you guys to think of your daily tasks, because every day we all perform many regular ad hoc tasks. Whether you're a working professional or you're a business owner, whether it's marketing, operations, finance, business, sales, we all have those tasks that we have to perform on a day-to-day basis, whether they are repetitive or not, right? They're just tasks that drive the business forward. And it only takes a few days to be in a state of demotivation, because those tasks that you're doing are A, repetitive, B, no to low brainer, low value addition, but most importantly, they're effort and time consuming, right? So you have those tasks in a business, you know you need to do them because they drive the business forward. And whether you're here to sell automations to businesses or whether you want to implement automations for yourself, we all have those tasks. So it's up to you to see what tasks does a business have that is repetitive, that have these sort of components to it. Now, what's the solution? Of course, by the title of this workshop, it's automation. Automation makes it possible for us to break a task down and automate it, essentially. In the simplest way possible, the definition of automation is the process of using technology, so that's softwares, to perform tasks with minimal human intervention. We want to get to a place where the task is executed on its own. And I mean, you guys saw the AI agent that I was showing you. That way, that right there is a automated system that performs the tasks with minimal human intervention, because there's still the intervention of you having to prompt, you having to tell it, do this and do that, right? So there still is a human intervention, but with automation, with workflows, we can get to a point where it's 100% automated without the human having to intervene. What can automation do for you? We broke it down into 5 different main components. The first one is, of course, productivity and efficiency. Helps you be more productive and increase in leverage, because you can do more with less resources. It can save time and efforts. It can help you scale. And I hop on a lot of calls with SaaS founders because they come to me because I have a brand on LinkedIn and they want me to post, and I get to see the back end of a SaaS, right? And what you start to realize is that a lot of businesses, SaaS specifically, because it can be very lean with the amount of teams that they have, they scale to hundreds of millions of dollars with very limited amount of team members because of automation. So you can scale with less resources. You can scale without having to hire that many people if you leverage these automations right, if you leverage these technologies right. Obviously, increase your availability 24/7. Automation does not need holidays. It doesn't need bank holiday, it doesn't need emotional support, so it's always there. And obviously robust, less human interaction, less errors, especially when it comes to the repetitive tasks. Because if you're anything like me, when I do something repetitive over and over again, there's come to a point where the quality decreases, right? And automation doesn't do that because it's consistent with the output. Now, out of all the types that exist, because there are 3 different types, we're not going to be talking about every single one. Just want to take you through an overall sort of arching thing of what each one is. We have RPA, that's robotic process automation, right? And that's very limited in the use cases that we can talk about, but it has to deal with vehicle assembly, manufacturing plants, packaging plants, and that sort of scope. So it's very limited in the use cases, so we're not going to be diving into that. Second one is CPTA. Again, all these are just fancy terms. What this means is just computer physical task automation. So that's using computers to automate some physical tasks that right now are carried out by a human, but not all of them, right? This is also very limited in the use cases that we can talk about. It has to do with manual data entry, data scraping, form filling, and things of that matter. And then the one that we're going to be talking about today is software task automation. Why? It's because, first of all, I mean, it has a wide variety of use cases that we can actually talk about, but also because almost all businesses and departments now, or in the past few years at least, they all run on softwares, right? So every single business has a software that they're using, whether it's your CRM, whether it's HubSpot, whether it's LinkedIn for posting content, whether it's, you going to ChatGPT. We're all using softwares, right? Every business and department runs on a software. So here at Outskill, when we sat down, we wanted to think about splitting automations and where we were, where we're at, and where we're going, right? That the 3 different worlds, we call it. The third world, which is the past, is manual. So that's human working with hands. There's no technology, there's no software. It's all manual, right? Everyone's doing their own thing, but it's no software involved. Then is the software world, which I believe is the world that we're in right now, and in some way moving away from. And that's the second world, which is software, humans working with software. So whether that's you creating a record on HubSpot, whether it's you going to ChatGPT and prompting it to tell it, give me content or give me whatever it is, that's the world that we're living in right now. But there still is that human intervention part where the human has to work with the software itself. And then the first world, which I believe is the world that we're moving towards, is the automated world. So that's where softwares are talking with softwares, right? That's where we want to get to. And that's specifically with the repetitive tasks, ad hoc tasks that you have to do on a day-to-day basis. Now, the big question I want you guys to put in the chat is, how do you think that a software talks and communicates with another software? And if you don't know, you can still put in the chat to see if you know. Let me put this here as well. All right, awesome. You guys have been listening, which is good. Yes, the answer is API. The answer is API. Now, what API stands for, and again, all of these are such fancy terms, and I'll break them down into the actual fundamentals of what it is, because I realize that with all these fancy terms that are out there, there's not many people actually explain them to the core. So I'll try to do that to the best of my ability. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. What it is, it's the system that allows softwares to speak with another software automatically. So it allows automation to happen. So think of it as a waiter in a restaurant where he has the chef and he has the customers, and there's a whole repetitive loop of process that he has to go through every single time to take the order, to bring to the kitchen, to make the order, to deliver the order, right? There's a whole repetitive process that happens every single time. Now, API allows us in the same way. So think of the waiter example, but softwares, right? So another software is connected to a different software, and they have a whole repetitive loop of tasks and processes and workflows, and API allows us to automate that process, right? Without us having to intervene. That's all it is. Now, what can APIs do with software? We call it requests, right? It's 5 different ways that we can use APIs. So again, API is the system that allows us to automate different things. That's what it is. And within APIs, we have 5 different types of requests: post, get, put, patch, and delete. Now, this right here is important. It's a theory that's first hard to understand, but it's very easy when broken down, right? So we have post, which is the process of sending information somewhere. So that's you automatically adding a company on HubSpot, you automatically adding a row on Google Sheets. You are posting information. You're sending information from one place to another. Then we have get. Get information is when you're literally getting information. That's viewing, retrieving, search, listing a record. Let's say you're searching the rows on a Google Sheet. Let's say you're looking for a company on HubSpot. You want to get information from somewhere. So the data goes from somewhere else to us. Then we have put and patch, which is they're pretty much used in different circumstances, but they do the same thing. So they update records. So let's say John's name is not John anymore, it's James. Then we use a put or patch request to change his name on whatever process you use. And delete a record is just deleting a record in case you want to delete somewhere in the CRM. So again, post, sending information, get is getting, put and patch is updating, and delete is deleting. Now we have webhooks, and webhooks is something that I'm going to be using a lot today. So it's very important that you understand what it is. The basic definition of what a webhook is a string, a URL. So just like google.com, that's a URL. A webhook has a unique URL that allows us to get notified when something happens. So when someone fills out a form, we can use a webhook to get notified when they submit a form and then do whatever, right? When someone sends us a message, we can use a webhook to get notified when someone sends us a message, right? So we're getting information from somewhere. With that being said, with what you know about post, get, put, patch, and delete, what kind of request do you think a webhook is? So we get notified, right? Is it post? Is it get? Is it put, patch, or delete? Put in the chat to see if you guys got the overarching sort of definition. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is get. Some of you got it wrong, but think of, again, post is sending information, right? Getting is getting information, and webhooks, we want to get notified. So we get a signal. That's why it's a get request, not a post request or put patch. So again, post, sending, getting, put, patch, updating, delete is deleting, and webhooks, we get notified when something happens. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go through the process of understanding, just by looking at a software, what things you can automate within a software. And when we get to understanding that, we need to talk about the concept of an API documentation. Again, an API is allowing us to automate different things and the whole repetitive process. An API documentation allows us to see in depth what things you can automate within a software. So let me give you guys an example here. A client reached out to me a while ago, and she was like, I want to automate parts of my Zoho CRM. I want to automatically create a contact on Zoho. And I was like, okay. So what did I do? Because I had never previously used Zoho, right? I went to Google and I searched up Zoho, so the software name, API documentation. And I landed across this right here. So this right here is what the API documentation looks like, right? So the API documentation allows you to see what things you can automate within a software. And the structure of the way that actually looks, it's very similar to different software. So HubSpot has a very similar API documentation and all the other ones as well. On the left-hand side, right here, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but on the left-hand side of the actual picture, you can see the get, post, put, patch, delete, right? So you can see the different types of requests. If you press on each request, it will show you what things you can automate within the request itself. So if you press get, then you can look in the middle that it says get records, right? It tells you that you can get a record from Zoho CRM. You can get a record from this exact software, and it gives you a summary of what it is and so on. On the right-hand side, it shows you how you can create we call it API call to actually make the API to create the automation, essentially. And it's a bunch of like code, but we're going to use no-code platforms to actually make it happen. So it's no code. But yeah, it's very simple to get your head around when you look at multiple of them. So essentially, API documentation allows us to see what you can automate within a software, what you cannot automate, and how we can actually set up the automation. And one concept that I have to talk about is the differentiator between what things can be automated and what things cannot be automated. Because when you start to see what's possible in automation, you will think that most things, or 99% of the things, can be automated. The reality is not yet, but that's because of a few things. So first of all, what things can be automated? Well, the task itself, the software that's used for that tasks, needs to have an API availability. What that means is that it needs to have an API documentation. So again, the API documentation is a document that shows us for each software what things we can automate. If it doesn't have the documentation, there's no way of us knowing if it can be automatable. So that's unautomated, right? It can be automated. But more importantly, the things that can be automated, the task itself, needs to have a repetitive process to it. So it needs to have predefined steps, rules, conditions, and logic. And this is a very important concept to understand, because that will allow you to then go out on your own and start to see things that you can automate within your business. But they need to be repetitive. It needs to have a predefined step, rules, and conditions and logic. That's for workflows, right? Workflow automation. So think of this as an onboarding flow, which you're going to get into. But an onboarding flow for some companies has someone filling out a form, you send them an email, you add them to a Slack channel, you create a document, you create a Google Drive document or folder, and then you have a whole repetitive process. So that right there has predefined steps, rules, conditions, and logic. That's where we can look to implement automation. Now, what cannot be automated, like I said, is softwares that don't have an API availability. So there's no way of us knowing what things we can automate within the software, but also simply tasks that logically require human decision-making. And that's a lot of tasks still require human decision-making. Of course, when it comes to driving the business forward, a lot of it is human. So those tasks are not automatable. All right, so the big roadblock, can you work with these APIs to automate your processes? So like we spoke about, an API allows us to automate different things. To be able to see what can be automatable within software, we look at the documentation. If there's no documentation, we can't automate it. If there is, then we can. But the APIs, you need to have an expert level knowledge of coding and be able to write code in order to use these APIs yourself directly. And you also need a lot of tech infrastructure to make this happen. But there is a solution, right? And like I might have mentioned before, the solution is low to no code platforms. And this is revolutionary, because it's not just make.com, which we'll get into, but it's also Lovable. It's also Bolt, right? All of these softwares, you've come to a place, and we call it vibe coding. Vibe coding is the process of you being able to write natural language, which means like just normal text, and have the AI code everything for you. And that's the beauty of this, because what we've come to in the past, 1 to 2 years, I'd say, is the barrier of entry for you entering the field of AI and automation and providing actual value, right? We want to provide actual value to businesses, has lowered so much because of the fact that you don't have to be an expert level Python coder. You just have to learn the skill of automation. And a very minimal fraction of that is coding, right? So that is why I think it's changing pretty much everything in the whole landscape of business and the way that we actually provide value. Obviously, the top no-code for local platforms are Make.com, Zapier, Power Automate, Kissflow, Automate.io, Pabbly. There's hundreds more that we can talk about. I think the most popular one is Zapier, just because it's been around for longer. But it's definitely not the best one that we can get into, which is why we're using Make.com for today. Why Make.com? Because, and again, Make.com is an automation platform. So all of these are automation platforms that allow you to automate different things without being able to code. Make.com is low cost, so almost 20 times less expensive than Zapier. And the main thing for me, because I post a lot of content on LinkedIn, is that it has a very visual automation builder. And I think part of my job is to show content, to provide value, right? To teach someone automation, you need to have some sort of visual aspect to it, which is why Make.com allows us to have that visual aspect to it that allows us to teach people and stuff like that. And also Make.com allows us to do custom API calls and some fancy stuff as well. Awesome. So pre-automation checklist. And this is something that I want you to take after this workshop. This checklist right here is what I use when I go inside a business, right? Right now, I don't do so much custom workflow automations anymore. I would just work with agencies and client delivery systems. But if you're in a position right now where you have a business or you want to help a business, whatever it is, and you want to implement automation to see where it could fit the best, there's a checklist to it. There's a step-by-step. The first step is creating a flowchart, right? And this is auditing. Typically, it's auditing the workflow, right? So that's you sitting down, you looking at all your processes and putting them on an actual flowchart with step-by-steps and logic. Then for each step, for each actual action that you need to take, you want to list out all the softwares that are involved in that process. After you list all the softwares, then you can look to see, does the software itself have an API documentation? If it does, then you go in, deep dive and look into it. And honestly, for a lot of things you don't understand, just ask ChatGPT. The AI is literally there. It will teach you a lot of the things that you might not know at the start. Now, let's jump on to the practical session. Enough of the theory, because I know a lot of you guys are already bored. So we're going to go dive deep into 2 different use cases. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be overwhelming. So this is the part where you're going to get overwhelmed. You're going to be like, you're going too fast. And I want you guys to put it in the chat. If you think I'm going too fast, just tell me on the chat, because it's all feedback, right? I do it, you guys tell me, and then I'll obviously iterate over time. Now, okay, cool. So automation use case 1 is onboarding system. Let me go out of here and let me go to my Miro board. And again, when I told you guys about the checklist that you guys need to do for every single business or software task, it looks like this. It's you breaking down step by step the actual task. Now, if I zoom out, this right here is my Miro board, right? So this is what it looks like when I break businesses down into an actual audit and stuff like that. So here it is. The first use case is us automating an onboarding workflow. Now, onboarding is essentially what happens after the point of sale. After the customer has paid, what do we do after that? Because we realize that the first 48 hours of the customer being, after they paid, sets the tone for the relationship of the whole sort of business relationship, right? Which is why we want to make everything as fast as possible and provide value as fast as possible, which is where we can leverage automation. So again, onboarding, what we're going to do is we're going to make a workflow where we fill out a form, and the form contains the name of the customer, the company, and the email. And then what we do then, after the form is submitted, we use a webhook to get notified when something happens. Then we create a Google Drive folder, which is directly custom to the client. We create a client Slack channel. We add the lead to the CRM. We generate the onboarding document, and we send the email to I'm not lead, in this case, it will be customer because they're already paid, with all onboarding details. Below here, you can see what the automation looks like, and you can also see it here. So the way these are going to go before you start asking questions is I'm going to show you the end result of the automation, what it looks like. And then I'm going to take you through make.com, what it looks like, what it is. And then we can go into building it step by step. So I'm going to show you the end product so you can see exactly what we're building before we build it. So let me turn this on, and don't worry about this just yet. I'm going to start filling out the form. So again, this is the form that you would fill out every single time after a customer, wants to be onboarded. And let me do Michael James, my email. Let's do system 7, London, submit. And now using Webhook, we should get notified when someone submits the form. So let's wait. And if it doesn't, then we can look to see why it doesn't. But let's go here. Okay, so let's see. Name taken. Okay, so we have to change the name. Let me go here, delete. So I already had another Slack channel with the same name. So James Lowe. And that's what it looks like with when something goes wrong. And I'll take you through the whole platform again, so don't worry. Media, Corp. London, submit, go back. And now it's made the Google Drive folder, made the Slack channel, it created a lead on ClickUp, it created the document, and it sent me back an email with the onboarding details. So let's see what it looks like here. First of all, we can go here. We can see that James Lowe was added to ClickUp, which is just CRM, project management. And then we have the Google Drive folder, which we can press into, and we can see that it also had this document, the onboarding document. And your onboarding might look very different from this, but this is just a typical onboarding flow. And lastly, we have, if I go to my email, I can see that I got an email from the JM Solutions team, which is just the name of the company, with the onboarding drive folder. There's a folder right here, which the company or the client can have access to for the onboarding, and just an email in general. This process right here would typically take about, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes for each client. And you have to do this after every single client. And we broke it down into 5 seconds, right? So that's where automation can play a role in these workflows that you typically have to manually do, but now automation can play a role. Now, let me show you around make.com. And again, there's different platforms that we can use. I just use make.com because that's what I started with, and because it has a very visual element to it. I know you guys are mentioning NNN, Zapier, and there's a bunch of stuff there. But when you come to the dashboard of make.com, this is what it looks like. So on the middle here, we have operations, and I'll explain what operations are. Essentially what it is, it's make.com's way of pricing and how they charge you. On the left-hand side, you can see your plan. Then you can see your active scenario. A scenario right here is an automation. So think of a scenario as an automation. So on the left-hand side, you can see that we have scenarios, we have team, we have AI agents, which is a new feature that they've implemented, templates, connections, and so more. So if I go to scenarios, here is where you have all your scenarios. If you have it now, if you make an account now, yours will be blank, right? I've been doing this for a few years now, so that's why it has a lot of automations here. And on the top right, whether you go here or here, you can create a new scenario. When you press this button right here, it will take you to this page. This is where the magic happens. This is where you start with 0. We all start the automations from here, right? So on here, you can scroll through all the apps, and you can see all the apps that you can use in the automation itself, right here. And some of you are asking, what's the relation between Miro and make.com? There's no relation. Miro is just a platform where we can create flowcharts. Make.com is a platform where we automate different things. So there's no, it's different stuff. And here you can see this around 4,000 or 2,000 softwares that we can use. And it has a very visual element to it. So if you go to Notion, and we can see all the actions that we can do in Notion. So we can create a page, we can update a database, we can update a page. If I go to Google Sheets, I can see that within Google Sheets, I can automatically add a row. I can automatically update a row. I can automatically search a row, clear a row, delete a row, whatever it is, we can do it here. If the task that you want to do, so let's say we wanted to delete a row, but it wasn't here. That's where we have to go to the API documentation of Google Sheets to see if we can make a custom API call. It's a bit more advanced, but that's what we use. So again, make.com, top right, create a new scenario. Here you will start from 0, and you will have a bunch of softwares that you can start using. So again, let's say we wanted to add a row. We want to connect it to another thing, Notion. We want to connect Notion to Gmail. So we put Gmail here. And I'm not making any automation here, but this is what it looks like when you build automation. You want to add another one, and you end up adding different softwares together. So this software will talk with this software, will talk with this software. And the API is the middle, right? The API is what allows us one software to talk with another software. Behind this is just a bunch of code. So that's where we're using no code to make this happen. All right, so let's start changes, and let me go to the folder right here. Go down here, and I can just build it from scratch, actually. So we create a new scenario, and we start from 0 again. The first step here is creating a Google form and creating a webhook, okay? Now, why do we need a webhook? Because we want to get notified when someone submits the form. The automation essentially wants to get notified when someone submits the form. So, and you can use Typefully, you can use Typeform, you can use Jotform, you can use a bunch of software. I'm just using Google Form because that's the most accessible to me. So let me go to Google Form. Right here, form. I can go to onboarding form. And this is what it looks like. Essentially, again, you can use any other software, but you just add different questions. So in this case, I have full name, email address, company name, and location, which will be the ones that will be added to here, and which will be the ones that will be used for the email, which will be the ones that we use for the document and Google Drive folder and Slack, right? So essentially, you make the form here. Once you make the form, then we have to add a webhook. So we want to get notified when someone submits the form, which is where we go here, make.com, and we start the automation from scratch. Okay, so we made the form, the onboarding form. Now we want to get notified when something happens for the form. The way that we do it is top right, custom webhook, and we land on this. And you want to add a new webhook. That's all you have to do. Add a webhook, add a name for the webhook. So let's say onboarding form, save. And now you have this URL right here. So let me copy and paste this URL here. And I will show you what I meant by the URL as a unique URL that we get notified with. When someone submits the form, and I have to set it up as well. It doesn't automatically just trigger when someone submits a form. I have to set up something here. But this URL right here will get. So Molly, good, because you understood get request. You will get notified when a form happens or when someone submits the form from this webhook. So from this URL. And we press save. So now we made the webhook right here. That's the first step to this. Now, what we want to do is go to the platform, and I know there's a lot of tabs, so let me delete these. We want to set up, so we want to connect make.com to Google Form. The way that we do that with Google Form specifically, which you don't have to do for other platforms, just this one right here that I happen to use, is you want to make an app script. So right here, you can see app scripts. When you press on this, and we're going to do this again for the next sort of use case, right? You're going to land here. And this right here might overwhelm you a lot. And it did me, it overwhelmed me when I started as well, because I was like, I have no clue how to code. What is this? How do I even set this up, right? Which is why I made a resource here, which you guys are going to get access to after the workshop, which you can just copy paste all the code because I written it. Not me, ChatGPT. So let's get that straight. ChatGPT wrote this. So all you have to do is copy this whole thing. And you can see that the only thing you have to change is the webhook. Copy and then paste it here. And the only thing you have to change is the webhook, which you get from make.com. So again, you made the webhook, you make the app script, which is a script that allows us to actually get notified when something happens. So you have to set it up on the platform in Google Drive or Google Form. And then we copy, we go here, we can replace this. So delete the other one, replace it, press save. And now we will test, because part of automation is testing every single step. So we press save. So in theory, what did we do? We told Google Form, okay, here's a script, because that's how it works. Here's a script. Here's a webhook that I want you to send information to. Whenever I submit the form, send it here. That's all it is. So let me run once. So this is how you test the automation. When you do test the automation, you run it once every single time. When you want to automatically just let the automation run every single time, you will just go here. Immediately as data arrives, you can press this, and it will automatically just turn on when you want the automation to run. But to test, we just press run once. Or you can, 2 fingers here, run this module only. I'm looking at the chat as well when you guys are asking questions, so you can pop any questions as I get along. right, cool. So right now, what are we testing? We're testing if we get notified when someone submits a form here. So I can just put dummy information and submit. Cool. So as you can see, we got notified when I submitted the form. So we got full name, email address, company name, and location. Let me just rerun that and actually put like in real information. Yes, Laura, yes, we're getting notified in make.com. Correct. And this document right here, I will share with you after the session. So don't worry about that. Okay, I submitted the form again. I got notified again in make.com using the webhook. That's the first step. So first step completed, check. Next one is creating a client folder in Google Drive. So what do? We know that we got notified here, so this works. Let's press this button right here, or you can simply add. But if you press, it says module. So a circle right here is called a module in make.com. That's just how they say it. Think of it as a software. We press add, and now it's giving us the option to connect the previous one to a software right here. So in this case, we want to use Google Drive. So Google Drive, which is where we go to Drive. We go here to we press the software, and then we look for create a folder, which is up here. Create a new folder. And you have to connect your Google Drive to yourself. Just press add, put your name, and then sign in with Google. Again, name this because let me show you here. This is why you have to name it, because now I have no clue which one I have to use. Of course, the most recent ones are named, but you want to name it. So press add, press here, and sign in with Google. And it will take you through the normal sort of way of logging in. Someone asked, do you have any insight on how make.com is different to Pipedream or IO? I have not used it, so I'm not really sure, but most platforms are pretty much very similar in the way that they work. And when you come in here and you connected your Google Drive, you can choose a new folder location. In this case, I just want it to be in the general one, so that's not a problem. And this is where the magic happens, because now we're going to use something called dynamic variables. So you see how right here on the left-hand side, it shows me the previous responses that came from here, right? So that's where we can create dynamic variables. We can create a dynamic automation where if I drag this across to here, right? I mean, in this case, I want it to be company name folder. Whenever we submit the form, the company name right here, because it's dynamic, it changes every single time. That's why it's automated. And we press share folder, yes, and press save. So what do? We added the Google Drive, we connected it to our account, we then added the company name right here, which you got from the previous step. Folder, share folder, yes, and we press save. Simple as that. There was no coding whatsoever in this process, right? So that's why these platforms are amazing. So step 2, done. Then we can create a client Slack channel. So we go here, we can press plus, we can look for Slack, and you can see I do this for every single software. And we can create a channel. Let's go here, create a channel right here. What if the folder already exists? Well, we are assuming here that the client is new every single time. So that's why it's onboarding, because you're onboarding every single client, a new client every time. And I'm going to show you an error that will occur. So we'll try an automation. It will not work because I will make it so that it doesn't work. But in this case, you can see now that you can see the dynamic variables from Google Drive, but you can also see the ones from the webhook. So every single step, you can see the previous step. You can see the previous variables. So I could be using, these are a bunch of variables, right? There's a lot for Google Drive. There's not many that you have to know, but we still want to name the Slack channel the company name, and that's it. And we want to press save. To connect your Slack, again, you want to add here, you want to name the Slack connection, and you press save. It takes you to a page where you can log in just like any other software. So company name. And let me run this once only, run this module, and I'll show you why it doesn't work. So I can put media, James. It will say invalid name specials. Now I know this error just because I have worked with Slack, but the reason why it doesn't work is because Slack doesn't like when you name something with capital letters. So the way to actually mitigate this is to create a function, create a formula where it takes the company name and it makes it lower letters. So how do we do that? Well, luckily we have AI. I mean, I know how to do this myself, but if you have no clue, then that's where you use AI within the automation platforms. So that's why the barrier of entry is even lower now, because you can use AI in the actual platform. I want you to make all the letters lowercase for this variable. I can go here. And it gives me this function right here. I can just press apply and I can delete the one that was there before. And that's what I'm using right here. So what is this doing? You can see here, it converts all alphabetical characters in text to a lowercase. So lower hello, it will be hello with a small h. So that way we can use it for Slack and press save. Let me try again here, run this module only. Let's do media. Let's do all caps. Name taken. Okay, so the name was already taken because I have about 50 Slack channels. And let's do John. Hopefully that's not taken. Okay, cool. So it gives me a success 200. It means that it went through. That's for Slack. So that's when we know Slack is all good. So what do we do so far? We created a form. We made it so that we can go notified when something happens. We created a Google Drive folder. We then created a Slack channel for each client. The next step is actually adding it to ClickUp. So let me go here, press plus, and I can look for ClickUp. And again, these software is just the software that I have here, but you can use, I use Notion for my CRM and project management. So let me create a task. So to create just like on Google Sheets, you add a row. Here you create a task. Someone asked, what is Slack? Good question. I didn't know either before I started working. So Slack is just like Discord. It's just the way that companies, it's usually within the work environment. A lot of companies use Slack to talk to clients, to onboard clients, and whatsoever. So workspace, let me choose the right one. Michele Torti, Michele CRM. ClickUp is just like HubSpot. It's a way to store client information and to manage projects. I typically use Notion, but people can use ClickUp. The workspace right here is going to be JM Solutions. I know because it's my workspace. So if I go here, JM Solutions workspace, it's going to be within test and it's going to be within list. So space, test is not going to be in a folder. So folder is lists. And then I can press list right here. And as you can see, if you go here, this gives me the option to add the name. So this will be the task name, the company name, drive folder, and a custom dropdown, which is the status. So right here, we can see that we can put the task name, which in this case is going to be, we're going to pull it from here. So full name. Then we can scroll down. There's a bunch of variables that you can add, but realistically, I don't need them. They're just ClickUp variables, right? They're ClickUp fields that you can add, custom ones. But the ones that I want to see is these ones. So custom fields, which is company name, drive folder, and custom dropdown. Company name, drive folder, and custom dropdown. So if I go here, I can select new client onboarding because that's where new leads get added, because the new client is getting onboarded. Company name, we're going to add here. So company name and drive folder, we can add from here. So again, I'm pulling variables from previous steps to future steps. The actual link to the folder is going to be web view link. This is something that I know because I've worked with Google Drive, but you pretty much get overwhelmed with all these variables. If you see it the first time, all you have to know is the web view link and the folder ID. That's the main ones that we're going to use. So web view link, I'll go here. Right here, cool. And we press save. What do we do here? We connected ClickUp, which is a place where we store all our leads, our customers and projects. We then added the full name of the customer as the task name. So this will be full name. We then added the company name, the drive folder, and the custom dropdown. And that will be here. Custom dropdown, company name, and drive folder. So let me test this only by itself. Full name, let's do Michael, James, company name, media, and then web view link. I can just do a normal one. Press OK. And if it worked right, then it should be here. Michael James, media, drive folder, and client onboarding. So as you can see, when it works well, it gives you a green check mark. When it doesn't, it gave you a red one, just like I showed you with Slack. And if it doesn't, then it'll show you why it didn't work, right? With Slack, it told me invalid name or channel already exists. So that's where you have to, okay, cool. Look at the error. why did it not work, and then fix it from there. And you can ask AI as well. There's an AI assistant here. So with that being said, check. We finished that part. Now we go to the generating an onboarding document. So that's using Google Document in this case to create a onboarding document. So all we have to do is press add, search up Google Document. Right here, Google Docs, we create a document. And then we connect it, name it yourself, sign in with Google, and it will take you through the normal Google process. And then you want to put the name. In this case, again, you can see ClickUp because ClickUp was the previous one. And then you can see Slack because that one, the one before that. And then you can see Google Drive, and then you can see the webhook, which is the previous one. In this case, we want to name it company name, onboarding document. And then let's just put onboarding here. So what this is, so the name right here is going to be the name here. And the actual content is going to be what's inside here. In this case, we wouldn't need anything in the content. It will just be something that will change. But that's why I put onboarding here, because there needs to be something here, but we can just leave it with one word. And now it says choose a drive, new document location. So we want to put this document, Google document, inside the Google Drive. Because Google Document and Google Drive are linked, just like Microsoft is. Google is linked as well. So now what we can do is we can add the folder ID of the Google Drive that we made into this Google document that we're making right now. So we press map and we go to Google Drive and we press folder ID, right? And these are just little intricacies within the system, but that's just how it works. And we press save. So again, what did we do so far? We made a form, we get notified, we then create a Google Drive folder. So all we did is press add. We put the variables from here. So we said, okay, when someone responds, we want to get the full name of the response and add it here as a Drive folder. And then, we want to create a Slack channel and name it whatever we have to name it. We made it lowercase, right? Using AI, because Slack doesn't like when people use capital letters in their names. We added the lead to ClickUp. And then, we can obviously make the document. Okay. And the last step is email. So let me go here. Let me press plus. And as you can see, it's very repetitive. Even within, it's funny to say this, even automation is repetitive, right? Making the automation is a repetitive process. But once it's done, first time, it's pretty much game from there. We go to Gmail. And in this case, we want to send an email right here. Send an email. To connect your email, all you have to do is name it whatever you want to name it. In this case, name it the email name that you're actually connecting it to. There's no actual rules for naming. That's my personal advice. And then you send it with Google and it will take you through a page. So let me just show you what it looks like. Send it with Google and then it will take you through this page right here where you can choose the account. Okay, cool. So I already connected this, which is fine. And the 3 things that it asks me to do is, who are you sending this email to? What is the subject line and what is the content? So if I press 2, add a recipient, we can add the email address of the recipient, which we can get from the form that was submitted. So if I go here, or I can just scroll down, I can get the email address here. So again, I can scroll, or I can drop down here, or I can just press it. So we're using previous steps for the action now. Subject line, we can just say, welcome to let me just copy this. Welcome to GM Solutions team. And then for the content, let's copy this and let's add it here to content. And all we have to change is the Google Drive folder, and we have to change the name, right? So the name we can get here, full name, and the Google Drive folder we can get from here, web view link. But there's a problem, because there are always problems in automations. So let me press save and I'll show you the problem with what the problem is we have to add some special stuff here. So I will run this module only. I will put the email address. I'll put the name. I will add a web view link and I will press OK. So it will send an email to me, which I can see. But it will send it like this, right? So it will not add the new lines. It will not make it good like this. Why? Well, there's one thing about Gmail, which is very specific, and is that it needs HTML tags. So that right there is just another thing you have to know but it's very easy. So think of HTML tag like this. One of these, so we call it BR. One of this represents one space. So if you want two spaces, then you can add two of them. So copy and paste. That's if you want it to be new line, new line. You can just add it here. So copy, paste, 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 paste. And then here, we just want to add one. So we add a new line, new line, new line, new line. Same thing with this, same thing with this, same thing with this. And then we only want one here. So you can see here, we have two new lines here. We have two new lines here, two new lines here, two new lines here, and so on. And then we press save. And now we can test it end to end. But again, this right here was just adding the module, adding the email address, adding the subject line, and then we can do it here. We can, hey name, welcome aboard. Below is your personal onboarding folder with everything you need to get started, and onboarding drive folder here. Someone asked, can you hyperlink? Yes, you can. I don't want to show it because it's going to confuse you even more, but it's using a bunch of these HTML tags. Yeah, I think the BR is already confusing enough, so I don't want to confuse you even more here. And we press save. So save it, and now we want to run this module, run this scenario once, wait for new data, and then we can submit another response. Full name, John Doe. And then let me put the email address, my email address. Let's do concise. Seriously, I have a lot of Slack channels, so I don't want to make it, I don't want to get an error. And then let's do my location, which is London. And then we press, just submit it. This made a drive folder, this made a Slack channel, this made a ClickUp, this made a Google document, and it sent me an email with everything. So if I go here, I can see John Doe, concise, Google Drive folder, new client onboarding. If I go to my email, I can see that I got here as well. So it's like this just because I sent myself the email 3 times and it's repetitive. So that's why it shows like this, or else it would show like this. And if I go to my Drive folder, then I can see that concise onboarding document was added here. And now I think I can show you the Slack, the screen paused. So that's why I was worried. But if I go here, I can show you that. See here. Channels. Yeah, let me stop sharing and I can share again. Share. Here, you can see, you should be able to see this one right here. So we have concise and we have a bunch of names because I was testing as well. So concise is the Slack channel. So in theory, you would go here to Slack, you would start texting the client, you will have your whole team here, and you will communicate with the client there. That's how teams onboard essentially. Let me stop sharing and share the other screen as well. Let's go here. I think that's the right one. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so that right there is an automation that automates the onboarding. And just by watching me do it, you've probably now understood what or how to build an automation, right? So you saw me building an automation step by step. You saw me going through the errors and going through it step by step, what it actually looks like to add a new module, to build it on make.com, to make variables, to add it together, and so on. Again, you're probably overwhelmed, which is fine, but there's lack of time. That's why I'm trying to show things in the way that I'm showing them. But building automation looks like this. And it's very visual as well, which is why you can see all the Google Drive and why I love make.com, because just by looking at this, you know that this is a Google Drive folder. If you knew Slack, then you would know that this is Slack, this is ClickUp, this is Google Document, and this is Gmail, right? All we have to add inside those modules, so the Circle software, is the variables from the form. Now, on to the exciting part. And what did you guys think of the onboarding so far? Someone said I was able to follow it all. Thank you, which is great. Excellent, good. All right. Awesome. All right, cool. What's your opinion on Zapier versus make.com? Honestly, guys, don't even worry about like choosing the right one. They're all pretty much the same. I would say that make.com is the easiest to get started with by far, and Zapier's or N is probably the hardest because it's more technical, but they're all pretty much the same. I can use Zapier even though I've never used it, right? I can just go in there and I know exactly what to do. Is Make.com free? Yes, it is. To start, it is free. When one thing I did not mention, which I should have probably, operations, right? So how do they charge? How do they take your money? Because every software wants your money. And I get a bunch of software subscriptions that I'd never know I submitted to. But this is how Make.com charges you. So if you see the number here, it says 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1. That right there is one operation, right? So one operation, one operation, one operation, one operation, one operation, and here as well. So this scenario right here, this execution, one execution of the whole thing is 6 operations. Let me save. Let me go here to organization. Subscription right here. This right here is 10,000 operations. So just like I mentioned, that execution was 6 operations. To get 1,000 operations, you can get them for free every month, right? So it is free to an extent, right? If you have a lot of automations, then it's not free. You have to buy the core plan because you don't have enough. But that's how it works. That's how they price you. Okay, cool. So let's go to the second one, which is the more exciting one for most of you, which is content systems. So how to generate content on demand. Content on demand using Make.com and Google Sheets. So let's get straight into it. So this is what it looks like. We have different steps. The theory here, or the idea behind this, is that we create a custom system on Google Sheets where the first column is idea and topic. So that's the idea that you tell it. Just like you would go on ChatGPT and you tell it, make me a post about XYZ. XYZ is the idea and topic that we want to talk about. Then on the second column, we have content trigger. So that literally means, how do we get the AI to work, right? So we press the button. All we have to do is press a drop down, and then it makes a Facebook post, LinkedIn post, it makes an image, and then you can review it manually, right? So there is a manual review process of you looking at the post and seeing if you like it. If you like it, then you can press here to post content, and it will post the content automatically to LinkedIn. This is what the automation looks like, and this is the step-by-step. So again, what I'm going to show you is the end result. So let me take all of these out. End result first, and then we can get on to actually building a step-by-step. So press here, and this is what it looks like. Again, we have a webhook to get notified when we press the button. But let me do why AI is important to learn in 2025. Why AI is an important skill to learn in 2025. When you press generate. So this right here should trigger. It should send a signal to ChatGPT to make a LinkedIn post, to make a Facebook post, to make it an image, and bring it all back to the sheet. And we'll just wait for this. And we're still using the bad model of ChatGPT to make images, but we can use the better one as well. So you can see the LinkedIn post was made, Facebook post, and the image right here. All generated. And now, if we pressed post right here, so let's look, post, this will send it down to Facebook to post it on Facebook. It will download the image. It will then send it to LinkedIn to post on LinkedIn. And then it will update the row. So, okay, LinkedIn, I actually got locked out of my account, and I can't log in. So I wish I could share my LinkedIn profile, but I can't because I can't even log in myself, which I have to figure out. But as you can see here, it posted here. So you can see that it posted on LinkedIn. If I go to Facebook, we can see that it posted on Facebook too. Hopefully it shows. There we go. Facebook as well. Right, so that right there is an end-to-end content system. It's very simple, right? Like the actual theory about it is very simple. And a lot of people think that to make automations, you have to make the most complex systems. I think of business systems, I want to make them as simple as possible because I actually want you guys to use it. I want the actual business to use it. And we built tons of these for businesses. Not something I do anymore, but if you are looking to provide value to a business, content creation is a massive, massive opportunity to actually leverage when you do that. Can you use custom GPTs in this and then invoke them? Yes, you can. So custom GPTs are just GPTs on the OpenAI platform where you can give it a knowledge base, you can give it documents, so that whenever you tell it, okay, look, ChatGPT, make a post about XYZ, it pulls information from the knowledge base to make the post and then bring it back here. So the answer is yes, you can make it. All right, cool. So now that we made this, all we have to do is rebuild it. So let me delete all this. Actually, no, I'm not going to delete. I'm just going to make a new one. That's what you would do. Create a new scenario here. Can you schedule automatically? Yes, you can. You just have to add one more feature to the system. I don't have it here right now, but you can add a date and then you can do some automation as well. So we start with a webhook right here, custom webhook. And to go through the actual fundamentals, we want to put the idea here. We then want to press the button. We then want to get the LinkedIn post, Facebook post, image URL, and then we want another button right here, which should trigger the automation. So why do we need a webhook? Well, we want to get notified when we press this button and it's generate, and we want to get notified when we press this button, post. So that's why I mentioned it was important to get the theory right of webhooks, because that will allow you to understand this one, right? A webhook, we get notified when something happens. So in this case, we get notified when we press generate. In this case, we get notified when we press post, and that will lead it two different ways in the actual automation. So you can see here, 1 and 2. So first step is building the webhook. Again, same process as before. You add a webhook, and then you can put content system. It's important that you name your webhooks, just because you will then have a bunch of webhooks right here that you need to know the name of. And then you press save. Just like we did on Google Sheets, we can go to extensions, app script, right here, app scripts. And you will come across this page right here, which is the exact same page that we came across before. On the sheet on the Google document that I'm going to share with you later, I will have a sheet script, right? The sheet script will be a script that will be used for the actual sheet. So you can scroll all the way down. You can copy this. And again, I wrote this, so there's no, ChatGPT wrote this, but I put it here so you don't have to rewrite it yourself. And all you have to do is replace the webhook URL here and here. So if I go here, I can copy and paste. Obviously, you will have nothing here to start with, so you can just copy it. And we have to change the webhook right here, which we just made here. Copy address, and then we can copy paste here. And paste. And press save. All right, now, in theory, whenever I change anything in the Google Sheet, it should trigger an automation. It should trigger a signal to the actual make.com. And press save. And let's actually rebuild this as well, because I want to build it from scratch, just like I would. Let me delete the column. Let me delete the column. So first, we do the idea and topic. Then we do the content trigger. So how does make.com get notified to actually start the automation? Then we want to add the Facebook post, the LinkedIn post. Let's add a few columns. Then we want to add the image URL. And we want to put post trigger, because we want to press the button to get posted. So I'm sort of thinking outside the box here. When you learn automations, you start to be more creative with the solutions that you can provide. But when I had this idea, and my developers had this idea when they created this, but they essentially created buttons to trigger the automation, to tell it, okay, look, take this idea and send it to ChatGPT. Now, to create a button, all you have to do is press on the actual column, insert, drop down, and then you come across this page. Because we don't want a button on the first one, we can put the range as B2, and that will take the button here off. And now we want the button to be generate, and we want to get notified when we finish, so it will be done. So let's do yellow and let's do green, and press done. So what we did here is we made a button here, and we made a button so that we can press generate and we can press done. Same concept, we want to do the exact same thing here. So insert, drop down, F1, we put F2, and then we can put post here, and we can put done. Press done. All right, cool. And now what we did is we just built the platform, and it took us less than 1 minute, which is good. So we have the topic, we have the content trigger, we have the Facebook post, with the LinkedIn post, with the image URL. We have the post trigger, which will be the trigger for us to actually send to make.com to post the text. And now we can start building the automation. So we have the webhook right here. So let's test it. I can press run once. If I change anything here, it should send a signal here. If it doesn't, then we can look to, okay, cool, we did. These are the different things that we get from the Google Sheet, right? So we get the value, which is SSS, which is just the thing that I put here. We can change it and it will change automatically. But the thing that we actually care about is row values, right? This is the first row, so it's 0, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row, and sixth row, right? That's how 0 is always the first row. But we want to use these for the next steps. And I'll explain exactly why. Do you know if you can post on Instagram? Yes, you can. You can post on Instagram. Okay, cool. So now that we have this, now that we know that it works, the logic behind this is that because we don't want to send it to ChatGPT every single time we change anything, right? Which is where we have to split the automation into 2 different ways. One way is to generate the content. The second way is to post the content. Why or how do we actually make the differentiation? Well, I mean, here we can see that we have 2 buttons. The first one is generate. The second one is post, right? So we have 2 different ways that it needs to lead to based on us actually triggering the right button. So if I go here and I press plus, add another module, what we can add is a router. So if I press this, it's pretty self-explanatory. It splits the automation in 2 different ways, right? And how we actually know where the automation is going to go, that's where we use filtering. So we say, press here, press a filter. We say that if the column is the second column and the button is equal to generate, then we send it the first way. If the column is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 6th column, then and button is post, then we send it to the second way. So let me go here, let me do it. So the condition is if the column starts, so this is the column that we actually use, is 2, yep, and the value is generate. So column 2, actually we just put generate content. Okay, that's what the filter is. So in theory, what we're telling it is only send it this way if the column is 2 and the button is generate. That's it. Save. Same logic here. Post content. If the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if the column is 6 and the value is post, then we send it this way. Let me check if it's all good. Yeah, it is. And now let me set a dummy variable. So we just put set variable. Don't worry about this. This is just a test that it works. X equals X, doesn't matter. And we do the same thing here. I just want to show you guys that it actually works, like the actual filtering. So, okay. So let's test this. So in theory, wait for your data. If I press this button right here, generate, it will send it this way. If I press post, it will send it the other way. So generate right here. It'll send it this way. See how it says 1 and it says 0 here. So the filter here was actually successful. So it was column 2 and it was generate and it was not here. So let me do the same thing exactly with post. I can go here, I can go to post, and then this will send it this way. Cool. Now we know that the filtering works. Let's start adding the ChatGPT module. So that's step 2, generate the Facebook post. And I'm going to go into some theory about prompt engineering, which is the skill of talking to the AI, talking to ChatGPT, because it is a skill in itself. So how do we use ChatGPT? Well, we call it OpenAI here. We don't call it ChatGPT, which is why you have to put OpenAI. Go OpenAI, and then you can do a bunch of stuff here. So we have generate an image somewhere here. Yeah, right here, which we're going to use later. But in this case, we can use create a completion. What this is basically replacing you having to go to ChatGPT and you talking to it here, right? So if you talk it here, you have to manually do it. In this case, you can do it here automatically. Does the run once also take from the operation cost? Yes, it does. So this right here is an operation. So we're consuming the operation of make.com. Now, the way to connect our OpenAI is through an API key. I'm assuming you guys are aware of what an API key is. What it is essentially is just a key that's custom to each user of ChatGPT, which you can use. So let me add it here. API key, which you can use to connect different softwares to ChatGPT essentially. And now we can use the model. So I'm going to go through, again, some theory about prompt engineering. So listen carefully because this is very important. Because I've spoken to, and I've taught over, 5,000 people now, right? So I know exactly what people know about prompt engineering and what people usually don't. And it's a skill of actually structuring the prompt the right way. So let me go here to model, and I can choose 4o for systems. There's a bunch of models you can use here. I'm just going to use 4o just for the convenience of it. And we get introduced here to messages. So we add a message. A message is just you typing something to ChatGPT. It just does it automatically. And it gives you 3 different types of messages, right? Or roles. We call it a role. We have system, we have user, and we have assistant, okay? A system, so right here, system prompt is when you give ChatGPT an identity. So if you want to generate content, you tell it you are an expert content creator who has helped thousands of other content creators generate high converting content. So you give it an identity. User prompt is your task is to do X, Y, and Z. So you tell it to do an example, or you tell it to do a task, whatever it is. And the user prompt is usually what you would tell ChatGPT anyways, forgetting to add a system prompt. And then assistant is essentially just telling it, okay, here are a few examples so you can guide yourself and see, here just like the basics. So that's what it is. Very simple to understand, very misunderstood, I would say. So system, again, is you give it an identity. You are a XYZ. User is you give it a task. So your task is to XYZ. And a system is, assistant is an example, right? A few examples. We're not going to use assistant here. We're just going to use system user. But assistant, so let me give you an example here. A system would just be, let's say you're formatting text. Let's say every time that you give it a company name, you wanted to format it into like a clean version. So company name, you know how some company names have company LLC, and you want to take out LLC, then you tell the system, you are an expert text formatting assistant, and then your user will be, your task is to take a company name, clean it up, and take out the variables, and then you use an assistant to tell it, okay, this is a company name, this is the output. This is a company name, this is the output. Just to give it an example, right? As if you were teaching someone, you give it a few examples to tell them, okay, this is how the task needs to be executed. That's the same thing what you do with the AI. So, okay, that was long. But system prompt here, you can do, you are a helpful, intelligent content creator. Just leave it simple. You are a helpful, intelligent content creator. And then we can use user. So we're adding messages, right? Add a message with the text content. And the text content, let's do, your task is to generate a high converting link Facebook post in this case, using the topic below. And then we give it a few rules. So the hashtags there, this is just as a way for us to give it a heading. So one hashtag is heading 1, 2 hashtag is heading 2. And then we say, okay, your tone should be no fluff and Spartan. Don't use any emojis. I don't like using emojis in my posts, so that's why I tell it, don't use any emojis. And then you say, only output the post, and that's it. Why do we say that? Because when you tell ChatGPT sometimes, do XYZ for me, it usually says, yeah, sure, I'll be happy to help. We don't want the yeah, sure, I'll be happy to help. We just want the actual post. Okay, so and then we say, here is the topic. So topic. The topic will be row values. It'll be the first column right here. We can't see it because we didn't run it with any data, but we just put 0, right? Let me press save. Before we press save, let me explain to you what max completion tokens is, because that's important as well. Max completion token. So a token is equals to a character. So if you tell it 2048, if you give it a limit of 2048, then you say, whatever output you give me, the limit of characters that you can give me is 2048. So let's say you're creating a really long, complex blog, and the blog is 10,000 words, but you tell ChatGPT it can only be 5,000 characters. What it will do is that in making the blog, even though it's 10,000 words, it will cut it to the limit of characters that you give it. If you have no max completion tokens, then it will just use the tokens that it needs to use for the specific task. We don't really need this, so we can just take it out and we press save. And let's rename this to create, actually just Facebook post. And let me delete this as well because we don't need them. And we press save. Okay, I deleted this, so I have to remake that, but press save and we go here. And let's test this. So in theory, if I put a topic here and I press the button generate, it should take the topic, send it to ChatGPT to make the Facebook post on using ChatGPT essentially. So let me put a topic, what AI is dominating the agency game. Run once, wait for new data. I can press generate, and this is going to send the topic here to ChatGPT. So someone asked if that's the header. So usually we just take, it will take the row of where the button is at. So it will not take the header, it will just take this. So let's look at the post. AI is dominating the agency game because it delivers results, streamlined processes, accurate data insight. Okay, that's it. So we made the post essentially. Now we want to do the exact same thing, but a LinkedIn. So we just copy this, paste it. What did I do? I copy it. So you hover over it, you copy, you paste it, and you put it back here. We delete the filter because we don't need it. Save. And we can change. So first of all, we renamed this to LinkedIn. And then we have to change. The only thing we have to change here is the insider here, Facebook post to LinkedIn post. Right, that's the only thing we have to change. We can leave everything the same. And press save. And then we add a new one, ChatGPT, generate an image. Yeah, I will clarify that in just a bit. 1 second. And then GPT, let's do GPT image one because it's a new image model that came out from ChatGPT, which is very good. And then we can use the topic. So why AI is dominating the agency game. See, now it gives you the actual data here. And then we press 0. And you press save. So what I did initially is I've added a set variable. This is just a test, nothing fancy. It's not something you have to do, but just to show you that the filtering works. Typically, I wouldn't do it. So yeah. And then we rename this generate image. So again, we made a filter here to generate a Facebook post, LinkedIn post, generate an image. And now we want to bring it all back to the sheet. So you can press plus. We can go to Google Sheets. In this case, we don't want to add a row. We want to update a row because we already made the row here. So we do update a row and wrong connection here. Let me do my connection. Spreadsheet ID will be outscale. No, wrong one. Share with me. Outscale content. So that's this one right here, outscale content. And then the sheet name will be sheet 1. The row number, right? We have to give it a row number because we're updating a row. So it needs to know what row it is. We can get from row start here. Row start. Row start. And now we want to add the Facebook post, which is the result. So this is the outcome, the output, just like ChatGPT will give you an answer. The result here is the output of the Facebook post, LinkedIn post result, and the image URL is within here. Oh, I forgot, this doesn't give you the URL. So let's use the other model. Dahlia 3. Let's give it an example as well. AI in Ego. So I'm just testing it to see if it works. I should make an image. So we test sometimes, we don't test sometimes because I know it works. But as you start to build automations, typically at the start, you would test every single step. And here you get the URL. Okay, I don't know why I closed. 1 second. My whole Chrome shut down, so let me go back. right. Let me go here. 1 second, guys. Share. All right, you can see here. So unfortunately, we have to rebuild it, which is great for the ones that didn't understand how I got this far. So we made the filter. We then copy paste this one here. Delete the filter. Press save. And then let me go here. We change this to LinkedIn. We change the inside to LinkedIn. I remember when I first did this this workshops, the OpenAI platform shut down as I was doing this. It was explaining, terrifying, explaining to everyone why it wasn't working. And then here, you can put generate an image. Thankfully, it works now. DALL-E 3. The prompt will be the raw values, should be 0 right here. So I just go back to the same place as before. And then generate name. Generate image, sorry. So someone's asking about images versus videos. You can create videos, not with ChatGPT. I wouldn't recommend you use ChatGPT. You can use other softwares. I personally don't generate AI videos, so I wouldn't be the best person to tell you what platforms you can use. But I know there's a bunch of platforms that you can use. You can use AI avatars as well. And now we want to bring it all back to the sheet. So we do update a row because we made the row already. Change the connection. Share with me. I can choose the out skill. So these are all my Google Sheets here. The content. And then sheet name will be sheet 1. Row number will be the row number. So row start, right? We'll start here. And now we want to add the Facebook post, result, LinkedIn post, result, and the image right here, URL. And we want to change this to done. So we're changing this right here to done right here. So we're changing different variables. So automation, again, it's using the actual system to manipulate this right here, this sheet right here. So we're connecting it. Then we press save. So let me run this. Let me do the exact same topic. I can go run once, wait for new data. I can press the button generate. It will then generate the Facebook post, the LinkedIn post, the image, and it will bring it all back to the sheet. Where to use more enhanced prompts to generate better content? Yes, I'm not using the best prompts right now just because I'm doing a demo, but you would use more extensive prompts, correct? So done, change to done, Facebook post, LinkedIn post, the image right here. Which is the image right there. Okay. And let me center this as well so it looks nicer. And now we can get on to the posting. Someone asked if I have to press run once. No, you don't. I'm just doing it just because I'm testing. You would just turn this on and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Now let's do the filter because I made it before, but it got deleted. So I deleted it. The column number, column start will be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? It has to be this column and it has to be this number, these letters. So equals to 6 and the value equals to post. Save. And now we want to add it to Facebook. Facebook pages. You create a post with photos. You connect it to your account. I think that's my account. We'll test it and see if it works. Okay, doesn't work. So that's the wrong account. And this one should work. Yeah. Photos, you can add photos here. And it gives me two options. It says you can upload a photo or you can download a photo from a URL. Now I'm telling you this because LinkedIn doesn't give me that option. It just gives me the option to upload a photo. So we have to do one additional step. And so we did all these and now we're going to step 6. Download a photo from URL. The URL will be in column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, column 5. So if I go here, the URL, I can go to column 5. No, column 4, sorry. And the message will be the actual text of the post. And that will be column 3, which is 2 here. Let me press save. And now I want to show you LinkedIn if I just go directly here. Create a image post. Yeah. Choose your account. You can add account. You can do LinkedIn. It will add you to just a normal LinkedIn login page. But here, it doesn't give me the option to add a URL, right? Which is where step 7 is using make.com. We have to download the image before we give it to LinkedIn, right? So what we have to do is, so let's delete this. We use something called an HTTP. It's something within make.com only, but also Zapier has it and all the other platforms have it. And we have to download a file from a given URL. So we're giving it an image URL and we're telling it, okay, download it so that we can use it for LinkedIn. So if I go here, I can put the URL, which will be column 4, press save. And now we can use this. So let me rename this to download image. See how I'm naming these? I haven't named this, but just because it's Google Sheets. But here I put that as Facebook post. Here I put that as LinkedIn post, generate an image, download an image. And now we can do a LinkedIn. We can create a user image post. And it automatically added some from here. So we don't have to do anything. And content will be the content that we will post. So that will be in column 3. And you can put a bunch of settings. You can put whether it's only my connections can see it. You can put whether it's main feed, none. You can put a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, someone said column 5. So the way that code usually works is that 0 is 1. So just do 5 minus 1, it will be 4. And that's why I put 4 here. And now I want to update the Google Sheet. So we go here, update a row. Why are we updating? Well, to done, right? And I'm putting it at the end because I want everything to run, be successful, and then come to this. Because if it breaks here, it will not go to this, which I know, at that point, I'll know that there's a problem. So let me change the connection that I have shared with me. And then spreadsheet ID will be OutScale content. Sheet name will be sheet 1. Row number will be row start. Sorry, row start right here. It's the same process that I go through. And then post trigger will be done. Press save. All right, let's test this. So run once. Post right here. This should trigger the automation. It will send it this way to post it to Facebook, download the image, post it to LinkedIn, and then bring it all back and say that it's finished. So if I go here, I can see that it says done. So I can refresh. It posted it here. And if I go to LinkedIn, it posted it here. Okay, so that right there is a fully automated content system that I've personally sold to a lot of businesses as well. So a lot of businesses are using these types of systems because content creation, think of it as something that businesses need to do. So a lot of businesses need to actually post content, but they don't have the time or they don't want to, right? So if you can create a system around content creation that solves the pain point, which is having to, having to create content, you can also automate the ideation process, but in this case, we're just automating the content creation process, all within a Google Sheet. And you can use different softwares like Airtable for the interface. That's the actual Google Sheet. But that right there is how you automate the whole process right here. Can you speak to how to price for an automation like this? Yeah, since a lot of you guys came here to learn about how to make money using AI, so I'll go deeper into this. When it comes to pricing automations, when you get started, I think work for free. That's like my main thing. But these sort of automations I've sold for $2,000 to $3,000 to businesses. It just depends on what system, what business. But yeah, it can range between that. So can we have multiple webhooks lead the same router? No, one webhook is one router here. Let's press save. Okay, so we're pretty much done with the second use case, content creation and onboarding system right here. I'm gonna take some questions from the chat, so you can feel free to put them there. In the meanwhile, I want to share something with you guys because you guys are gonna like this. So let me go here. Profile, and let me share my screen again. Let me go here. Okay, cool. So what I showed you on make.com, all of these are called, they're scenarios, right? They're blueprints. So you can export this. If I export this and you import it in your own MacBook, I already made the automation for you and you don't have to do it again. And you can make different automations, different blueprints. So with that being said, I spent over 100 hours, definitely over 100 hours, putting together 35 different automation templates that you can import yourself for free. If you go to this link and you just you go through this library, you can get as many as you want. All you have to do is import them to your own make.com account, and you don't have to go through the whole hassle of learning how to actually put it together. So I'm gonna put it in the chat right now, so you guys can have access to it. Let me go here. And I can go to, typically I wouldn't send this, but because you guys are spending your Saturday learning these, which is amazing, then let me put in the chat here. Okay, here we go. So take it, steal all my automations that I spent a bunch of time putting together. And yeah, so let me go through some questions that I see here.
Folks, we'll share you the link once again. Don't worry. Since the chat is blowing up, we'll share you the link. Don't worry. But if you have any questions in regards to automations, please put it down. But before we do that, did you guys enjoy the session? Did you guys actually look at how can you run automations? What are the kind of things that you can achieve out of it? Were you getting ideas as to what you can do?
So just to ask you a question, primarily people who are on this call, are they they're looking to make money using automation, right? They're like more that demographic, or they're more business driven?
It's a good mix of both. A lot of people who are trying to implement for themselves, and a good chunk of people who are trying to sort of make money through what they're learning through AI.
Okay, cool. So I'll give advice on both use cases, right? If you're a business and you want to implement automations in your business, your first step, first of all, is to break down all your processes. That's always the first step. That's you sitting down, going on a platform like Miro, which is free, and breaking down your process, doing step by step, putting into a flowchart so you can visually see it. And then you can go from there, you can make the automation. If you're someone who wants to make money using AI automation, you want to solve pain points, right? It doesn't matter how you get there. It doesn't matter that we're using make.com or Zapier, all that stuff. That's pretty much irrelevant. The vehicle of us actually solving the problem is much better now than it was a while ago, but it's always, the fundamentals is always the same. It's you solving a pain point for a business and then you getting money from it. So when you think about what solution can I provide, is not what solution, but it's what problem can I solve, right? So you need to have knowledge on the industries, on businesses, to see what problem are they having and how can I use automation platforms to solve that problem. That's what I'd say about it.
Awesome. That was brilliant. Do we want to take more questions from the chat? Are you seeing anything to answer?
I think we're just getting started with the questions. And Michele, I think you should send the link one more time so that we can share it. You could also share it over WhatsApp group so that we can share it along as well.
Yeah, happy to. I'll share it over WhatsApp as well. Both of you, so you can.
But yeah, Uttam, let's take a few questions from the chat and then move on.
Yeah, let's see.
Can you turn on the Q&A section so that people can fill the questions? It's very difficult to read.
Perfect, it's done. Folks, put your questions into the Q&A box and we should be able to.
Michele, are you able to see the Q&A section?
No, I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at the normal chat. 1 sec. Let me go here.
I'll read it out for you. Does make.com support MS tools as well?
Okay, sorry, I wasn't looking. I didn't know there was a Q&A here. Does make.com, what, sorry?
Does make.com support MS Teams as well?
Yes, it does. It does. It supports different softwares. If you don't know what software it actually supports, then just go make.com and see through that list. You can just type the software and see what you can do there.
How agentic changing the automation?
So the difference between an AI agent and an agentic process is that an AI agent with one input, it can do different things. So just like Vaibhav was showing you guys that just with him saying do XYZ, the AI agent went out by himself to scrape different things, to do different things. A workflow has one input and one output, right? So it's a series of steps. So the agent, I mean, how it's changing, it's much better now because with one input, even with automation, it can go different directions. You can use different workflows, something we didn't have before.
Someone has asked, when you sell an automation, do you still get charged?
Send an automation in what way?
I'm also not sure.
Work in Germany.
Have you created workflows in N8N as well?
I have, yeah. But honestly, because there's so many tools, I don't have enough time to try all of them. Whatever works, make.com works very well, N8N works very well, Zapier works very well. But I would get started with make.com because it's a much more easier way.
Right.
As well.
Someone is asking, how can one protect these workflows as an IP?
Well, I think with make.com, it's always going to be make.com's native platform, right? So they have full access to the automations, but it's posted to your account. So there isn't much there. Can you post Michaela's link here? Does make.com work in Spanish? Yeah, it does work in Spanish, it does.
Once the automation is implemented, do we need to do any monthly maintenance?
No. If you implement it right now, what we have, the way that we actually set up the automations, or that I used to set up the automations, is we audit the workflow. So what does it look like? Then we implement and then we test, right? The testing phase is very, very important because you have to test it, you have to stress test it. Test it through all the different use cases to see if it comes this way, does it work? And then go through that. When you have a concrete system, there's no monthly maintenance. No, you can have it if you want, but.
Someone is asking, what is the coolest flow you have automated?
The fullest thing?
Coolest flow. Coolest problem that you have automated.
I don't even know, to be honest.
Maybe the most complex one.
The most complex one. I mean, I made some pretty crazy flows, to be honest. But they're like unnecessarily big, to be honest. It was like within the lead generation, so finding leads. So, I mean, because now we have AI agents, right? Before I just did a workflow that did 45 million things. It was getting a person's name and then sending it to Clay to get the email and then sending it to another place and then sending it to another place and then sending it to another place. I think 6 different places and then sending it to an email platform as well. Just a bunch of stuff. Is it GDPR? Yes, it is.
Could you use JSON to automate scenario generation?
I mean, make.com is built on JSON, right? But we don't really code JSON to add it to make.com. No.
Someone is asking how long to master automation like you have done.
So I actually learned it within 6-7 months. And the way that I learned it is through YouTube. I just watched a guy on YouTube to build automations. I built it with him and learned by doing. You can learn it realistically in 4 to 5 months if you just get locked in your room and don't come out and just watch YouTube videos, to be honest.
Do you need a paid OpenAI account to use the ChatGPT API?
Yes, you do. Not the paid account, because ChatGPT and the OpenAI platform is 2 different things, right? ChatGPT in itself, you don't get the API key from there. You get it from the OpenAI platform. You have to top up the credits to then be able to use the API key.
Yeah.
Which you follow to learn this automations. Nick Sarayev. That's who I watched for the longest time. Nick space Saraev. Nick Sarayev. Awesome guy. Unable to see Michele on LinkedIn. Yeah, Uttam, interesting thing. I actually got restricted from LinkedIn a few days ago. And I have to get back. I don't know why they restricted me, but I'm out now.
Maybe they can connect with you over Instagram if you have one.
I actually don't, which is very sad. I'm just on LinkedIn. I'll drop my work email in case you want.
Very, very interesting.
There's my email in case you guys want to drop anything there. I typically just work with agencies, so not really other types of businesses. It's because I come from a coding background. I don't know how to code. I don't know a single thing about. I mean, I know a single thing about coding, of course, but I don't know how to code a website or anything like that. Because you don't need to. You don't need to. That's the beauty of this. You don't need to know how to code.
Yeah. Someone is asking, can you connect custom GPTs to run an automation?
Yeah, you can. It's just using the OpenAI platform. You can do message and assistant.
Can you run the same automation for content creation to multiple social media accounts on the same platform?
Yes, you can. You just have to do different authorization, different accounts.
Yeah, right.
You can use a router as well.
What would that ideation automation process go?
What?
I think someone is asking what would that ideation automation process go, which is before setting up the automation, how do you plan the logic? Probably someone is asking around that.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Before I started automations, you need to be some sort of you need knowledge of the actual platform because it allows you to be creative. When someone tells you I'm struggling with XYZ, I already can piece an automation in my mind. But the way to do it is just understanding the software that they use and then making a flow chart. That's always the first step, making a flow chart to plan it, to then be able to again go make the call. A lot of people just rush to the execution to making the automation, which sometimes works until you test, right? When it doesn't work. And then you don't understand where it went wrong. So
awesome. I don't see any question. If you see, like, we can take one more question.
Yeah, happy to answer. How to make tricky automations in the simplest way. Just scope them, audit them, just like break it down into different steps. Always do that. It's something I never did for the longest time. And when I started doing it, it made everything so much easier. So yeah.
Awesome. Cool. That was all for this session. I think we are pretty much done and well on time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michele, for doing this. It's always a pleasure to have you and to listen to you again. And
awesome.
Yeah. And folks, like we always do, please show your gratitude. Please show how you are feeling in the chat. In 1 word, 2 word, appreciate. It will mean the world to us and to Michele as well. All our mentors, everyone puts a lot of effort and care and everything, like passion to to bring this such kind of value to you in odd hours as well. So Michele, everything is for you. See the chat.
Awesome, guys. Thank you very much. I'm always happy to teach. So I mean, you guys are spending a Saturday here, so that tells me enough about you. I'll tell you that much.
Awesome. Folks, that was all. Thank you so much, Michele, for coming, and you can take a rest, and I will take it forward from here.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having me on, and yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Peace.
Really. Peace. Bye-bye. All right, folks. Thank you so much. Now, tell me, I have a lot of interesting things to cover, so stick around, have patience. You have come far. You are just getting near to the finishing line, right? And I'll hold your hand and take you across the finishing line, right? But before that, let me bring sense to everything, right? Some of the things which you saw today in this session, specifically, might not have made sense, or you might not have been able to catch up, right? How many of you were not able to catch up with what was going on, right? But you still stuck around, right? drop me in the chat if it was slightly difficult for you to catch up, right? A lot of people, right? And I completely get that. We get that. 90% of the people, for the first time when they see it, it's very difficult to learn just in one go, right? Happened with the best of us, right? And it's completely fine. I wanted to say that it's completely fine. It happens with everyone. The purpose was not to teach everything. It is not expected that you learn everything in just one session. What the purpose of it was to expose you what is possible, right? It requires a lot more practice. Like he said, he spent like 6-7 months to learn it. You will also get there. But what this session would have done with you is that it has shown you the possibility of what is possible to automate in your work, life, business. Is that the case or not? Do you believe now you are aware that you can solve a lot of problems? Is that true? Drop true in the chat if that is, right? So don't judge yourself. That don't be too hard on yourself that, oh my God, this is not something that is for you. You can't do it. You would want to ignore it. Don't do that, right? I can, be in your shoes and tell you that that's what you feel for the first time, but it's completely fine, right? So with that being said, in the last 10 to 11 hours, you have and we have done a lot of things, right? We went from learning foundations of generative AI, how does LLM models work? Then we learned a bunch of tools, and then we learned about how do we build custom GPTs. Then we learned about how do we can create images, videos with AI. Then we learned about automation in just last 10 to 12 hours, right? Now, how do you feel about it? How do you feel? Do you feel powerful after learning so much in so less time? Do you feel powerful? Drop powerful in the chat. Do you think you have become a better version of yourself just by spending 10 to 11 hours together? Do you feel you have become like much better version? How much better version you have become? Like 10x, 20x, 100x? How much do you feel? 5x, 10x, powerful, 100x. I see that coming, right? That's what I was talking about yesterday. That's called transformation, right? That's called transformation when you spend time, when you put time into the right thing at the right place with the right people, right? So now you have done so much in the last 10, 11 hours, right? And we thought, right? Hear me out now. I have very, very important announcements and important things coming for you. So stuck around, right? There are a couple of people on the call, stuck around, right? Might be slightly late for you odd times, but bear with me, right? Now, I was saying that we thought that you have spent so much time and we have so many committed people, we have such a lovely audience, and you have done so much, right? Such a cooperative, empathetic audience. We thought we should do something for you, right? We thought, how can we give you back? How can we do more for you, right? And then we thought about something, right? And here is what we are doing, right? I have a couple of bonuses for you, right? Bonus number one that we are going to give you without any cost, anything, is that you will get Make.com 10,000 credits for free. 10,000 automations for operations for free. This will be good enough for you to get started, will help you to practice. And I hope now with that, all of you will go and play with Make.com, get better and get started. Is that great? Drop great in the chat if that gift is something that you liked, right? That is bonus number one. Make.com 10,000 operations. Everyone who has stuck around till now is going to get, right? So we appreciate participation. We appreciate efforts of people, right? So that's one, right? I love the chat that how happy you are, right? I'm very, very happy to hear that. Love that. Keep that coming. I'm continuously looking at that, right? If you see where I'm looking at, I'm just looking at the chat, right? Do you want more? Do you want more? Drop more in the chat if you want more. Someone said, I love you too. Right? Bonus number 2 for you is, as I told, like we are very empathetic. We could understand that not everything you could understand, right? So from our skill, you will get make.com recorded tutorials. You'll get make.com recorded tutorials. We knew this session will go over your head. So we are unlocking additional make.com recorded tutorials so that you can learn at your own pace, right? So it's okay if you could not catch up everything. That idea was to inspire you and show you the possibility. Now, with the recordings, with the additional tutorials and make.com operations, you will be able to spend a lot of time and master automation. Does that help you? Does that help you? Lovely, 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 lovely. Awesome, awesome. Amazing. Right? I'm glad, right? Stuck around, more things are coming, right? Now, you know what? I wanted to share something personal and something very important with you. Over the last 2 days, a lot of you said, DM'd me, our team, and so many of us saying that you were not able to take notes, right? And you missed couple of parts, right? Some of you got emergencies and you were not able to take notes or catch up with everything, right? And one thing I was really sorry about, that we can't give recordings, right? And I saw a lot of people asking for recordings every time, and I was feeling helpless that I can't give that, right? And some of you started hating also for that, right? Some of you hated me, hated us because of that. But guess what? We lied to you all throughout. We lied to you all throughout. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? This was the lie we set so that you can come out of your comfort zone and push your boundaries. Imagine if I had told you on onboarding that recording will be given. How many of you would have given up? 80% would have not completed, right? Now, after this live experience, when you will watch the recording, it will make even more sense. Tell me, how do you feel? Just give me a second, folks.
Okay, while Uttam joins us back, let me cover for that. Perfect, right? We were talking about recordings, right? How many? I think I was getting a lot of messages. Oh, why are we not getting recordings? But thank you so much for holding us. Thank you so much for being with us for the last 2 days. Uttam is coming. Don't worry. Just a quick call, right? Om, you are real. Yes, folks. Folks, hello. Hi. I'm real. This is my house. This is where I take calls and conversations from, right? I'm not a bot anymore, at least. Right. So
Awesome.
you get what are the bonuses that we spoke about? The first one that we spoke about is 10,000 credits for make.com, right? Victoria, I'm saying yes, there will be a recording replay. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? The second bonus that we spoke about is tutorials of Make. The balloons are back. I don't know, again, for some reason. Tutorials of make.com. The last session that we saw, a quick run through of what exactly you can do. And the third thing we spoke about is the recordings. Now, what will happen is once the sessions are done, the program, the 3-day program, once it is done, when it will be done? Tomorrow 3 p.m. Eastern time. After that, we'll take 48 hours to send you all of this together. What will we send? All the notes of the sessions, all the links that we spoke about during the day 1, day 2, and day 3, and also all the prompts that you saw on the screen, along with all the 3 bonuses, right? We'll combine all of them together. How to get the 10K? Javier, I'm just saying that, right? Please hear me. So we'll combine all of them as a kit and send it to you by Tuesday. Okay, we'll take about 48 hours to do that, so that we can take all of these recordings, chop it up nicely so that you can follow through interestingly, and that's what we'll do. Okay, how does that sound?
Awesome. Folks, tell us, how do you feel about it? I get it, we lied, right? Now, like, as I was saying that, if we would have told you that you will get the recording yesterday, if I would have told you, so many of you would have given up, right? As humans, we can't trust ourselves, right? We just procrastinate, we just get into comfort zone, right? So some lies are good, isn't it? Right? It was for the good of everyone. But you tell me, was I wrong in this? Did I do anything wrong? No. Now, I hope now you don't hate us, right? All the recordings, all the lectures that have happened today and are going to happen tomorrow, you will get the recording. But why it was important to attend live? Because once you get and experience this live, once you get this maximum value, that is when the recordings will make sense, right? Otherwise, if you would have just given you the recordings, you would not have got the maximum value, right? We'll have the next session as well, which is a bonus. I will talk about that, right? Just have patience, folks. We are trying to do everything for you, right? Please allow some time, right? I hope I can have, right? You'll get day 0 recording as well, and today's as well, right? So, folks, the purpose of Mastermind was so that you can go back and implement and practice after like 10 hours and overall 16 hours, including tomorrow as well, right? Our intent was to get you started in the journey, because what is the toughest step in anyone's journey? It is the first step to get started. It feels the toughest, right? And we wanted you to take that. But I need a promise from you. We would be failing if we can't help you get ahead from here, right? So will you continue to learn after this mastermind as well? Do I have a commitment from you that you will continue learning? Promise me. I need a promise. I want a commitment, not just to me, but to yourself, right? Because AI is here to stay. It is going to change, right? And anyone who is not going to learn is going to be fearful, is going to lose job, is going to face a lot of adversities we don't want, genuinely, right? It's the betterment for everyone. So promise to yourself that you are going to stick to the learning journey, whether you join fellowship or not, that's a separate case, but you have got enough information that you can continue to, your learning journey, right? Everyone, please write promise, and I want that commitment, right? Everything that we have promised, your recordings, make.com tutorials, make operations, your certificate, your resources, everything you will get as a package in next 2 to 3 days, 2 to 4 days, right? Because it takes time, and you will get an email for that, right? So you will get as a package. Now that I've announced the bonus, right? Let me cover the other parts. There are 2 things that are left, right? Awesome. Love the energy, folks. Now I'll move to the other parts, right? I wanted to share something as well, right? There are 4 powers that you need to master and walk away to master AI. You need a power to think, you need power to create, you need power to build, and you need power to connect and automate, right? When you have all those 4 powers, you become an AI avenger, right? You become an AI generalist, right? And that is when you will be able to do everything, right? But the main purpose of this mastermind was to give you a glimpse of everything, but major change that should happen is that you should start thinking AI first. Everything that you do in life, career, or business, you should start thinking AI first. So from here, are you going to think AI first? Everything that you are going to do with AI? Someone says Iron Man, Uttam, love that. Right? AI first, drop AI first in the chat, because that's what is needed in the new world, right? And when you start to do that, after this like transformative learning experience, you are in the top 1% of the people who just don't know ChatGPT, who know a lot more than that, right? And you guys, I can promise and give it to you that guys are going to be the change leaders in AI because you are aware what is there. Most of the people miss opportunities in their life because of lack of awareness, because they were not aware about things at the right time, right? So many of us have missed so many opportunities because we were not aware about things at the right time. Isn't it or not, right? Because we were not aware. Imagine, like, we were not aware about crypto at the right time, right? If we were aware of crypto, all of us would have been millionaire and billionaire, right? We were not aware about that. Imagine if we were aware about YouTube when it was starting, everyone would have become a creator, but we were not aware about its potential. Now you have time and an opportunity to correct all of that mistake, because this time you are not missing an opportunity because of not being aware. This time you are aware about the opportunity, you are aware about AI, you are aware how to utilize it, you have a roadmap. But if you still don't go all in, if you still don't start learning and using it and in your work and life, you will have the biggest regret of your life, I can tell you. Because people who are not aware, they are not aware, right? People who are aware and still don't take action go through like the biggest regret, and regret is painful, right? So that's what you need to do. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me with that? Do you agree with me with that? Right? Exactly, right? Now you are well aware, and now if now you don't take the opportunity, it is bad, right? Because every time when a new technology comes into the market, there are only three types of people. There are builders, there are creators, and there are consumers, right? Consumers are the people who never make anything out of it, right? Builders and the creators are the people who make money, who leverage the technology and make a life out of it, right? When YouTube came, people who built YouTube made a lot of money, people who use YouTube made a lot of money, right? With this AI revolution, people who have built these technologies like NVIDIAs of the world, ChatGPTs of the world are minting a lot of money. People who are going to use these and make something out of it, create something out of it, are going to make a lot of money. Who you are going to be? Are you going to be a builder or a creator or a consumer? Right? If you are going to just watch and let it go, you are a consumer. Right? Will you be a builder, creator, or a consumer? Drop in the chat. Lovely. Glad I'm not seeing any consumer, right? Because if you're just consuming, just like watching reels and not utilizing, your time, then you are wasting. Lovely, lovely. Hope everything that I have said, everything that Vaibhav said, everything that you have heard, each and every word has been a value add, has been a perspective that is changing your mindset. Has these all days changed your mindset? Tell me in the chat, mindset, drop mindset in the chat if your perspective has changed, if your mindset has changed, right? Lovely, right? Amazing, amazing, right? Cool. Now, before I move on, right? Before I move on, I have a very, very special person to, host the next session for you, right? And the story of this session is, and the person behind that session who is going to take that session, which is also bonus number 4 for you, is make money with AI, right? And this session was not in the schedule, folks. This session was not in the schedule, and we didn't have any plan to do it. But we have planned. And the session will be hosted by none other than your host, Uttam Gupta, right? As I told yesterday that I am also a teacher or a creator. So I will be teaching you, and I had no plans to do that. And yesterday when I was speaking to like my team member and Vaibhav, and I was like, wow, the audience is extremely good. We should do something more. And he was like, Uttam, you have utilized AI and build multiple sources of income. Why don't you teach that? I was like, I don't have a deck presentation ready. I don't know. And he was like, just teach what you have done for yourself, right? And I was like, okay, I don't know if it will be useful or not, whether I should or not. He was like, just go ahead. I'm pretty sure if you just share your, journey also, then it will be great, right? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to host the next session, right? And we'll start in a couple of moments, right? But before that, I want to understand that as I was talking about opportunity, right? Some of you miss the opportunities because of not being aware, right? I wanted to understand some of the people who are also messaging me. How many of you have already applied for the AI Generalist Fellowship, right? Drop in the chat if you have applied. If you have, how many of you have done that? Drop me in the chat, applied in the chat. I want to see how many of you have already applied for the fellowship. All right, you have done that. Great. Now tell me how many of you have not applied and why? What is stopping you? What is stopping you to, leverage this opportunity and the roadmap, right? How many of you, right? What is stopping you? Cost, can't afford, money, cost. I see most of the people like unemployed. Got it. Time, got it. Right. So here is my 2 cents, right? And a quick perspective, right? If money is extremely the differentiator, right? Then that's fine. You can pay with your time. But if you think you have the ability to, grab the scholarship, as it was told, if you are coming from a place where price parity can be applied and you are a deserving candidate, you might get additional scholarship up to $2,000. Right, as you know, the program fees is $9,995, and there is a 50% scholarship, which makes it $4,995. But if you come from a place where purchasing power parity is different, then you can get additional 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000 scholarship basis of the place you come from, right? And I was during the lunch also, I was getting a lot of messages that you were not able to book interviews. So like I can see in the chat as well, people asking. So I'll ask the team to share the link again. So Om, if you can share the link again, because I think like now people have got a lot better perspective to be able to make a decision if they were in a second thought whether they should go ahead or not, how it can be helpful after seeing the automation as well. So Om, if you can share the link, I think it will be great, right? I am
Sharing just in a minute.
All right. So, right, the team will share the link, and everyone who was facing a challenge, you can go ahead and do it. Everyone who was not able to find time slots, right? I asked the team to add specific time slots as well so that you can find the suitable time. And I was saying that anyone who thinks that, money is an issue, I told you, you can get additional scholarship basis of how passionate you are, how much clarity you have about the goal, if you can spend the time that is required, how dedicated you are, what kind of background you have. All these parameters are considered while giving the scholarship. So if you think, you can go ahead. For everyone else for whom like time right now is an issue and you would want to join the future cohort as well, I would recommend that you can still give an interview. And if you get selected, the team is pretty helpful in to be able to defer you to the next cohort as well, right? And my perspective is right now you are having an early mover advantage. You missed YouTube, you missed crypto, right? Now you would not want to be in the same position again, right? In 2-3 years later, you would not want to be missing. And the other thing is that I would have definitely gone and done this because these interviews are like free consultation call that you are getting from people, right? From best of the best people, right? And you might end up meeting me as well and having like a 40-minute conversation where you will not just have interview, but you will get the right perspective as well to take your journey ahead. So if you are in your second thoughts, if you are not sure, you go ahead, talk to your interviewer and get more clarity, perspective and direction. And then basis of the scholarship selection rejection, you will be recommended the right path, right? So yeah, apart from that, anyone who is all in, who wants accelerated journey, you should go ahead and do that, right? So that was my perspective, right? The last best time to start learning AI was yesterday, and next best time is today, right? And I'm so happy that you are one of those well-exposed people, right? So, I just wanted to quickly cover that up as well, because, a lot of people messaged me during lunch that they were not able to book, and, have, they were facing issue as well. So that's why. And what I'll do is, people who are still struggling with the process. People are struggling with the process. So what I'll do is, I'll quickly, no, without taking a lot of time, I'll quickly share my screen and show you the process. When you click on the link, this is where you will come, right? Which track are you interested in, with coding or without coding? With coding means if you are an engineer, if you are a coder who knows Python, right? And if you want to build enterprise level, software, that is when you go ahead with coding. For that, you need to have a coding experience. So that is when you click here and click on submit and move next, right? And you will see your time slots and your, where you can book. If you want to apply for AI generalist program, so with coding program is called AI for engineers, right? Without coding program is AI generalist, right? If you don't know coding, if you have never coded and you want to, learn everything that was told in a much more advanced manner, and you want to learn it with the AI vibe coding, no code approach, that is when you choose no without coding and you come on this page. This is where you will find slots to connect and speak to our interviewers, and you can choose, you can select the time zones. For example, Eastern time zone, I'll select here and I will see the slots accordingly. Say, for example, I select 4:30 p.m. I will be here. I'll type my name, email, mobile number, the industry I'm from, years of experience that I have. Again, like giving confirmation of your interest track and LinkedIn profile if you have, right? This finishes your first level of application, and then next will be interview. After the interview, our team takes couple of, then your application goes to our admissions team and our jury, they do their due diligence, and on the basis of that, selection rejection results are given, right? So yeah, so with that being said, everyone who is still interested and who wants to go ahead, you fill out, you just, apply. The link is in the chat. If you are still not able to find the link, just message our team and they will be able to help you, right? Cool. All right. All right, folks, before we start with the next session, do you want a quick 5 minutes break? Do you want a breather? Do you want to get bio break, water? Do you need that? And while others are also trying to book, yeah, in the comments I can see break, right? So while everyone is also taking time to book their interview, I will just run a 5-minute timer, right? And we'll start, right? My throat is also choking, so I will just need water to quickly recharge myself for the next session. Next session is going to be extremely power packed, right? Amazing. Also, folks, before I start the next session, tomorrow's day 2, actually, day 0 was yesterday, today was day 1, tomorrow, day 2. At 11 a.m. EST, we are going to have 2 sessions. At 11 a.m. EST, we are going to have 2 sessions. One will be AI for engineers, for all the coders and software engineers. And there will be vibe coding session, which is for all for no coders, right? People don't know code, but they still want to build products and they still want to build solutions, right? So you will receive 2 links and you choose basis of that, and you join and you come for 11 a.m. EST. It will be a 3-hour session, and then we'll call it the end of mastermind, right? So that's the agenda for tomorrow, right? Cool. We have 3 more minutes. I'll take a breather. By the way, someone is asking, money is an issue, but are there payment options? Yeah, there are payment options, right? For the people who get selected, who get the scholarship, enough assistance is provided. Payment option, payment plans are also given so that, we do understand that for someone who is deserving, this could be an unplanned expense and difficult to manage suddenly. So there are payment options so that you can manage as well. You can, support your education in the right way. Someone is asking, will my interview will be with AI? No, no. Like once you come on the interview, you will know they are real human, right? Someone is saying no break after full motivation from Uttam. The next session is going to be short, folks. It is going to be about 45 minutes. It is going to be extremely power packed, short, 45 minutes to max 60 minutes. I'm just taking questions. Yeah, couple of questions about the next session. Guys, you have come, very far. Just stick around and get the last bonus as well. Right? Someone is like, gotta sleep. All right, no worries. We are officially like what we committed for date 1 is also over. So in case you want to leave, that's fine. In case you don't want to, participate in the next session. So yeah. Someone is like, you are a C+ developer, which session you should choose. If you're a developer, you can go ahead with AI engineering session. What if I'm interested in both? Will we receive both recordings? The session you will attend, you will receive the recording for that. I would say that you should go ahead with attending basis of your profile. That's how it has been customized. All right. The time is up, folks. I will just open up the chat. I have opened the chat to host and panelist. Are we ready to start for the next session? Are we ready to start for the next session? Amazing, amazing. Next session is going to be extremely short and power packed. So we'll quickly cover up, right? Someone is like falling asleep. Folks, like I am also like, for me, it's 3:30 a.m., but you can see my energy, my smile. I'm able to maintain that just for you, right? So I think we can manage, right? We'll make sure that what you can do is you can start learning and taking this thing by standing, right? Maybe that will make it easier for you. So I'll just quickly share my screen, right? I'm just finding the best way to do that. Cool, right? Let me know once you are able to see my screen. Let me know if you are able to see my screen. Yes, the chat right now is put to host so that I can see, properly. and it is also not disturbing for other people, because I was seeing a lot of comments that the chat were disturbing for other people, right? Screen is fine. You can hear me, see me well, and you can, see the screen as well. All right, cool. I hope we are all set. Cool. So now this session, this bonus session, which I thought I'll take, is on how you can make money with AI, right? And what are the possibilities? So far, you have learned about so many things that I was talking about, right? How to build custom GPTs, automation, creative, AI creative, and XYZ. But learning skills is one thing, but what is important is to know what you can do with these skills as well, right? And how you can build multiple sources of income, side hustles, because there is a huge opportunity of making money and multiple sources of income with AI, right? And this session, the purpose of this session is not to be very tactical and in depth. The purpose is to show you the possibilities, what are the options that you can pick, right? And what has worked for me, right? What has worked for me. And this session is not researched from the internet or made with AI. This is purely made out of my personal experience. And in this session, not only I am going to cover the options with which you are going to make money, but also how you can get clients and customers and XYZ as well, right? So it's completely holistic, right? So, you have spent a lot of time, even though you have spent a lot of time with me in the last 10, 12 hours, you have been seeing me, but you might not know me. This is me, right? I'm a content creator, educated with over 100,000 followers, 110,000 followers on LinkedIn and Instagram. You can connect with me. If you like the session, you can put a story or write a LinkedIn post as well. But anyway, so this is me. You can find me on social media. And quickly, let me tell you what AI has done for me, how I have been able to leverage AI, right? Because of AI, the number one thing that I have been able to do is I have got a lot of speaking opportunities at top institutions and organizations. I started to get a lot of invites from colleges, universities, public speaking opportunities and everything around it, right? So that is first thing, right? And this is me being invited. The picture that you see on the side, on the right side, is me in the LinkedIn event. LinkedIn invited me in the event because I was actively using LinkedIn and doing a lot of things, right? So this is me getting, invited at multiple places. Second thing that LinkedIn has done is that I have been able to get a lot of corporate training opportunities at top MNCs. And I charge about $10,000 for a 2-day AI training, right? And I've trained leadership teams of a lot of brands, right? That's what I charge. And that's what has happened because of AI. And the third thing, because of what I've been able to do because of AI, is I offer AI marketing and consulting services for clients. And I charge about $3,000 to $5,000 from a client per month for the services that I offer, right? This is what I've been able to do, right? And, I'm not saying any of these things because like to boost about myself or to beat my own trumpet. I'm just saying from a very humble perspective, just to show you the possibilities of what is possible, right? What it has done for me and what it can do for you as well, right? So take it in the right spirit. No other reason to show anything but to tell you that this is what I have been able to do, and I'm going to tell you how I have been able to do and how you can do it for yourself as well. Are you with me? Are you with me so far? All right, all right. Now, want to know few simple ideas that can make you a couple of dollars and a few lakhs, right? All right. So I'm going to cover in a very interesting and interesting way, right? So far you have learned about image and video generation, custom GPTs, agentic workflows, and automation with Make.com, right? And these skills can easily make you your first $10,000 as an additional source of income if you mastered it and offered it as a service. So the first thing that you have to choose here is which is the zone of genius you want to pick, right? You want to offer image and video as a service, or you want to offer building custom GPTs, custom bots as a service, or you want to offer automation with make.com or any other tool as a service, right? You pick your lane, right? That is where you start with, and then you build expertise in that and you start offering services, right? So, right, each of these have potential to become a potential business, is what I'm trying to say, right? Now, next, I will be telling you the three paths on the basis of which you can pick what is right for you, right? What is the right business model? What is the right money making opportunity for you, right? And I'll tell you on the basis of basis of your passion, how you can choose, right? Basis of your current skill set, how you can choose. And also for all the people who don't have a lot of time, how they can still make a lot of money with AI, right? Right? Basis of the amount of time, how you can choose to pick your lane, right? So you have absolute clarity in all areas, right? So yeah. Now I want to quickly, folks, don't ask for link now because it's in the chat and you can access, right? Now, answer the question that I asked. How many of you in the room are passionate about building? How many of you are builders? How many of you want to build a business? And you love building that, and you are a builder, right? How many of you are that, right? Drop yes or me in the chat. I want to see how many of you are one of those people who like to build businesses, right? Anyone who likes to build businesses and wants to build a business, uh, you know, the number one option, the number one thing that has huge opportunity right now is that you can build an AI agency, AI, or be a freelancer or a solopreneur offering these services to client. Folks, like I can't even emphasize and tell it to you how much demand there is to start your AI marketing, creative, or automation, or any agency, AI agency, right? AI lead generation agency, AI sales agency, right? I can't even tell how much opportunity is there. It is humongous opportunity. It is very hot. There is so much demand. There is so less supply. There are so less people who have these things and who have built these offerings, right? So that's number one option that you can do. And how you should like how you can actually get to $10,000 or build another source of income. You don't have to you just have to start by offering this service. You can charge close to around $2,000 to $3,000 depending upon how big is the business that you are working with and what is the complexity of the problem that you are solving, right? So you can charge close to $2,000 to $3,000. As I was talking about, I charge that, right? And you can end up taking just 3 clients that will make you $6,000 to $10,000 per month, right? And if you, I'm not saying that you need to get 50 clients. I'm not saying you need to get 30 clients, right? You start small, right? You start small, right? I am going to give you extremely contradicting advices today as well, right? Some people say you dream big, you have big goals and you will achieve, right? That's that philosophical lecture I'm not going to give. That's possible, but today I'm going to tell you start small. Start very, very small, so small that it is easy for you to start and it is easy for you to manage. So just have a goal that you need 3 clients. Don't you think if you start to offer any service, you can't find in the whole world 3 people who will be ready to pay? You can, anyone can, right? If you decide and make your mind to that, you take up 3 clients and you can end up doing that. If you are more serious, if you want to go, and if that starts to show signal and that starts to work and you start to enjoy that, you can scale it to get 10 clients and you will see yourself making close to $20,000 to $25,000 per month, right? 19 year old, right, are doing that, right? 19-year-old people are even doing that, right? So it's very, very much possible, right? So that's opportunity number one. You can be an AI agency owner, solopreneur, or a freelancer, right? Or how many of you don't want to build an AI agency but want to build an AI product, AI SaaS product, or a micro SaaS, a product, subscription based product? How many of you want to do that, right? Yes. How many of you would like to do that, right? A lot of yeses. I am a big fan of that. So, because the possibility of building an AI product is that you can build a very small product, right? And I'm not asking you to build $1 billion company, right? The opportunity is of building a micro SaaS. Micro SaaS is something which solves micro tiny problems, and you are able to find 100 and 1,000 people who face the same problem and who are ready to pay. That's it, right? You don't have to hire and make a big marketing team and make big software team to get to $1 billion, which seems unreal to be able to unachievable. Not talking about that. I'm talking about building a micro SaaS, which is possible for anyone and everyone who is here in the room, right? I'm talking about that, right? But right, it's a huge opportunity, massive opportunity, and everyone can do that. Like how Vaibhav was also showing that how he has been able to build like 2 products in 2 weeks, right? So instead of hiring an engineer or using an external tool, we have been able to solve that, right? Right. So that's huge opportunity. But I will open the chat for everyone, and I would like to ask, if you decide to build a product, what is the first challenge you will face? What is the first step to do that? What is the first challenge? What is the first challenge? Identifying a problem, idea. I love that. I love that. You have just nailed it. Spot on, right? The biggest problem, if you want to build a product, is Uttam, I don't have idea. There's a huge opportunity, but I don't have the idea where I should start from, what problem I should solve from, right? So I'll tell you a hack. Whatever I'm going to tell you are going to be my personal hacks that have, I have faced, right? So the biggest problem is to find ideas. And I'm going to share a very interesting website, producthunt.com, right? What does this website do, right? You come to producthunt.com. I use this website on a daily basis. And this is a website where it's taking a while to open. And this is the website where new products, new ideas get launched on a daily basis, right? Every day, people launch their new micro SaaS and even big products on a everyday basis. They do that, right? So when you come on this website, this is how you will see how it looks, right? And say, for example, you see top products launching today, right? Say this product is turn your product link into 30 video ads, right? Like how Vaibhav had also built a product to build, static, ads, right? Someone has built AI powered instant user research tool. Someone has built efficiently organized files on Mac OS, right? So when you come on this platform, you will start to see a lot of this product. Interestingly, a secret also, a lot of people ask me, Uttam, where do you get to know all the new tools, recently launched tools? This is the secret website from where I get to know. I usually don't tell it, but you have been a lovely audience, so I will just tell all my secrets to you, right? So this is the website from where I get to know, latest tools that are getting launched, and now let me tell you how to use it to find your first idea to build your product on. You come on this website and you start to look at these ideas that people are launching. You will start to get so many ideas, right? You will start to see the possibilities, what can be built, right? Someone has built an AI browser that saves you 18 hours a week, right? You can also build that. Someone has built a AI personal finance coach that guides you through decisions, right? These are how interesting small problems. Now, when we are looking at it, right, we are getting ideas, right? And other interesting way to do is that you come on products and you will be able to find product basis of the industry. So whatever industry experience that you have, for example, like I have marketing experience. So I come to marketing and I go to CRM softwares, right? For example, we were also trying to build CRM, right? So I come to CRM software and I will be able to see all the CRM softwares that have been launched, right? Folk AI and all of that. Now, Once you start seeing their product, you will start to get inspiration, you will start to get ideas, and whatever industry experience you have, you can pick those products and I can write and give it to you. You will have better way to build that product, right? You will have your own experience, your own insight to make a better version of that product, right? Basis of your experience, you might have an interesting insight. On top of that, you can make a better version of that product, right? It also gives you a validation that that idea has already been launched and someone had researched that it was working for people, right? So you can take that reverse engineering approach to find ideas that have higher probability of working. How does that sound? Is that an interesting, cool, hacky way to find ideas? Will that be helpful? Do you like that? If it is cool, drop cool in the chat if it was pretty interesting to know, right? So yeah, the name of the website is producthuddle.com and it is extremely powerful and useful. You can come and you can play around with this website. I absolutely love it. There's an application as well which is on my mobile phone, and in the morning, I just go and see the launches of the day and get an idea, right? So that's part one, right? Someone is saying if I can make my screen bigger. Is my screen not big enough? Let me see. Screen is fine, right?
It is.
Okay. Cool. So that's one part of the problem, right? But you might say, Uttam, idea is great. I have 5 ideas. How do I know which idea to start from? Right? How many of you would struggle if not now after 2 days after going through product hunt you will get inspired and have 5 ideas? How many of you would struggle that Uttam, I have 5 ideas, I don't know which one to start from? Do you want to know a very low cost method to test out your ideas and find a winner? The process that I follow, right? So the process, the way you can validate and test out your ideas is that what you can do is you have 5 ideas, you take out a budget of say $100 or $50 and you start to run Facebook ads on that without even building a product. You don't even build your product, right? You take out $50 to $100 and you run ads on that. You build a landing page, you build your waitlist campaign, and you start running ads on that with the metrics that you will get, like the CTR, the cost per lead, cost per acquisition that you will get a sense what is the audience response. And then with that waitlist campaign, you will get 100, 100, 200 people joining your waitlist who are interested for your product. Next thing that you can do is you can start calling them this is all without even building the product, right? Just you can validate your idea. You can start calling all those people who have joined your waitlist and you ask them the questions, right? What did they like about the product, right? What did they like about the idea? What exactly is the problem that they face, right? You will be able to get real-time feedback and you can ask the most important question, will you be ready to pay for this product, right? Because a lot of times the ideas that you think are extremely powerful the market might not be ready to pay for it, right? So how do you build something for which people will be ready to pay, right? This is how you do that. And when you do that for 5 ideas, 10 ideas, you will realize 3 or 4 out of those ideas were actually just a good idea in your head, but the market is not ready for it, not accepting it, or not ready to pay for it, right? So that's how you will find your winner to build on, right? Is that an interesting process? Drop boom in the chat if that's an interesting process to nail down and validate any idea you want to build on without spending time on building a product, without doing anything. And also that will allow you to have your first 50 or 100 customers who would be ready to use your product before even you build the product, right? Interesting, right? How long should you run the ad? You can run the ad, say, till the time you get your first 100 waitlist people or 200, right? That's that. Now, when you have validated, won't the idea be stolen? No, don't worry. See, the first time founders always are scared about, their idea will get stolen. But the second time founders understand that the value is not in the idea, the value is in the execution. Right now, in the AI world, the idea is cheap, but execution is expensive, right? Anyone can get an idea, but not everyone can execute and build on it, right? So don't be scared of your idea being stolen. Now you have got ideas from Product Hunt. Now you have a process and a method, hacky method to validate your idea. You can run Facebook ads. Then once you have nailed down to the one idea that you want to build on has opportunity, what is the next problem that you will face? Right? What is the next problem that you will face? Tell me. Yeah, and it will cost slightly more, and you can maybe like $200, $300, max $500, right, to get like first 100, 150 leads. And waitlist campaigns like are usually very cheap because you are not asking people to pay. Yeah. Next, real customers, someone said, marketing, right? Clients, right? Brilliant. You guys are extremely smart. The next problem that you would face is that Uttam, I have an idea, I have a winning idea. I have built a product as well using Vibe code. But where do I get my customers from? How do I get my customers from? You said like if I get 1,000 customers, I can, with 1,000 customers, I can build a $20 product that will be $20,000. But from where and how should I get to 1,000 customers? Right? Big question, important question, right? So that also, I will right now quickly tell you a very, very interesting resource, which is very close to my heart, but I'll share it with you. And it is called First Thousand. It is called first1000.co. You go to this website and you will be able to get all the information for free of how the biggest of the companies, most unique of the companies found their first 1,000 customers, right? How did Airbnb, Tinder, Spotify, Stripe, all these companies found their first 1,000 customers? You will get the whole case study, strategy, all the methods that they used, right? So you can directly learn from that, right? Now, these were even difficult businesses to crack because they were, the audience was not aware and they had to, it was extremely difficult for them to, crack that market, but they did. So if you're learning directly from that, you will get a lot of interesting insight and direct knowledge to be able to do that. It is first1000.co, not com, right? First1000.co. Right, I'll share the link also in the chat, right? Someone has shared. Brilliant, right? It's working. So you can just subscribe and on the email and then, on the thing you will be able to get, right? For example, I will do that in front of you. You just do this on this. I'll type my email and you do that. You will start to, get on your inbox all the case studies, right? So just free method to start learning and get those insights. So I shared about Product Hunt. I shared about Facebook ads idea validation method, and I told you about first1000.co, right? So yeah, that's about, if you want to build a product. Now what if, right? Right? Are you with me? Are you with me? Am I too slow or fast? Quick sense of feedback. Should I speed up or the speed is fine? Someone is saying good, 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 fine. Someone said slow, so speed up. Okay, okay, okay. I can speed up. I can speed up. No worries. Yeah, yeah. Cool. So I'll slightly speed up. Someone is like speed down. Right. All right. I'll just continue. Now, what if you are in the category who doesn't have time to run an AI agency or build a product and manage a product, right? How many of you are that who don't have time or don't want to build? Raise your hand now. How many of you don't have time to build an AI agency, be a freelancer, or even to build a product? How many of you are like that? right? How many of you are like that? You don't have time, but you want to make money and build a possible source of income, right? Um, I was in that place actually, right? I was actually one of those people who had multiple things going on. I create content, I teach people, I've been building out skills. So I didn't have a lot of time, right? But I also do not want it to be sitting on the opportunity of just having a skill and not utilizing it to make income. So what did I start with? The third thing that you can do is you can start to offer consultation on implementing these workflows and use cases, right? If you are an agency or a freelancer, you often tend to do things for other businesses, but you can be an AI consultant, right? And you can just offer advice and consultation of how they can build their implement these solutions. So the businesses who have already have their team, you can work with them and help them implement these workflows, right? There are so many people who have joined the fellowship program who have an goal of building their consulting business, full-time consulting business or a part-time consulting business, because again there is a huge opportunity, especially for people who have years of experience. If you have already years of experience, then you already have leadership, you already have credibility, you have already have industry experience. Now all you need to do is combine it with AI, combine it with new methods, and then you can go ahead with in front of any businesses, and they would be happy to have you as an advisor, as a consultant, right? So that's second option that you can go ahead. And all you have to do, if you have 2 to 3 hours over the weekend, right? If you have 2 to 3 hours over the weekend, you can start to charge $200 to $500 per client for a 30 minutes to a 1 hour call, right? And that way, in just a week, if you get like 4 clients, every week you will be able to add $800 to $2,000 per week as an additional source of income, only if you have like just by having 2 to 3 hours on the weekends, right? That's how I started with. I didn't have an option, right? I didn't have time to build an AI agency or build an AI product at that time. So I just started offering consultation, 1v1 consultation, right? So that's that. And if you end up doing it for a month, if you have like 4 weeks available, if you have just a 1 or 2 week available to open up, that's what you can do. If you have whole month available and you can do it consistently, you can boom, have like 3,200 to $8,000 per month of additional source of income, right? So that's possible as well for all the people who have a lot of experience and who would want to build a AI consulting business in whatever category you are in, right? So that's that opportunity, right? How many of you want to be an AI consultant, right? How many of you, even if you don't have a lot of years of experience, but if you can build a deep expertise, AI expertise, then you can be an AI consultant as well. Huge opportunity as well, right? You met Anne as well, right? She is trying to build a consulting and agency business. So similarly, we have a lot of people, right, in our fellowship and cohort as well. I was speaking to someone who's from Dubai who was running a normal marketing and events agency, and now he wanted to convert that into an AI agency because that is where the money is, right? Someone I was speaking, he was from Georgia and he is a project manager, and he has quit his job to build and go all in to build a AI consulting business, right? So that's also a huge opportunity, right? How to build a portfolio, I'll talk about that. How to get clients, I will also talk about that. Consulting can be done remotely as well, right? That's the best thing, right? All of the things that I'm talking about can be done online, right? Now I talked about, right, basis of your passion, whether you are passionate about building a business, you can build an AI agency business or you can build a product. And then I talked about that if you don't have time, right, you can just start by offering consultation, right? And you can do it like 1 or 2 week every month, or you can do it for 4 weeks and you can build a consulting business, right? That's another option, right? But what if you are someone who is interested into content? You want to, generate income. You are a creative person. You want to, make money using AI. How many of you are like that who want to make money? Drop me in the chat. How many of you are interested in content and you want to leverage that with the help of AI to make money using that content creation, content, you know, around that, right? A lot of people. I divided that into three parts, and it is sort of covering everyone who is here. Amazing, amazing, brilliant, cool. So, what you can do if you want to make money using AI in the content creation state, you can create a faceless YouTube channel, right? There's a huge opportunity out there as well. You don't have to now be in front of the camera. You can build a process, right, with which you can generate faceless YouTube channel. You don't have to even show your face, like how I was showing with few products and tools. You can build a voiceover, you can generate scripts by building your custom board, you can do a narration using those voice tools, and then you can combine and put a edit to it, and it can do that. But it is a long term game. It will, if you start today, it will not start to happen today. It will take a lot of time. Like AI revolution, there is a page, and there are hundreds of pages which are leveraging AI to create faceless YouTube channel and content, and they have been able to monetize it as well. Obviously, this is a long term game. It is not like it can start to generate revenue from day 7, but this is an opportunity. If you are someone who is passionate about this, definitely there is a huge opportunity. You can build a storytelling page, you can build a kids stories or rhyming page, animation page, or you can build a page in your own niche as well, right? There's a huge opportunity for everything, educational page or anything like that, right? So that's one. But what if you are someone who doesn't have time to create like 5 minutes, 10 minutes of YouTube video, because YouTube videos, creating that takes a lot of time, right? How many of you would want to just make money with written content, not even video, written content? How many of you would want to do that, right? A lot of people. So you can start a newsletter, right? You can start a newsletter, right? We have a newsletter. Like I built a newsletter at Outskill called Outskill with AI, and that in-house newsletter is completely automated, and that generates over $30,000 every month. And this is just the beginning, right? It has potential to go up to $100,000. Now, obviously, like this newsletter is not mine. Otherwise, I would not have been required to take this session, right? This newsletter is under Outskill, right? And we have built that. So it is possible, right? How many of you have come here after reading some newsletter, right? You would have come after reading some newsletter. Which newsletter did you read and come from? Drop that newsletter name in the chat. Drop that newsletter name in the chat if you read any newsletter. Which was the name of the newsletter? Someone says Superhuman, someone says LinkedIn notification, prompt index, right? Some of you would have come from newsletter. How did that happen? It happened because we promoted, Outskill promoted our free training on their newsletter, and for that we paid them, right? That's how they are able to make money, and they are able to monetize it. Similarly, if anyone is asking how we have monetized Outskill newsletter, lot of people, there are ad placements inside the newsletter, so a lot of people want to sponsor and get visibility there, right? Someone is like, what the AI, right? Brilliant. Someone is from YouTube, brilliant, right? So a lot of people, there are ad placements with which we can automate, with which we can monetize newsletter as well, right? So this has a possibility. There are people who have built like 200K per month, 250K per month. I'm not even kidding. Per month business just by building newsletter, because newsletter also is a very high quality information source, right? So you get the most serious customers and viewers and people who are genuine in that. You can build a very close community, right? Now, there's a tool I will suggest which you can use to run your newsletter, and you can get it started for free. And that name of the tool is called Beehive. How many of you have heard this? How many of you have heard this? I will, there's a tool called Beehive, right? Beehive.com. And this is the tool that we use to, send newsletter. And this is the tool that you can use to start your newsletter as well. And, it is a very, very interesting platform. And it is completely free for the first 25 subscribers and audience that you have. So you can run that. And it makes it extremely easy for you to run your newsletter in just one place. You can organize, you can design, you can build the landing page of the newsletter, and you can just promote it. And it has ways of monetization, ways of promotion as well, right? So it's a very, very interesting platform. Not sharing because they are paying, like that's just a personal genuine recommendation. So that's is there. And the advantage of this is that someone was asking that how do we get these sponsorship. So once you start using Beehive, obviously in their paid plan, you start to get ad opportunities as well. So they'll start sending you notifications of the brands that would like to sponsor your newsletter. So yeah, so that's how you can get opportunity. So yeah, that's the opportunity of building a newsletter, right? And we have built, there is a full process that we have built at Outskill, which we follow, which has made a lot easier to give you the highest quality content in your inbox 3 times a week, right? So you can build newsletter in a lot of niches. Like, there are newsletters in every niche possible, right? There is kit.com as well. I'm pretty well aware, and I've worked with them as well, but they are slightly more expensive. And I feel like Beehive is more mature as a platform when it comes to sending a specifically newsletter, right? So there are a lot of niches. Like if I go deeper, there are a lot of points of discussion which we can have, not just in building newsletter but YouTube channel and everything. But right now I will tell that Substack is free, but I like Beehive. It's much more neat, clean, and easier to manage. You can start with Substack as well, no issues, right? The third opportunity as well is that if you don't want to build a long form 8 to 10 minutes of videos, if you don't want to build a newsletter as well, right? Tori, it's completely fine if you have to drop off. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST, right? The third thing that you can do is you can build your Instagram, right? I have built my own avatar, and I have an Instagram channel and a LinkedIn channel where I create content and teach people about marketing and AI, right? So, how Vaibhav was also showing that he has completely automated his Instagram. Similarly, all the content, say for example, this content that you see,
AI just replaced an entire ad agency. Ad Genius just dropped an AI tool that writes, designs, edits, and optimizes ad campaigns. No humans needed. You just need to feed things. Product on audience, budget, and boom. It creates scroll-stopping ad copy, select visuals, and videos tailored to each platform. The best part, it does A and B tests itself in real.
So that's what I've done, right? And you know what? In the last couple of months, I have not spent a single minute to create videos. Earlier, I used to spend like 8 to 10 hours every week to create 10 videos. And now in the last couple of months, I have not done that. I only spend 30 minutes every week to, finalize the scripts, the research, and XYZ. And, I have been able to get over 70 million views in last 5 months. 70 million views using AI. And what it has translated into, those 70 million views have resulted me getting 15 clients, right? And 6 speaking opportunities, 4 at a corporate and 2 at a university. That is what it has translated into, right? So I've built a whole process. There is a bot which thinks like me. There is a bot which research. There's a bot which does the first level of writing like me. And there's a bot which, shoots, right, my avatar, which is trained on my voice. Whole process is automated, and you can build that for yourself as well, right? And not just for yourself to build your brand, but you can build build that distribution and that marketing for your business as well, right? $0 marketing. Only cost will be what you will spend on the tool, right? So huge opportunity for an individual as well as for brands, right? So this is something you can do. And how I have been able to, monetize is that on my LinkedIn, on my Instagram, there are a lot of products who would want to, promote their product. Again, sponsorship is one way to, monetize. You have to like all the products that are, willing to sponsor. That is one thing. Other way I've been able to monetize is, as I told, I, offer consultation, I offer marketing services, AI services, I implement that for businesses. So I have got a lot of clients and I've got speaking and training opportunities, right? So yeah, those are the ways I have been able to monetize as well, right? And there are, yeah. Is that powerful? Like so far, is this has been valuable? Has this been valuable, folks? Whatever I have been sharing. Lovely. I hope I'm able to give value. Brilliant. Amazing. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Awesome. We'll quickly move, right? So the next thing is, all of this sounds easy, right? It is. But the real question is, you have the skills, you have the process now, you have the opportunities now. But Uttam, where do we get clients? The big address, the elephant in the room. Where do we get clients from? Right? How many of you want to know how to get clients from? How many of you want to know that? Drop me in the chat, right? A lot of you were waiting for that, right? I'll quickly cover that. And the way I will cover again is completely from my personal experience, what has worked for me, right? I love the energy, folks. Keep that coming. It's keeps me going, the energy that I get from you. That's how it's what, over 4 a.m. past 4 a.m. I hope you can see I have the energy and I'm getting that energy from that. I'm slightly tired as well from standing, right? But you got to do what you got to do, right? I'm glad that you asked, right? I'm glad that you asked how to get clients. So I will reveal my 3-step, actually 4-step, I forgot to step, 4-step LinkedIn blueprint process that can make $10,000, right? You can $10,000, which can make $10,000 for you, right? So phase 1, the first way to get your clients is leveraging LinkedIn, right? And what are the steps with which you can leverage LinkedIn and make get clients, right, from LinkedIn? The first thing that you have to do is you have to identify your target audience. What is target audience? A lot of marketers might know. What is target audience? Target audience in simple way is are the ideal client profile. Ideal clients who would be the right people to buy your services, who would buy your services. For example, for me, right? For me, the kind of services that I offer, if I say that ideal target audience for me would be founders, marketing managers, working in AI companies, D2C companies, in the US, right? They are my target audience, and they would be the right fit for the services that I offer. So first, I need to have a clarity on that, right? Second is I need to optimize my LinkedIn profile. So you need to optimize your LinkedIn profile. What is that? What does that even mean? It means you need to complete your LinkedIn profile, right? It has to be professional. It has to be complete, right? What does that mean, right? I'll quickly show you what does a complete LinkedIn profile mean. I'll not go very deep into it because or else it will become a LinkedIn mastery session, but I will still quickly show you what does a complete LinkedIn profile means, right? I see a lot of you have already connected with me. I see a lot of requests here, right? So this is my LinkedIn profile. So when I say you have to complete your LinkedIn profile, it means you should have a professional headshot picture. It should not be a blurred, cropped picture from a group photo from your picnic, right? It should be a professional headshot, which is very visible. Second thing is that you need to have you need to utilize the cover picture. Most of the people don't utilize it. It's the real estate that you need to use, right? Right now, my cover picture talks about me. I am speaking. It shows that I'm a speaking, like I speak, I'm a trainer, right? And, there is it is written, become top 1% in AI, book 1v1 call with me, right? And it is written, featured on brands like this, right? So, it establishes credibility. So that's the second thing you should complete. And the third thing that you should do is have a very short, direct headline which communicates about your expertise, right? As you can read, I have written, become top 1% in AI with me, follow to learn, associate director, global growth, right? Briefly, right? Some of the people that they make mistake is that they write everything and write like a paragraph in their headline, so that and then they nothing is visible in that, right? You don't need to do that. You need to write what you can do for people, and what's your some credibility aspect to it, right? For example, you can write, I help businesses automate sales with AI, or I help healthcare businesses implement AI in their process, or with AI I help businesses, startups reduce their cost, right? Implementing processes. So that sort of headlines you can put as well, right? So these are the things you should complete. You should add a about section. I'll not go very, very deep because we have to quickly finish this as well. Then the third thing, most important thing that you should add is that a featured section. Featured section, most of the people don't utilize. If you click on plus, you can add a link here. You see, my featured section is optimized to get me consultation, get me corporate training, get me speaking opportunities, right? So you can do that as well. So everyone who visits my LinkedIn, right, takes any of these chooses any of these options, and they translate into business for me, right? So that's what you need to do as well, right? You can put these. Usually people just put their post, but I have put like 3 call to action that is something that I want my audience to take. And then I have put a post which is talking about a training that I took for a brand, right? So it just adds all of that, right? And then you can complete your work section and your education, your projects, your link, right? All of that in the LinkedIn, right? You can add some recommendations as well, everything. So that's what a complete LinkedIn profile means. And why it is important? It is important because when you reach out to people on LinkedIn, before they even reply to you, they judge you. They look at your LinkedIn profile and then they reply to you, right? It's like a digital footprint. It's like your digital resume, which speaks for you. That's why it has to be extremely professional, complete, and something that establishes you your credibility, right? So you need to do that. Next step for you to turn LinkedIn into money making machine is you need to start creating content. As I was saying, that once you start creating content, it will start to generate business for you. The last thing that you can do is, apart from creating content, is you can start to reach out to people, right? How do you reach out and find your target audience on LinkedIn? I'll quickly show you as well, right? You come on the search bar. For example, I'll teach you something called Boolean search, right? So for example, like I want to find founders, right? I'll use inverted comma, I'll write founder, I'll close the inverted comma and I'll write in all caps and then inverted comma begin and AI, right? What does it mean? It takes your LinkedIn search to the next level. It is called Boolean search, right? So now what it will do is it will find only founders who have in their headline founder written and AI written. So if I hit a enter, I'll see all the founders who have founder and AI written, right? I'll click on people, I'll see that. Now if I want to go one step further, I can select all filters and I can select here, come and choose and play around with all the filters. You can check that out. But say for example, I just want to add United States here for now, right? I can do that. And now all I will see is founders who have in their bio founders and AI as well, right? So this is the best way you can find a lot of, because the reason why I love LinkedIn is because this is where decision makers hang out. This is where founders, managers, people who have paying potential hangouts. So that's why LinkedIn is the best place to find potential clients, right? Inbound and outbound as well, right? Cool. Are you with me, folks? Is everything fine? We are almost at the end. Only like last few section, last 10 minutes are left. Are you with me? Is everything going fine? Awesome, awesome. And folks, like if you are done, if this is not something that you were looking for, feel free to drop, right? And that's also completely fine, right? Awesome. All the people who are here till now, thank you so much. The second thing to find your clients is that you can do cold emailing, right? But I'm not going to talk about cold emailing because everyone is aware about cold emailing. But but what I'm going to just tell is how you can automate this process, right? How many of you have done the cold emailing but struggled to do the follow-ups, to reach out to people on a daily basis and just at the end given up, right? What I have done is I've automated that process, right? There is a process that is set up so that automatically people are being reached out, they are being followed up, they are being, generating bookings and XYZ. So I use a tool called, first thing, right? To automate that, first thing you need to do is find a lot of email IDs, right? Sometimes you have your dream list, dream brands you want to work with, dream founders LinkedIn profile, but you don't know where to find those emails from. So you can find emails of people on the internet using these tools. I use hunter.io, snow.io. So you can use that tool to find email IDs of people, right? And you can use tools like Lemlist and Instantly to automate the entire process. I like Lemlist more because it is a multi-channel outreach process, which means it can do outreach on LinkedIn also as well as on email. So, right, you can set up a kick-ass, automated lead generation process, which is, say, you reach out to a person on email and then you follow up, they don't respond, you send them a connection request on LinkedIn and they accept it, then you drop first message, 2 days later you reach out to them, right? So it is a multi-touch lead generation process which you can completely automate using Lemlist. So that's why I like that, right? So you can use that. I talked about hunter.io, snow.io, and Lemlist and Instantly, right? And the third thing you can do to find clients is you can join the best online communities, right? One of the online communities that you have joined today, by being part of the program is AI community of Outskill. So that's that. But apart from that, from where you can find communities is you can use a platform called Skool, right? SKOOL, right? SKOOL.com, right? It's a beautiful platform which has a lot of communities. I use it, right? I'm already part of a couple of communities as well, right? As you can see, but you can come on discovering communities and you can write, for example, you want to look for AI communities, or say, for example, you want to look for, just for example, fitness, right? You can just write those and you will be able to get a lot of those, say Forever Fitness. Everyone who is running a community, there are free communities, paid communities as well. And once you join the communities and you start being an active member, you can start to get clients and opportunities from there as well, right? So I spoke about three things. I spoke about you can turn your LinkedIn into a money making machine. You automate your cold emailing process, and you can use communities, right? Not most of the communities are paid. There are free communities as well. If you spend some time and try to find it out, right? So that's how you can, find clients. So folks, how are you feeling now? Can you see the possibilities of making money with AI now? Can you see the possibilities? Because that was the goal of the session today. The goal of the session was not anything else, and that's why this session was kept very short, crisp, and to the point. And also, as I told, like, this was me sharing, this was not even planned, this was all me sharing my personal experience, what has worked for me, how I have tried, right? Awesome, awesome. Give me a quick feedback, right? How do you feel? Like, was this session valuable? Do you think this was needed? Tell me in the chat if it was valuable, if it was needed, fantastic, necessary, super cool, valuable, love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lovely, lovely. Right? I hope now you are able to see the possibilities, because as I was talking about awareness, right? Most of the people see, like the team has also launched a poll to get feedback on that. So 5 being the highest. If you loved the session, you can rate 5. If you didn't like the session, you can rate 1. If it was 4, 3, 2, it was average 4, 3, whatever, right? You can rate it. So this helps us keep making it better and better, better, right? So while you are answering, I will quickly tell you, right? So now when you see the opportunities and the possibilities, right? So now with these opportunities and hacks, you can easily get to $5,000 and $10,000 to $10,000 using AI, right? It's extremely possible, right? It has done for me, right? But if you want to go beyond that, then you have to spend next couple of months to build that level of expertise where you can charge premium from clients. For that, you have to spend next couple of months to learn everything that is being told in the AI roadmap, right? So that is when you will have that level of expertise that you can, charge premium from clients. You can work with businesses, big businesses, dream businesses, right? So you have to do that, right? And there's no point of wasting time and not leverage it, because in just couple of months and few years, this opportunity, the highest opportunity window, right, where the demand is high, supply is less, will be gone, right? It's not like it is not going to exist. It is going to exist, but right now AI is the highest ROI skills which everyone needs to learn, right? And in the last 2 days, yesterday and today, you went from being a normal person to top 1%, 10% of the people who knows about AI practically, right? Now it's time for you to become expert and use it for yourself, right? So for the next 6 months, what you should do is that you should learn the concepts, learn the tools, and then execute on the projects, right? Someone was asking, how I build portfolio so that I can go to businesses. So the process should be that you learn the skill, you learn the tools, and then you do dummy projects, right? What are dummy projects? Say, for example, you solve problems, you build say sales agent, you build a content creation agent, right? You can build it for yourself, or you can do dummy projects. You identify a brand and do it for them, right? And then that you make part of the case study you can show. Other option is, that is option one. The other option is you can start to do a lot of pro bono, right? Without charging, you can start to reach out to people and say, I can do this for you for free. You do this for small businesses, for 3-4 of them, and that becomes, in exchange, you ask for a testimonial. That becomes your case study, right? Which you can use to go to the fifth client and charge from that, right? So for the next 6 months, you need to learn the concepts, right? So that you are fundamentally strong. You need to know all the right tools so that you are able to do things faster. And then you need to execute things, right? And the last thing is very important. Today only I was speaking to someone who was saying that I'm feeling lost. And my advice to him was, be surrounded by like-minded, passionate people. Because when you are surrounded by like-minded, passionate people, that is when learning and your journey becomes easy, right? You naturally move in that direction. You rise to the level of the people you are surrounded with. Is that true or not? Right? You rise to the level of the people you are surrounded with. So you need to be surrounded by like-minded, passionate people, right? And I feel that is like, it took me personally, it took me 2.5 years to learn all of this. I wish when I was learning, I had great mentorship. I wish when I was learning, I had structure and guidance and a community like how Outscale is giving everyone. It took me 2.5 years to learn everything, because it was a very tedious journey. I had to figure out everything. I had to learn everything on my own. And it was very time taking, right? So I wish something like this existed. We all wish something like Outscale and AI Journalist Roadmap existed. So now when you have it, make sure that you leverage it, right? So with that being said, I hope I was able to give value. And for as I want you to really succeed from here, for one more last time, everyone who missed it last time, right? I will quickly show you I will not go through it. I quickly show you the blueprint most life-changing blueprint and roadmap that has the potential to make your life and your future. I will quickly share, and all you can do is take a screenshot, right? Because I want you to continue your learning journey. So I will just turn off the chat for now so that you can just focus on, taking screenshots of it. And anyone, right, who is interested can take a screenshot, right? So level 1 was this, which was fundamentals of LLM and RAG and advanced prompting. So take a screenshot of it. This is what is the first thing that you need to master. These are the tools that you need to learn, right? Once you master these tools, you will be extremely good at strategy, writing, thinking, problem solving, right? So which are most important skills you need to know in what no matter what you do. So that's why you need to learn level 1 and level 2. Level 3 is AI for audio, image, video. So you will be able to build your personal brand. You will be able to do marketing for yourself and for brands, and you will be able to automate your content creation to create money, to generate money as well. So learn level 3. Take a screenshot. 3, 2, 1. I hope you have been able to take a screenshot, right? And this opportunity, this level in itself has a lot of opportunity. A month back, I charged a client $5,000 to create a 60-second ad using AI, right? And I use the process that we teach in level 3, right? So this also has an opportunity. Once you learn it, you can build an AI creative agency, right? Level 4 is building AI agents. Building AI agents, you can build a sales agent, you can build a customer support agent, you can build a objection handling agent, you can build a lot of automations and agents which you can offer as a services to businesses, right? Just sales agent and customer support agent in itself has huge opportunity because every business needs it. So if you can start and learn to build that, you can do that. At Outskill also, we have built a lot of agents which have improved the conversion of our salespeople and head, right? So you can build that and offer that as a service. You can easily charge a premium because sales as a vertical is something that generates revenue for people. So if you learn to build AI agents and automation which can do for sales, customer support, it can, like, you can make a lot of money, right? Basically, I'm not trying to give you a recap, but also a perspective. What is the money making solution and opportunity in each of these level for you, right? And level 5, where you build AI products with code, make sure you take a screenshot. You can build scalable solutions for businesses, custom solutions. For example, you come to me and say, Uttam, you are a teacher, you are a content creator, I can build a thumbnail generator specifically trained for on your learnings. I can build a micro app or a solution for your own businesses which you can launch, or to solve problems in your businesses. I will be ready to pay a couple of $1,000s for you to do that because it will save me hundreds and thousands of dollars. Similarly, you can go to a lot of traditional businesses and do that, right? You remember, right, when the world was moving from offline to digital, everyone jumped into digital marketing and digital stuff and helped a lot of offline businesses become digital and made a lot of money. Similarly, you can go to a lot of businesses and make them AI first, AI driven by building solutions for them, and you can make a lot of money. So that's level 5. Level 6 is obviously once you learn all of these tools and combine and make processes and workflows, that is when you become top 1%, right? So that's what you can do. What will differentiate you from any other person? Most of the 99% of the people know just few tools and they think that they know AI. But real power is combining a lot of tools and making a workflow and a solution, right? So that's why you need to connect and implement that, right? I hope you have taken screenshots of that. Now, I will, the team will share the link to apply for AI Generalist Fellowship Program for one last time. So if you have any goals like building a business, building a micro SaaS, building an AI agency or consulting business, you can apply for the fellowship for one last time. And I will ask the team to open up the Q&A as well. So if you have any questions around how to make money with AI or anything related to fellowship, I will be happy to answer, right? We are pretty much on time, right? Exactly 7, where when we told to finish. So we are almost done. right? So anyone who wishes to apply for fellowship basis of the goal and the outcomes that I've told, you can apply. Rest of the people can ask their questions in the Q&A box. Someone is asking, can you show level 6 again? Yes, you can take a screenshot of that. Someone is asking, if possible, 2 cents on avatar and portfolio, please. Yes, avatar creation, I spoke about that, right? You can build a whole workflow, or not just your in the chat if you are excited to get a new perspective for building products, engineering, and everything around it, right? I want that energy back, right? I want that energy back, right? You must have already got the drill that, we are extremely pumped up and we get the energy from you guys. And, I keep reading and looking at the chat continuously, right? Love that, love that. And there are multiple things that we are going to cover today. Some people are asking for the other link, right? I will, you can find the other link from the place you found this link, which is on your WhatsApp, your Discord link, or your email, in those places. So you should be able to find that link. You can go there. And yeah, brilliant, cool. In case you are not able to, I will quickly ask the team also to share the other webinar link. I'll just turn off the chat. I'll turn off the chat for a while. I'll in fact just open it to host and co-host. So the team will just drop the link of the other vibe coding session, which is being hosted for all the non-coders, right? People who have never coded and don't understand code and are not software engineers, you can join that link. All right. With that being said, we are, today starting at, this session will go on for 3 hours approximately, right? So you need to stay committed and give 100% attention for that. Are you committed for the next 3 hours to attend this life-changing session on future of engineering, AI engineering? Do I have the commitment? Drop yes in the chat. I can only see the chat, not others can, but I need that commitment. I need that promise like we do to ourselves and to us, right? Brilliant. And there are hundreds of people I can see right now on the call, and I want all of you to be present till the end, right? If you have other things, just handle it, but stick around for the session, right? Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I love that commitment. And with that being said, I'll quickly remind you of the best practices. Please do follow that. This is going to be live, so make sure that you attend. It is an experiential demo, sort of lot of interesting way of teaching, so you need to attend live. Second is keep taking notes, keep taking a handwritten notes or screenshots, right? Third thing is make sure that you maintain a positive environment. Please don't spam in the chat. Please maintain a very, very healthy and positive environment or learning for the mentor as well as for the other people, right? Don't spam, for the well-being of everyone else, right? So yeah, that's the third thing. And the fourth thing is, you make sure that, you are non-judgmental, right? You might have a lot of learnings from your industry after working years, and you might feel like as a shock as well, probably hearing few things, but come with an open mind and just accept and hear about everything, right? That will be the best way to get the maximum value. All right. With that being said, I would like to introduce the mentor for today, right? We have someone very, very special, someone who is very, very senior, right? He has done his PhD from IIT, right? It's like MIT. It's like MIT, right? And he has done his PhD. He has written multiple research papers on AI, and he's one of the most well-read, most experienced person I know in the field of AI, right? And he has trained hundreds and thousands of engineers and coders and non-coders, data people, right? And he's probably one of the best people you can learn and get started, like start your AI engineering journey, right? And you are going to get a lot of interesting perspective. And his name is Dileep, right? I want everyone to welcome Dileep in the chat. Drop welcome Dileep in the chat. And with that being said, I will hand over the stage to my friend, to the mentor, Dileep. Dileep, the stage is all yours. Over to you.
Thank you, Uttam. Thank you for the very warm welcome. And thank you, everybody, for the warm welcome. I see your messages. I read all of you. I see a few of you over here. And so I'm excited. Let's get started. So same ground rules as yesterday for Vaibhav. I will keep turning the chat on and off, so that I know that you are paying attention. I hope 90% of you are, I think are coders. So in the 10% who are still sticking around, and you want to see what is happening over here, some part of it might be a little bit challenging for you. I would like to say that upfront. But those of you who are coders, I think you will enjoy this session overall. Okay, so let me share my screen and get started. Just give me a second. One second, I think something went off. Sorry, my screen has frozen, so I'm just rearranging my screen. Okay, able to see my screen clearly, able to hear me clearly, right? I see you all. I see everything. So I'm just arranging different windows in different places. Okay, loud and clear. Awesome, awesome. Let's get started. So I will turn the chat off now. I'll keep turning the chat on and off whenever I require. And it is just for you all to stay focused on what we are going to teach now. So let's get started. So the last 2 days, right, you have been mastering AI without code. You have explored generative AI with a no-code approach and understanding AI, the workflows and applications without diving into coding. You have seen everything from level 1 to level 5 with respect to no code, and you have seen the workflows. You have seen various stuff. You have seen how automations could be done, etc. Now we will take it a notch up and we'll try to explore that via code. Okay, so many software engineers or developers would have been thinking, how do I, as an engineer or a data scientist or somebody who works with data day in and day out, works with models, can build models, customize models, and build scalable AI applications with an engineering first approach. So today's session is going to be like a window into the world of generative AI engineering, and I will explain to you how it works. I will show you actual real code overall. Few considerations also. Number one, don't try to do it along with me. I will share the code with you later offline so they can do it along. Because when you try to do it along with me, there is some setup that has to be done. There is some nuance that you'll have to understand before you even attempt to do this coding. And I don't want you to miss out on that piece completely. So I want you to ensure that you are all paying attention. 100% of attention should be on what is happening on the screen. So don't get distracted. Don't try to, okay, can you give me the code? Can you give me the resource? I want to try it right now. We will give it everything later after the session. Okay, that is one important part. So the session is going to be focused on building agentic AI systems. And this is the agenda. So first, I will talk to you for around half an hour to 45 minutes on the mindset of an AI engineer, about agentic AI, the basics, different types of agents that you can build overall. And then I'm going to show you 3 use cases of agent. We will show you a multi-agent overall, and we will show you an agent that can access the internet. So there is a lot of stuff happening. So I want to check in with everyone. Are you all excited? Give me some energy. Give me some kind of assurance that I know that you're all paying attention, and then we will get started. Okay, I see this. I see that you have got attention. Awesome, awesome. Turning off the chat and let's go. So a little bit about me, your mentor. I think Uttam has already told about my AI research, right? A little bit more is I have done some internship at IBM Research during my time. I published around 4 research papers. I have won Yahoo Research night-long hackathons where we had to take a research idea and produce a product in 24 hours. So first time I have won as part of the team. Second time I won it individually. Then I pivoted to AI ML education, where I helped a lot of people like you to become AI experts and got my hands dirty across various cases. So I am an AI generalist / engineer because of my techno-functional roots overall. Okay, so let's get started with agentic AI with coding. And before we do that, I want all of us to first understand the mindset of an AI engineer. It is very, very important. So in traditional software development, you have got inputs and there is a deterministic logic engine that processes the inputs to give you a predictable output. So if you are confused what I'm trying to say, pick up your mobile, pick any app that you are using and try to log in with the app. When you're trying to log in into the app, when you're putting the input as a username and password, the deterministic logic engine determines whether you are a valid user or not. If you're a valid user, you can enter. If you're not a valid user, right, you will not be able to enter the session. Right, so you will have to, kind of ensure that you are getting these concepts very, very clearly, because this is the fundamentals, the basics of how we are going to take it ahead. So if you see here, you have got the inputs, you have got the deterministic logic engine and a predictable output. That is traditional software development. Now, when you come to AI software development, you give inputs, but there is a probabilistic logic engine that is processing these inputs, and you get a not so predictable output. Now, you'll be wondering, what is an example for this? So let me ask all of you folks on the chat, when you give the same prompt to ChatGPT, have you seen different kind of responses overall? Yes, in the chat, if you have seen different responses for the same kind of inputs. Okay, so that is AI software development. So ChatGPT is an AI software wherein you take the inputs, and therefore you can see it's a probabilistic logic engine that processes the inputs to give you a not so predictable output. Do you guys understand the difference between traditional software development and AI software development? That is the key. And we are going to build on these fundamentals and take the storyline forward. So I want to ensure that all of you have gotten this understanding. I see yes, a little more yeses in little more frequency, so that I know that you are definitely paying attention. I see that. Thank you. And let's get back. So therefore, in traditional software development, success is binary. Either you have logged in or you're not logged in. Either the feature is working or the feature is not working. But when it comes to AI software development, success is not that straightforward. And that is where a lot of frustration comes in building AI systems overall. So the way we design the metrics around AI systems are, they should be specific and they should be measurable. By specific, what it means is when you are giving an input, the output that you produce, how many times do the users find the output relevant to their use case for which they have inputting in your app? That is point number one. That is specificity. How many times do the users find the answer relevant? Measurable is a kind of a measurable outcome wherein we are looking at quantitative or well-defined qualitative metrics. It is something like, out of 100 queries that the users have put in, how many queries did the users find the answer satisfied, or how much percentage of queries did they find it satisfactory? So if your current baseline is 70% of the queries were satisfactorily answered, your benchmark to improve your AI software application would be to take it to maybe an 80%, 85%, or a 90%. Okay, so specific is how many times do users find the answer relevant? Measurable is some metric that you define and you kind of keep moving the metric so that you are improving the app. In AI software development, you can never be 100% achieved. It will always be 99.99% because it is probability you'll never be able to achieve 100% overall. Okay. So some other success criteria examples, if you see, they are fidelity, how well the model performs on a given task, especially the edge cases. So if there is an edge case of your app, how well does the AI-powered app build on the edge case? Okay, that is very, very important. For example, if you're doing education counseling for entrepreneurs for executive programs and students for certificate programs. Now, if you kind of come across a student who is an entrepreneur, that is an edge case. How does the app respond in the counseling? So that is the fidelity you're trying to measure. Then consistency. How consistent do you want your output to be for similar inputs? So do you want your outputs to be very different or do you want them to be very same? For example, in case of creative writing, you want your output also to be very different for similar inputs because you want the creativity to come forth. But for customer success, for similar inputs, I would like to have the similar outputs. Then context utilization, how well does the model use context to refine the given outputs? So that is again something that we try to do. That is how well does the model use the given context. Now, have you ever seen when you give additional context to ChatGPT, have you seen something like a lot of improvement overall when you have improved the context, and when you have given lesser context, the improvement is not that much? Have you ever seen that improvement overall? Right? So that is the context utilization. That is another success criteria example for the AI application you are trying to build. Okay, turning a chat off again. So these are the different success criteria examples and the metrics that are there in the software engineering development to ensure that you are able to measure the success right. Okay, so now let us talk about the AI engineering value chain. So first level of the value chain is the application development, where you are focused a lot on crafting the prompt and sending it via API so that your application is able to do what it is supposed to do. The next higher up the value chain is model development, where you are building frameworks, a data set to fine-tune the models. And the other level is the infrastructure. This is especially for the data engineers, where you are setting up the AI infrastructure for serving, compute, and monitoring the given models overall. So that is your AI engineering value chain. So some of the apps that have been built. So there was an author called Chip Huyen who has actually sampled 205 GitHub repositories on the various AI-powered applications, and this has been the distribution. Around 30% of the AI apps that have been built are coding, 26.5% are conversational bots, image and video production is around 13%, info aggregation is 12.7%, and etc., etc. So you have got writing apps, data organization apps, education apps. So out of 205 apps, this is the typical use cases for which apps have been built. Now, how willing are enterprises using LLMs for their different use cases? So internal facing is something where they have built all the applications for internal usage. External facing is something they are providing it to the customers. A lot of time, recommendation algorithms and external chatbots is what typically they have used. Internal facing is wherein either trying to summarize the text documentation of the various enterprise code documentation or the knowledge management. For that, it is going to be internal facing. And then you have customer service, marketing, copy, software development, and contract review, where enterprises are putting in some effort to develop applications on these slides. Okay, so if you see here, right, before we move into AI agents, I want to check the pulse of your people. So have you understood clearly what are the different metrics to evaluate an AI application and how the value chain of AI application development goes, right from the basic application development, which is prompts and evaluation, and then go into model building, and then go into something as crazy as infrastructure. Okay, so now we move on to the next part, which is to understand how and what is an AI agent. So imagine a world where intelligent systems don't just follow instructions, but think, learn, and act autonomously. So if you remember the session by Vaibhav, especially the agentic part, you have seen some of the agents that he has shown. They don't just take the instructions, but they think, learn, and act autonomously. For example, the Jerry that Vaibhav had shown. Jerry tries to understand the user intent, thinks, okay, which tool should I use to understand the user intent, and then picks the particular tool and interprets that and then understands and acts autonomously. So that is something that keeps happening overall for an autonomous agent. Anything, any piece of software you want to call an agent, you should always see whether it is able to think, plan, and act autonomously. So the more power of an agent lies in how much autonomy or human intervention is required. See, for years, automation has helped businesses improve efficiency, but what if automation could go a step further? And that's where you have this AI agent, which takes the automation task and does the thinking, planning, and acting independently of human intervention. When we actually show the code, right, you'll understand what it means clearly. For now, just bear with me. Okay, so these are agents that can perceive, decide, and actually execute human tasks without much human intervention. So that's the power of an AI agent, that they try to perceive, decide, and execute without any kind of a human intervention. So unlike the traditional automation that you see, right, they don't just work on pre-programmed rules. They adapt, learn, and make complex decisions overall. So how well are they able to adapt? So if you remember Jerry, when Vaibhav says, hey, tell me what are the meetings on my calendar? So looking at the user intent, it now has to make a decision. Okay, should I call the calendar agent, the transcript agent, the email agent, or which agent needs to be called? So it decides, okay, the calendar agent needs to be called. Then it talks to the calendar agent, asks calendar agent the questions, calendar agent finds the answer and sends it back to the super agent, which puts it in the Slack channel, right? So that's how you'll need to do this. And if you're thinking, okay, maybe Dilip is telling something, Vaibhav is telling something, this looks like hype overall, let me show you a real job posting. You can verify this. It is a job posting by Firecrawl, where they're asking, please apply to this job posting if you are an AI agent or if you have created an AI agent that can fill this job. So now you have job postings also coming for AI agents. That is the future that is there. Also, I think this billboard is around San Francisco. Anybody from San Francisco here, have you seen such billboards overall of Artisan, which is the AI BDR across? Anybody has seen such kind of billboards of AI employees, hire AI employees, etc., wherever you have seen, in whichever country you are? Okay, media, not yet. Okay, awesome. I think great. So what we can do is, just give me a second. Yeah. So what we will do right now. So the spelling mistake has actually been done to bring attention overall. Okay. So now let me go back this and let us see. So now they have also built out an influencer marketing agent. So they have built out something called Lyra, which is like an AI employee, which can do influencer marketing agent on your behalf. So it can do the you do the basic strategy and let the agent do the complete legwork. So you have got an influencer marketing agent that can do this. Then you have a coding agent called Augment, which is one of the very powerful coding agents out there. And let me take a slight digression to actually show you something cool. And that is the software engineering bench. So what the software engineering bench does is, so this is a group of researchers who evaluate language models on how well they have been doing software engineering tasks. So SWE bench is a set of real GitHub issues. And these GitHub issues were given to these agents, and how much percentage of these were resolved without human intervention. So if you see here, the Augment agent V0 has resolved around 65% of these hard queries by itself autonomously. It failed on 35%. Now you might be wondering, okay, it has failed on 35%, 65% is too low. It is 65% today, but going ahead, look at what percentage it could reach. Earlier benchmarks were around 40%, but now it has reached 65%. And if you see tools plus Claude, that is around 63%, very close behind Augment. And you will also see Google at 52%. I think some more things they have to submit overall, but once they submit, I see Google also climbing up the charts. So you have got the full agent, which is the Claude 3.7 agent, which has done 33%, which is a harder benchmark to cross over. And then you have multimodal, which can do it on images also, which is even harder. And that's why you see 29% only being resolved. So if you see here, the verified is a good benchmark where you see real human GitHub overall, real human GitHub issues that are being solved by these AI agents. Okay, so the idea here is an AI agent doesn't need a break, they don't negotiate salaries, and they don't quit. So because they work 24/7 on your behalf, everybody wants to now build an AI agent. And nowadays, with the right frameworks and the libraries, it has become very much possible. But the truth is, it is not taking your jobs. That is what you need to understand. So let me ask you this question, and let me know in the chat. If you think you had an augment coding agent with you, right? Do you think instead of one software engineer, you have the power of 3 software engineers with yourself? Someone like an augment agent that can do a mid-level coding. Instead of one software engineer, you have definitely the power of 3 software engineers, right? So it augments human performance, and that's what you need to understand. Okay, so they're not taking away opportunities. These are creating new opportunities at the same time. So this is what is happening. So AI agents are automating tasks, but they really require a lot of human oversight. And the real winners are those who learn to work with AI and not against it. And therefore, companies are prioritizing professionals who can leverage AI over those in conventional roles. So if you are a software engineer, companies like people who can leverage AI and also build AI applications. If you are a non-coder, people love people, people look for those talent who can apply these AI skills in their own use cases overall. So now what we are going to do, so let me take a quick pulse check right now. Everybody with me so far, you are understanding everything that we are discussing, right? I'm actually building the base, the storyline as to the motivation behind AI agents and how we are going to build there. Okay, so now the next part, we are going to get into different types of AI agents. So an agentic AI, as I mentioned, is something that is built for a specific purpose to solve business problems. So if you are looking at any kind of an AI agent, you should always understand that it is meant to solve a specific problem. If it is not solving a specific problem, it is not an agentic AI, because you cannot have a very, very broad agent. It should have a specific purpose. That is one of the qualities. And then it should be able to make decisions autonomously with minimal human intervention. So there are different types of agents. It should be role-based, it should be autonomous, it should be adaptive. So if it gets stuck in an error, it should be able to recover from the error, and it should be context-aware. If you're giving additional context, it should be able to understand that context very clearly. Okay, so now what we are going to do is I'm going to talk to you about 5 different types of agentic workflows with increasing level of autonomy and complexity. The very, very basic agent is your own ChatGPT or Claude, wherein the human puts in the query and the LLM takes in the query and responds with it, giving an output. It has very little control over the program flow, and it is called a basic responder agent. So your ChatGPT, your Claude, your basic Gemini that you see, these are all basic responder agents which take in a query, process it, and then give the complete response. Then you have the router pattern agent. What's a router pattern agent? In this case, the human defines the paths or functions that exist in the given flow. So what happens is the LLM makes basic decisions on which function or path it can take. For example, it would look like this. You put in the query, basis the query, it decides whether to go into LLM 1 for processing or LLM2 for processing. So which route would it choose? So that is like a router pattern where one LLM decides which route it should take, and then other LLM will actually pick up the route and then understand. So that is a router pattern agent. The third one is something called a tool calling agent, where a human defines a set of tools the LLM can access to complete a task. The LLM decides when to use them and also the arguments for execution. So you give tools to the LLM agent so that it can work with those tools to do tasks on your behalf. And here the tools could be like a database. It could give you access to its database. It give you access with API to other applications. It could give you access to your local file system, and it would give you access to your browser. So an LLM can have this multiple tools at its beck and call, and it will have the intelligence to pick and choose different tools basis the query that the learner, the user kind of puts in. That is the tool calling part. Then you have the multi-agent pattern, wherein you are trying to lay out the hierarchy between the agents, their roles, and the different tools, etc. And now the LLM controls the complete execution flow, deciding what to do next. So for example, there is a manager agent. It has got a set of tools and it has got multiple sub-agents. The manager agent manages the sub-agents and ensures that whatever query has been put, it is getting answered. Jerry is a multi-agent that has been done in no code. I will show you in code how to build a multi-agent in today's session itself. So if you see, you have the user, you put in the query, there is a manager agent and sub-agents. The manager agent works with the different sub-agents together and tries to craft the given response. And the final, the biggest hierarchy of the agent is an autonomous agent. So what it does is it acts very independently. You put in the query, the generator agent gives the response, the validator agent gives the feedback. Taking the feedback, the generator agent refines the response, and after multiple cycles of iteration and refinement, the final response is shared in the autonomous pattern. Okay. Everybody with me so far? Are you clear on the types of agents, everyone? Have you got a basic understanding of the types of different agentic levels? You have right from the basic starting agent, and then you have the complicated autonomous agent on the other end. Today, we will pick 2-3 agents that will actually follow the architecture I have shown. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, here is a marketing campaign agent, and I'm actually going to show you, I have built this marketing campaign agent on one of the agentic platforms already. I will give you a small demo. If you see, the purpose of a marketing campaign agent was to automate and optimize marketing campaigns to improve customer engagement and return on investment. So what are the different tasks it is trying to do? It is trying to design and segment customer-focused campaigns based on preferences, generate creative content like emails, ads, posts via LLMs, analyze campaign performance and suggest improvements, and then automate A/B testing for different marketing strategies. That is what this entire marketing campaign agent is trying to do. Okay, so this marketing campaign agent, so everybody clear with the purpose, right? Can I go ahead with the demo of this marketing campaign agent? I have done it on a no-code tool right now, but I just want to show you the power, and then I'll show you on a coding tool. Okay, so let's get started. So, right. So what I have done is, I have taken a marketing campaign dataset from this place called Kaggle. So what it does is, it has the campaign ID, it has the company, which company the campaign has been run for, what was the campaign type. Was it an influencer campaign, a search campaign, an email campaign, etc.? Then who was the target audience? what was the duration of the campaign, what was the other channels that were used, what has been the conversion rate from the given campaign, the acquisition cost, the return on investment, and the location. So I have this huge 28 MB data set with multiple campaigns that have been run with an agency. So this entire thing, I put it in Manus, and now look at this. So what I am trying to do here is I am given this prompt to the agent wherein I am saying, your goal is to automate and optimize the marketing campaigns to improve customer engagement and ROI. What you need to do is to segment the customers, generate the creative content like email subject lines, ad copy variations, social media posts, etc. And then ensure that the tone matches the brand voice, which is the brand voice guidelines. Analyze campaign performance, automate the A/B testing, and provide me the different variations of A/B testing overall. So it has received the message. So what I am showing you right now is a replay of the agent, because this agent took around 12 minutes to execute. So what I'm showing is the replay over here so as to save time, but I'm anyways going to show you the agents that we have built via coding. So now it has trying to look at my different files, understand the specified brand voice. So it is looking at my files, and then it has asked me some questions. So some other questions were, are you looking for me to analyze the entire data set? Do you have specific metrics? Are there additional brand voice guidelines behind warm, beyond warm yet professional? Is there a specific timeline? Do you have examples, etc.? So I have given the basic examples. I didn't want to spend so much time over here. So I have given the basic example saying, analyze the data set, focus on ROI, the return on investment, and focus on the brand voice to be confident, assertive, and to the point. And consider a mix of Nike and Coke as your brand voice. So I've given some suggestions. Then it has started building. So what it first did is it created this plan. So it has created the plan of examine the uploaded file, clarify user requirement, analyze marketing campaign data set with focus on ROI, load and explore, identify patterns, segment customers based on the ROI performance, develop the content strategy, create content framework, email subject lines, etc. It has made this complete exhaustive plan. So you see here, it is based on what I have given, it is thinking, it is making a proper plan, and now it is going to execute step by step each of this plan. So it has read the file, and now it has created this code, a Python code full-fledged. And if you see, it is like a basic Python code that any person would write. So it has written all of this Python code by itself to analyze the data set. And then it is executing multiple commands to install the required libraries to run the Python analysis within this. So this is the Manus computer that it has. It's an instance wherein it is trying to build this up. Then it first does the analysis and gives you a summary of the ROI. It is saying that the average ROI of all the campaigns is 5, median is 5.01, the minimum ROI is 2, and the maximum ROI is 8. The top performing segments, top performing channels, top performing campaign types, key insights for each customer segment, fashionistas, outdoor adventurers, etc., all that. Then it is again saying that the crossed ones are the tasks it has already done. The rest of the tasks it has to pick up. And then it is trying to build the content strategy. So it has created a content strategy file. For example, it is asking that these are my brand voice guidelines. It is confident. We are assertive. We use active voice, strong verbs, direct calls to action. See how adaptive it is. I have not specified clearly what the brand voice is. I gave some random stuff saying Nike and Coke, but then it has picked up from there. Then it has taken to the point the segment-specific messaging frameworks on performance seekers, then trend leaders, then experience hunters, the core messaging, the value prop, the tone, the key themes, etc., etc. I have got a complete content strategy that I can now execute. And then I have tailored marketing plan, the email marketing subject lines, the email body example, things like, your potential is limitless, our solutions deliver measurable performance gains. It is also giving my ad copy variations, social media posts, etc. All that it is now giving me. Then it is giving me the A/B testing framework to saying that the primary success metric should be open rate, variation A is this, variation B is this, sample size should be this much, the test duration should be 7 days. All I have to do is give it permission. It can execute these campaigns on my behalf autonomously also. And then it is taking the final everything, and it is giving me the project overview, the key deliverables, and the complete information of all the analysis I have done on the data set. And here is a crazy part. Let me show you something. It has created a website which it has created this complete website which has information of all the campaign optimization. So it has the overview, it has the ROI analysis, it has the segmentation it has done, it has a content strategy, it has the marketing content that I have prepared, it has the A/B testing plan that I need to do, and it has given me the complete end-to-end thing based on the data set I have given. Now, everybody in the chat, how cool is this on a scale of 1 to 10? Are your minds blown with what an agent could do with a simple prompt and taken it forward? Okay, awesome, awesome. Really love the energy over here. And this is just the beginning. We are going to escalate it overall. This entire process for Manus, it took 12 minutes. It has taken 12 minutes for Manus, just to give you the this thing. Now, let's move ahead. Now we are going to go into slightly technical territory. So the technical part starts right now. I wanted to give you a flavor first of the storyline and get into the technical territory. So that framework that we are going to use to build all our AI agents is called CREW. So it is one of the big, very popular agentic frameworks out there. So the way CREW works is a CREW has a collection of AI agents. So these AI agents have the ability to reach out to each other or delegate work. Agents have access to tools. Tools are something that agents can use to solve multiple problems. And the process defines which agent should execute first, which tool should execute first, etc. And the individual tasks are something that the agents execute overall. Now, this might look slightly confusing, but when we actually get into the coding part, you should be able to see that much clearly. Okay, so the CREW AI is the framework. So it is like a structured framework which tries to set up a system of how agents are set up, how agents could interact with each other, what tools they have access to, what is the process of how it will execute, and what are the different tasks it can execute overall. So the CREW consists of agent, process, task, and finally you get the outcome. So when I show you the first program, the first thing that we will run, you will get a much better understanding of what I am talking about. So now the presentation, we will pause, and for the next 1 to 1.5 hours or so, we get into coding. Okay, so for that, let me stop sharing my screen and yes, so are you able to see the screen, everyone? Just let me check. Is everybody able to see the coding screen? Yeah, cool, awesome. So let's get started. So now is the real fun beginning, wherein we are going to now see how CREW AI could be built, etc., and all that. So the first CREW, the first agent we build will be a very simple agent, because in the first agent, we are trying to just understand how you could build the agent overall and how the CREW AI actually executes the agents. And then we will escalate and try to go to more complicated agentic workflows. So stay with me. So the first thing what we are going to do is the steps of any agentic framework will be the same. First is we try to define an agent with a role, goal, and the LLM model it will use. So you have to choose what LLM model you want the agent to use. Then you define a task that associates a description and expected output. So you define what is the task that it has to accomplish. Then you take the agent and the task and initialize a crew. So crew consists, as I told you, of the agent, tools, and the tasks. The first agent we built, there is no tool. It is just the basic task overall. And then you kick off the crew with an input query and observe the response. So the first step, whenever you're trying to do this, you have to get an API key in which you can use that API key in agent, because the agent is going to use the AI model. And for that, you will require an API key. So how do you get your API key? So for that, you all have to go to platform.openai.com settings, organization, billing overview. So this is not your chatgpt.com. It is platform.openai.com. That is where you have the API keys. And you can go to API keys. And here are the some bunch of keys that I'm using right now for my different applications. If you want to use it for your application, you say create new secret key. You can put the name, you can select a project, and you say create secret key. It will be able to do that. Since I'm just showing that I'm not going to create an API key right away, but you should be having an active API key of either OpenAI or Claude or any other tools. Claude, I would suggest not to use. Try to use OpenAI or other tools because Claude API is quite costly. But if you could afford, there's nothing like it. You can definitely use that. So once you get the API key, what you should do is, you see this key here in Google Colab, open the key. It actually shows you some of the API keys already used. So I have already fed my OpenAI key over here. So the idea behind this framework or this approach is very simple. When I am sharing these notebooks with you, I don't share my API key with you. You will have to put in your own API key. Similarly, when you're sharing these notebooks to other people, your API key remains safe and your API key is not abused. That is the reason this entire setup has been kept. So that is the first step. So the next, what we do is we try to initialize the Crew AI library, obtain the API keys, and set up a Python environment. So what we are going to do right now is, every time I work on any of this, I need to first do my installations. So right now, what is happening is it is connecting to the compute engine backend. And now in that system that has been allocated to me via Colab, these libraries are going to get installed. And this would take typically like a minute or a minute and a half. If you are using Visual Studio Code or any other IDE, what you'll have to do is you'll have to set up a .env.environment variable, put your OpenAI key in the .env variable, and ensure that you have a .gitignore file wherein you are putting this .env variable and ensure that you're not pushing your secret key into your GitHub. Okay, so very, very important to understand this. So now the installations are happening on Google. So because it is a cloud instance, for people who are little worried about setting up things locally, this is like an easy approach overall, right? So let me say restart session. So let me I'm just double checking that it's already there. Yeah, the installations have already been done. And I think, yeah, it is checking each of the libraries, etc. Okay, so now this initial setup is done. And now the first part, what we are going to do is to define the agent. Okay, so the agent definition for that, what you'll have to do is, first you import the OS and the collab google.collab user data. In google.collab user data is where your secret API keys are present. So then it is going to retrieve the API key from the collab key that you have already set up. And then what is going to happen is you'll have to create an instance of the OpenAI LLM. So what you're saying is OpenAI _ LLM chat OpenAI. I am saying you can use the model name as GPT-4o and the temperature to be 0.7. Okay, so temperature again is very simple parameter where 0 is where you don't want any kind of creativity. If you want more consistent output, to 1 where you want a very creative output and you can want the output to go as big as possible. So you have temperature 0.7, the model name is GPT-4o, and you have created this OpenAI LLM instance. Next, you define your agent with the OpenAI LLM. So the chatbot is nothing but agent of what is the role. Now, this is very important for any agent. The role and the goal is something you set up. Role is a singular role. You cannot have a very broad role for an agent. The more narrow the role is, the better the agent will perform. So you define the role as a critical thinker. And then the goal is it can analyze the text and identify if there is any conflicting information within. So basically, it will take as input a given story and check if there is any kind of conflict overall. Then the LLM is the OpenAI LLM that we have defined. Now, if you want to use a different LLM instance overall, you will have to define the LLM instance and pass it over to LLM. Verbose equal to false, what it means is I don't want too much of output because I just want a very simple answer over here. In the future agents, we will have the verbose to be false. And this is a backstory. In backstory, you can dump as much context as possible. Always keep the role and goal very brief in nature, but the backstory, you can keep as much context as possible overall. And for example, here what you're saying is, you are a critical thinker who understands details very, very well. You can identify conflicting statements or information in a given text. So you are now defining your chatbot. So in these steps, what we have done is I got my API key from my Google Colab environment. I have initialized my LLM. I have defined my agent, which is a critical thinker agent, which can identify logical loopholes. And the backstory, I am saying that you are a critical thinker. You can identify conflicting statements. I can even, give it something like critical thinker and expert negotiator, etc. I'm just adding a line. So you can add as much context as you require. So I'm just running this again. Overall. Now, agent is defined over here. Once you have defined the agent, the next step is you'll have to define the task. So what the task is, this is exactly what is the task you're defining the agent for. And here the task is description, find if there are any conflicting statement or information in the text. And this text is the variable which is going to be passed to the task. The expected output is respond with conflict or no conflict. If there is a logical fallacy, respond with conflict. If there is no logical fallacy, respond with no conflict. And the agent is the chatbot. Okay, so now I have defined my particular task and my task is also defined. So far what you have done, I have defined my agent with my LLM, what it does, its role, goal, and backstory. Then I have defined my particular task of what it exactly needs to do. And then I have initialized the crew, wherein I take my agent and the task and I build this simple crew. So crew is nothing but a collection of agent, tasks, tools, etc. Here I only have a task and the agent, so I can define my agent with just the agent and the task. The last step over here is very simple. I now give the text overall. Okay, now see this. After a long day at the office, I was going back home in the late evening. I met my friend on the way to home. Now, can you all tell me, is there a logical conflict in this storyline or is it very straightforward? You can say conflict if there is a conflict in the storyline, or no conflict if you feel it is straightforward. Okay, I see a bunch of responses where everybody is saying no conflict. So let us now test it out. So I run this. So it is running and it is saying the response to be no conflict. Now let me change the story and show you the output. After a long day at office, I was going back home in the late evening. I met my friend in the office. So basically, I'm trying to introduce a logical conflict, because if I'm going back home, how could I again meet my friend in the office? Let us see if it can catch or not. I'm not sure. Let us see. See, it has caught it. It's a conflict because there is a logical conflict in our storyline. Okay. So everybody, have you understood the first basic agent so far? Have you understood how we have constructed this agent? What are the different parts of my agent and how I have brought it all together? This might be a very basic agent right now, but the idea is that you are trying to build out this complete agent overall. Okay, so for practice, anyways, we'll share the code with you. You can practice and you can understand here. But are you able to get how we have defined, etc.? So different role types you will have to define, and I think there is a lot of documentation in Crew where you can look at different types of roles you can assign to different agents, and you can build it yourself. So Crew has so environment, not in a Docker context, Danny. I'm saying environment as a file where I'm showing my secret keys, the .env file. Okay, so for those of you who might be thinking, okay, ChatGPT can also do this, why I am doing this in this particular manner? Okay, hold on. We will show you more complicated agents. The first kind of agent that I have shown all of you is the very basic agent that can give you an understanding of how you can build your first Crew agent. And that's why the use case is very, very simple. The next use case I'm going to demonstrate to you is going to be a harder use case. And that one is something called agents with tools. So in agents with tools, what I'm going to show you is this. I am going to give my agent the power to browse the internet. Excuse me. Right. I'm going to give my agent the power to browse the internet. So that is the tool. So this is what I want it to do. I want the agent to browse the internet and make a conversational script out of that information. Okay. So I will ask the agent to go on to net and then make a conversational script out of that, so that I have two people who are discussing that events in a particular form of matter. So I'm going to search the internet and make a script out of the things that I have searched for. That is the agent I want to build. So how is the workflow? So here you will have to build tools to support the agent, for example, web search. Because the agent has to go onto the internet and search for stuff, you will have to define a web search agent and hand it to the agent. Then I'm going to define two agents. One for data gathering, which will actually go and search the information and give me the raw data, and a script writer agent, which will take the raw data as an input and convert it into the form of a script. So it is two agents with tools that you are seeing out here. Then I'm going to define the tasks corresponding to each of these agents. And I'm also going to set up a crew that executes the tasks sequentially and run the crew to achieve the desired outcome. Okay, so now the difference I'm going to put across is I'm going to define my tool, and then I'm going to define my agent, and I'm going to bring all of it together. So here is the steps. First step, as usual, you will have to build your complete environment in terms of the libraries that are required. So the installations will happen for a minute or so. Again, each file is independent of each other, so you'll have to do the installations again when you're doing it in Google Colab. If you don't want to go through this pane, you can set it up all the required things on your own local system. You just install these libraries and you are set. Okay, so it is installing a bunch of stuff. So if you see, I'm installing a DuckDuckGo search, which is a search engine, and I'm going to use it to define a tool. Just one thing, for this particular thing, when I was doing my troubleshooting, somehow I was not able to actually make it run properly. So I had used a different tool altogether. I will show you that tool also. So all of this is ready. I think I'll just run it once again, because it got interrupted in between. So I'm running it once again to ensure that there is no problem as such. All right, I think are we done? Yeah. It is building all this stuff. So again, the process here, that the difficult part or the level up we are trying to do here is we are trying to define tools that the agent could use. That is the main level up you are trying. And yes, it is now set up. All of it is set up. And now I'm going to do this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define the time today, because when I'm doing my search engine, I want to actually tell it to search as if we are on today and do the search and get the best results. If I don't do that, it might take a random date and try to search. So this is the anchoring I'm doing, so that when the search engine does the search, it takes today's date as an inspiration. So I do this, and then the first thing I do is I define the tool called DuckDuckGo search. So for those of you who are very good in Python, this is a decorator. If you don't know this stuff, you leave it. But here, typically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to define this tool called DuckDuckGo search. And this entire function is the tool named DuckDuckGo search. Okay, that is for the system. So if you see here, I'm defining my search tool with the search query, and I'm saying return DuckDuckGo search run.run of search query. So this is a very simple tool I have defined. After that, I'm defining another tool called Exa search tool. So Exa search tool is something that is very good tool that works with a lot of AI models for search. It gives you $10 credits free of cost, and I have used multiple times, hardly exhausted $0.5. So you can use this tool also. So now I'm using the Exa search tool from Crew AI Tools, because the DuckDuckGo search was failing when I was trying to run it in this instance. So I have now two tools. One is the DuckDuckGo search tool, and the other is the Exa search tool. So I can use any of that in my agent. The next part is I'm going to define my agents over here. Number one, I define my Content Explorer agent, where I will say the role is Content Explorer. The goal is to gather and provide the latest information about the topic from internet. LLM, I'm giving GPT-4o, but if you want, you can give Gemini, you can give any kind of Grok models, etc. You can use Omni, any model that you want. Verbose true, because here I'm building a script. I want the output to be as detailed as possible. So therefore, I go with verbose as true. Backstory, I am saying you are an expert researcher who can gather detailed information, gather at least 10 information, consider you are on today. So basically I'm telling today is 4th March. So search all the results as if it is on 4th March. Then the tools are the EXA search tool. So that is a tool that I am using. The cache is true and the max iterations is 5. So I wanted to make 5 attempts to gather the Content Explorer, because if I keep doing multiple attempts overall, it could consume a lot of my credits without actually giving the output. So therefore, I am trying to build this Content Explorer. So Content Explorer is the first agent that we have built. The next agent we have built is a script LLM. In script LLM, I am building the script LLM as model as GPT-4o, temperature pointed, because I'm doing writing of script. I want to make it a little more creative, so I have given temperature as 0.8. Then the script writer agent, what it does is, the role is a script writer. The goal is, with the details given, you create an interesting conversational script out of it. You are an expert and so and so. So let me change it. This was for some other audience. You are an expert in Shakespearean literature. You are an expert in Shakespearean literature. You are very good in creating conversations with the given chain of information. Tell as a script in 200 words. Consider you are on today. So here what I have done is I have given it a persona saying that you are an expert in Shakespearean literature. And let us see the kind of language that it tries to produce. I'll say Shakespearean literature and dramatic flair. Tell as a script in 200 words, consider you are on today. And now I will run this. This is nothing. This is simply to suppress some error output overall. I really did not try to understand what it does. I just got an error. I set this up and I kind of got this information while I was doing the debugging. So I have set up the Content Explorer agent and my script writer agent. My tools are defined. The next step is I'm going to define my tasks. So what are my tasks? I get details on the description, that is, get the latest trending, interesting information and news about the topic. Expected output is the latest information about a given topic, and the agent is Content Explorer. So I have a get details task, which uses the agent Content Explorer, and this is the description I wanted to do. And then this is the important part, pay very close attention. Create a script task. I'll say consider the given details in time order, make an interesting conversation. I will say a humorous conversation connecting the key details. Agent is a script writer. Context equal to get details. So the details that I'm going to get from this task, right? Now you have been wondering, all the agents are defined separately. Everything is defined separately. How will the agent know where to pick the context from? That connection happens in the task level. So in task, I will have, for create a script, I will have the task that is picked up from get details, and the context of get details is used, and this is the output that is built. So here at this level is where you build out the task. Now the setting of the crew. I have today's date time. At the crew that I set up, I look at agents as Content Explorer script writer. See, in the previous one, I set my agents and tasks only. Here I have much more fields. I have the agents as Content Explorer and the script writer, and the task as get details and create a script. Purpose is true because I want a very large output. Process is sequential. That means I will look at the dependencies between the tasks and do the task first so that the task context can be passed on later. So it will process in a sequential manner. And I'm trying to do the step callback as a timestamp so that if any logs or any errors happen, I can debug the same. Okay, so I'm running this. And now what I'm doing is I'm going to set up my crew. So here I'm setting up my OpenAI key, and then I set up my result crew.kickoff. So the earlier run, I used the US President Trump tariffs. Is there any particular topic you would like me to run on this entire information? So suggestions, everyone, of a particular topic on which to run this group. Okay, some people are saying keep it the same, so I'll keep it the same. I will pick the next topic from you overall. So US President Trump tariffs is the one, and I will run it, and here comes the magic. So the Agent Content Explorer has started, and now it has picked up US President Trump tariff news May 2025. I have given the input as only Trump tariffs, but because it is an agent, it is thinking and it is adapting the same. The search results have come as Liberation Day escalates China now, hits Canada with sweeping tariffs overall. Tariffs jolt Asian automakers, Toyota likely set for most pain. Trump unveils 10% global tariff with Japan levy set at 24%, additional 50% tariff, announces 26% tariff. Then Trump reveals Liberation Day reciprocal tariffs, etc. So I've got all of this information, search information overall. So now it is going to extract the content from the relevant search results to provide this information. So it is taking all that. So now it is not able to do that. So it is trying to do something. You may follow the provided link. So now the script writer has taken the information from Content Explorer and see this. Scene opens in a small Boston cafe on May 4th. Two old friends are sipping coffee. Have you seen today's headline, Jack? Trump's declared Liberation Day and slapped tariffs on all foreign goods. Yes, our dear President Trump, always the showman, makes me wonder if he thinks he's leading the new Boston Tea Party. Perhaps he's having a colonial flashback. I can almost hear him shouting, no taxation without representation. Only this time it is no foreign goods without taxation. Do you think he will start brewing our own coffee next? Heaven forbid, I would rather face a dragon than a morning without my Brazilian roast. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of trade wars. What next? So I told you Shakespearean stuff, right? Dramatic flair. It has slowly crept in terms of the conversation over here. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts constructing a throne room in Mar-a-Lago. To the whims of politicians and the resilience of our caffeine addictions, they laugh heartily as the scene fades out. Okay, so want to check with you, how cool is this agent? An agent which has the power of internet, and it is now building out a conversation with that. Okay, so now suggest me one topic on what we could do. One more this thing, one more agent, one more information overall. Earn money using AI, Pope selection, AI education in schools. Okay. Right. So warning about not reading the links, you can ignore that part. So basically what we are trying to, what it is trying to tell is, it has been given some links, but it was not exactly opening a particular link because it is under a paywall. So that is what it is trying to say. Okay, so I have seen multiple suggestions. Let me see. I want to talk about this thing. So let me say upcoming Pope election. I think that was a trending topic. So I'll make a few changes over here. Instead of humorous conversation, because the topic is serious, I will say serious conversation, overall connecting the key details. Then I would change this Shakespearean literature and dramatic flair. I would say you are an expert in reporting events without bias. So I'm giving this particular thing. Okay, now I will set it up. So I am removing this thing. I have set it up in a different manner. It is set up. I set up this, and now I run it on the Pope election. So Pope election news May 2025. It is trying to search. The Vatican is currently in the midst of a papal conclave following the unexpected resignation of Pope Francis. Technology is playing a significant role. The front runners are so and so, etc. And there's a final answer that is there. And now the script writer. Inside the Vatican walls, a cardinals lounge where the cardinals gather informally during the breaks in the conclave. It is remarkable, isn't it? The whole world seems to be watching us. Technology is playing such a pivotal role. Indeed, but the digital system helps us communicate more efficiently. It is quite the balance between tradition and modernity. Yes, and with front runners like Cardinal Turkson and others, it does seem possible. The responsibilities are immense. You see, right? The tone has changed basis the way I set up the agent right now. It is more conversational, but it is more on a reporting style rather than anything. It is trying to be as less biased as possible. And it is saying, and soon with the rising of white smoke, the world will embrace a new chapter in the church's journey, and they exchange contemplative looks overall. Okay, how do you like this AI agent? Isn't it cool? Isn't it great? Like with just a few lines of code and setting up the Crew AI, you have given it a lot of power already. Right? Yeah, so there is some small mistake it had done. So you'll have to write some additional prompt, like a fact check prompt you could do. So it's just a demonstration I had given. So in other case, what you could do is you should do like a fact check prompt, wherein you say that check all the facts before you create your story. So you will have to be a fact check agent also and avoid that part. But yeah, the rest of the part is straightforward. Okay, so we have done almost 1.5 hours. So let's take a small, 5-minute break. Uttam, can we take a small break for 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure. I think people can also utilize that time to internalize everything, and you will also get a breather.
Yes. So as we come back, we are going to build a very advanced agent to take it to a notch higher. So take your 5-minute break and let's come back.
You're a sky, 'cause you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. 'Cause you're a sky, 'cause you're a sky full of stars. 'Cause you light up the path. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. 'Cause in the sky, 'cause in the sky full of stars, I think I saw you. You're a sky, 'cause you're a sky full of stars. I wanna die in your arms. Oh, 'cause you get light Cause in a sky full of stars, I think I see you. I think I see
All right, folks, we are pretty much done with our break. I hope you are back. Just get back on your seats.
So everybody, are you back? Can I have a yes on the chat so that I know that all of you are back and paying attention? Okay, awesome. So are we all excited to see a super agent, a multi-agent overall? Awesome, awesome. So let's get started. And so have any of you ever thought of building a stock analysis agent? Someone that can, once you give a stock as an input, it will search on the internet and take a decision on buy, hold, or sell. Okay, so the next agent I'm going to demo you is a stock agent. One information to all of you, the standard information out there, don't try to rely on the stock agents recommendations to do trading. Be responsible. The statutory warning I want like to give all of you, and let's get started. So step one, so what we are going to do over here, you need to assess your own risks. So let me turn on the chat. Focus, everyone. So what we are going to do is we are going to gather financial data and news about a given company, analyze that data comprehensively, and provide actionable investment recommendations. So the workflow overview would be like this. You will define the custom tools to retrieve the financial data, the income statements, and the stock prices. And then you are going to create agents for data gathering, analysis, and the different recommendation tasks. So you're going to define the tasks aligned with these agents' roles and objectives. So the tools are going to be little many, your agents are going to be a lot, and your crew will be a collection of all those agents and tasks. So this is a slightly more complicated agent than the ones that you have seen so far. So now we will start this thing. First step is always the same, wherein we are setting up the different libraries. So whenever you're trying to build these kinds of agents, right, you need to have a good understanding of what are the different APIs that are available to do that. For example, when I'm building this financial analysis agent, I knew that Yahoo Finance has a good API and it is already encapsulated very well in terms of a Python library called YFinance. So I use that YFinance library to get information about a particular stock overall. And I also would require a tool of internet search, because when trying to assess internet viability of anything of a particular stock, I need to check what is the available information on the net, what is the news cycle talking about a particular stock, and I combine the information of the stock with the news cycle, and then I am going to make a particular change. I have to run once again. So I try to run the particular, understanding of how it needs to be run in a complete manner. So yeah, the installations are happening. Strangely, for this particular use case, DuckDuckGo search worked very well. In the previous one, I had to use Exa, but in here, DuckDuckGo search worked quite well. I think we are almost done. Yes, we are done. We have all the libraries now set up, and now we are going to get started. Similarly, like last time, because I'm going to use the internet search, I'm setting up the date time timestamp, and then I'm defining the search tool called DuckDuckGo search, which can search on the internet. So this is the same as last time. It is done. Now I'm going to define various custom tools. So I have imported the Yahoo Finance API. The first custom tool I'm going to define is the tool that can get the current stock price. So what it does is it takes as argument a symbol and gets the current stock price information overall and prints it out. And if it is not able to fetch it, it will give you an error. So this is the first custom tool that is built, which is the current stock price tool. Then company info tool, what it does is it takes the company info full, and then I clean up the info to get all of this information like name, symbol, current stock price, market cap, sector, industry, city, EPS, PE ratio, 52-week low, 52-week high. All of this information I'll clean up and I'll be presented as like a small JSON object that I could use. Okay. Then I get income statements of a company. That also I get it via Yahoo Finance API. So yf.ticker.symbol, and then I get my financials of the particular stock. So I get the income statements, I get the company info, I get the current stock price, all of that. So these custom tools also I can define, which can work on my stock. Now I will define my different agents that will work on this stock. First is the News Info Explorer. So what it does is it takes and gathers news about a particular company so as to assess its health. Now what I have done here is I have chosen the latest LLM, which is the GPT 4.1, which is the best API out there. So because we are doing a financial analysis, I wanted to kind of look at the best API. So what I'll do is right now I will comment this out, and maybe we'll compare with the same stock with different LLM models and compare the outputs overall. So I have the LLM GPT 4.0 that is there, and it is a news and info researcher which can gather information about a given company. And the tools is the search tool. So this agent can use the search tool to gather this information. Then I have the Data Explorer tool, which gathers and provides financial data and information about a given stock. So it's an Explorer tool overall. And here, when I'm using the tools, use a stock symbol and add a suffix .ns and try with and without the suffix. So this I have done because whenever I'm searching for Indian stocks, sometimes the Indian stocks are listed on Yahoo Finance API with .ns, which stands for National Stock Exchange. For US stocks, it is fairly straightforward, but for India stocks, you will require this. So make it adaptable. I have given this particular information. Then I have a data analyst agent, which will consolidate all the financial information and try to provide like a summary overall as to what it is. So I have the Info Explorer agent, which gets the internet news, then the Data Explorer agent, which gets the company info and the income statements. Then I have an analysis agent, which will take all the information and analyze the agent overall. Okay, and then I have a financial recommendation agent. What it does is it will actually synthesize all the information that it has given. And then what it does is you are an expert financial advisor who can provide investment recommendations, consider the financial analysis, the current information of the company, the current stock price, and make recommendations about whether to buy, hold, or sell a stock along with the reasons. When using tools, try with and without the suffix .ns to the stock in symbol and see what works. Consider you are on today. So I have 4 agents: a News Info Explorer, a Data Explorer, a Data Analyst, and a Financial Expert. All 4 agents are going to now work together. The next step is I have to define my different tasks. So the first is get company financials, where I get the financial data like income statements and fundamental ratios for the given stock. And for that, I use the Data Explorer agent. Then I have the company news information that I get about a company, that I use the News Info Explorer agent. Then I analyze my financial data and news. So I try to make a thorough analysis based on the given financial data and the latest news of a stock, and comprehensive analysis of a stock outlining the financial health, stock valuation, risks, etc. And for that, I use the context of get company financials and company news. So company news talks about the news cycle of the given company. Company financials talks about its PE ratios and income statements, last few years earnings, etc. That information, I take both together to make like an analysis of what it is. And then I have the advice task, which takes and decides whether to buy, hold, or sell a given stock with all the reasons elaborated. And I have this complete tasks that have been defined. So I can now define these different tasks also. Now I set up the crew. So setting up the crew, I have the agents, Data Explorer, News Info Explorer, Analyst, and Financial Expert. I have the tasks, which are the get company financials, get company news, analyze, and advise. Verbose is true because I want a verbose information out here. Sequential process, and then I try to use a timestamp for my logging and debugging purposes. It is ready, and now the stock I am going to actually test right now is Microsoft, because very recently they had the earnings call. So I want to see if it is able to pick that up. Okay, so now allow it to run. So the crew execution has started. So first data researcher has come in. It is trying to get the data like income statements and other financial information. So it is looking at MSFT. I think rate limited, there's a rate limitation, so it is going to try in some time. So try getting the income statements. I think there's a rate limiting that is happening because of that. I think in some time we should be able to get this information. So right now we are not able to get the lot of information over there. So what it will do is it will try to move ahead. So because of rate limited error, so you see, right, it is having an error, and now it is trying to check how it could do that. So MSFT.ns, it might not be able to retrieve overall. I think a lot of rate limiting issues are happening currently, so you might not able to retrieve, but let us see how the news info works. So latest news, Microsoft MSFT May 2025. So NASDAQ MSFT reported Q3 FY 2025 revenue of 70.1 billion, a 15% year-on-year increase. Azure and other cloud services revenue grew by 37%, with AI services contributing 13 points to the growth. Okay, so if you see here, this is what it is. And now I have the key takeaways. And now this information is right now synthesized. So now the data analyst has taken the answer about the different things. It has reported earnings per share of $3.23. So here the problem is because the Yahoo Finance API did not work due to rate limiting, it got only the News Info Explorer. Okay, so even the Financial Explorer is not able to get the current stock price. So it is trying to get this. So whenever it is not able to do, it is trying to think through how I could particularly get that. So right now it is trying to recover from that error overall. I tried using the same I stopped, I'll try something else instead. So here, if you see what has happened, because the particular rate limiting was happening, due to that, it was not picking up. Maybe I will try to give one more input and see if the Yahoo Finance API would work. So maybe I will give Tesla and see. So right now, Yahoo Finance API is having an error due to which not able to particularly demo this particular thing, but you can at least see the way it is trying to do it, right? It is trying to recover the answer. It is trying to build it across. It is lower revenues for 2025, etc., and all that. Data analyst agent is working. So what I'll do is, let me see if I can debug this right now, getting this error on Finance. Okay. It is so there are rate limits. I think we are just trying to do that. I think there is some error which is happening due to the late rate limits. It is not able to work over here. So that's the problem statement over here. Okay, so let me check. But at least have you guys understood, how this is working overall in sense how the agent has been built and how you could actually build out the stuff, right? And if your API was working, it could actually show you a great result overall. But actually, even on Sunday, right, it would pick the latest price. It is not about on Sunday the markets being closed. It is just that Yahoo Finance is having the complete thing. Okay. So let me give you, so this, once you get this information, like the company ratio, etc., and all that, so then you should be able to get some information, all that. So we will share the code with you. Maybe in 2 days, the rate limiting feature would be lifted up. And then you could see that Yahoo Finance is the most stable one. You will have to troubleshoot. It's going to take some time, but at least you guys get the idea of how this entire agent works. Okay. So with AI, things always happen in this particular manner. Sometimes some API is down. The other day when I was trying it out, OpenAI was kind of down for some time. So OpenAI was glitching and we were not able to do some particular stuff. But these are some of the issues that would happen. I think definitely you can see this. Yeah, I try to search on Google first and then I go to other places. Reddit is typically the place where I see a lot of things overall. Okay, cool. So let's come back and try in a different this thing. So other than Yahoo Finance, I really don't know what are the more appealing ones overall. What I'll do is maybe right now I'm going to go back to the presentation now and continue it. And maybe towards the end, I'll try to run once again and see if the rate limiting feature is kind of expired or not. Okay, so let us go back to our presentation. Right. So let us get back. So the idea, what we have seen, and I think Mark Zuckerberg has said this, is that in the futures, he's saying that AI agents could replace mid-level engineers by autonomously writing code. While I am more of the opinion that AI could be like a great partner that could augment existing skills than replace people. I think people who use AI for their workflows and use AI to build applications are the ones who will be in a lot of demand. So let me just play this clip by Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah,
I think this year, probably in 2025, we at Meta, as well as the other companies that are basically working on this, are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have at your company that can write code. And once you have that, then in the beginning, it'll be really expensive to run, and then you can get it to be more efficient. And then over time, we'll get to the point where a lot of the code in our apps and including the AI that we generate is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers. But I don't know. I think that'll augment the people working on it. So I mean, my view on this is like...
So as he has only said, right, it is going to augment the work rather than replace the people overall. And this is a very interesting statement made by some of the top tech CEOs like Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella, where they're saying the SaaS is the past and the AI agents are the future. There is a fundamental shift in how the tech is going to be. And the Amazon Cloud Chief has actually told their employees that by 2026, you don't have to write code from scratch, but you can leverage AI. Okay, so these are not exactly speculations. These are actually business shifts that are happening. And these are strategies that are being implemented across the different companies. And recently, there was this LlamaCon conference, wherein just 3-4 days back, where Satya Nadella was a chief guest and Mark Zuckerberg was interviewing. And this revelation came out in that conversation, which blew my mind, which was that 30% of code inside Microsoft is written by AI. Now think about the multiple tech projects that Microsoft is working on, and 30% of code is being written on AI. Think of the enormous code base that AI is generating as we speak. And the CTO of Microsoft, Kevin, has said that by 2030, he expects that right now it is 30%. By 2030, he expects 95% of the code to be AI generated. And even Mark Zuckerberg has commented that 18 months from now, most of the code in the Llama project would be written by AI. So AI agents are going to be commonplace. And this is an inflection point. This was a tweet I have seen few days back again, wherein this is the founder of Cursor, one of the top AI IDs of the world today. And they're valued right now at 400 million ARR. And they have grown from 100 million ARR to 100 million ARR like in a span of 4 to 5 months. And this founder has said that Cursor writes almost 1 billion lines of accepted code in a particular day. So it is going to write almost, so every day, Cursor is writing 1 billion lines of accepted code, that is code which has been pushed into GitHub or other places, right? The entire world produces a few billion lines of code in a day. Cursor is producing 1 billion lines of code, and that means how much AI is producing. You can make a stuff, and that's why it's an inflection point in terms of AI being your partner and your co-pilot. So in Y Combinator, one of the greatest accelerators out there, they have said that in the 2025 winter batch, 25% of them, they have said that 95% of their code is LLM generated. So people have raised funding with applications built out of LLM generated code. And coming to Outskill, we have hardly a team of 4 to 5 people, and the entire applications that are being run right now, 85% of the code written by the team is generated by AI in Outskill right now. So when all of this is happening, when you see AI picking up stuff and AI doing all of this, what does this mean for the engineering careers? You might be wondering, does coding become obsolete as engineer jobs at risks? There would be some of the questions that might be, you might be wondering about, keeping you at night, and so on. So to answer all of these questions, right, we need to understand what is happening on the ground right now. So what does this signal for the future? It is this, that priorities of tech companies are changing very, very rapidly. So what is happening is companies are increasingly integrating AI into their core processes, or they are reimagining workflows with AI-first approaches. So what is happening is that tech companies are undergoing a very fundamental shift on how they approach software development. So it is not just using AI as a tool, but they are looking at all the possibilities with AI and they're reimagining the complete process. So they're rethinking team structures, development workflows, and ultimately the kind of skills they require from software engineers. All of that is being rethought upon with this. So according to Gartner, 30% of the Fortune 500 companies are already building generative AI solutions. And if you look at the AI solution market that is being expanded, if you see we are in 2025, and look at 2026 and the exponential growth that is going to happen with this thing. So yes, some traditional roles are disappearing. Junior positions where one's entry points would require years of experience out here. Somebody had told me that they had put in almost 100 applications and getting a lot more rejections because people demand more out of people. So what are the kind of jobs that are getting automated if you think about it? So if you are writing somewhat like boilerplate code or standard patterns, all that is done and dusted, AI can write very good code like that. It can take repetitive tasks and make predictable coding workflows. It can generate or create functional code. Automated test suites can also be done without very less human intervention, right? Performance testing, which is automated load and stress tests can also be done, etc. So all of your jobs are getting automated at this level with AI. So what is happening is like a great acceleration is what we are witnessing. People want faster delivery. They don't want to wait months, but days for their problems to be solved. They want more features and expanded capabilities, and they want higher quality output with fewer defects. So what you're seeing is like an acceleration where companies want to build faster than before with shorter development cycles and higher expectations. So it is not that AI is eliminating the need for software. It is enabling more of it to be built faster. It is not that now software development will be done only by coding agents and humans are not required. That is not what is happening. It is just that AI is not eliminating the need for software, and it is there are a lot of AI automated systems that are there, which is improving the capacity. So people want more features and better output in the shorter time span. Okay, so what does it mean is you will require fewer people writing basic code, but you require more AI engineers who can harness the power of AI to solve problems at scale. If you are writing basic code, you won't cut it. You will have to write advanced code, use AI very well so that you can solve problems at scale. That is the shift that is going to happen. So that would require two buckets of engineers to come through. So number one are scientists who invent protocols and fine-tune the models. So the scientists who are sitting in OpenAI, Anthropic, and building models, those are the research scientists out there. But these people, you'll require very few of those. And then you require a lot of practitioners who can apply AI to product workflows. That means that you take AI and you try to apply AI to multiple product workflows. You build AI features and you try to adopt AI into your product and add those AI features overall. So I think there is a shift that is happening, and now a small minority can become scientists, but majority have to reinvent themselves into AI engineering practitioners, where you apply AI to build AI features and adopt product workflows with AI. So what is the evolving role of engineers in this generative AI-driven world? So if you're a senior engineer, you will be leading a team and driving the AI innovation, AI product strategy, and try to build scalable systems and autonomous AI agents that will be part of your product. It won't be a surprise if every product they will say that you would have to have some kind of agentic capabilities. And if you want to build scalable agentic capabilities on a product, you require an engineer who can code. That is with respect to senior engineering leaders. The mid-level engineers, you are the bridge between the juniors and the seniors. You will be the ones who is guiding your juniors as well as hands-on optimizing the AI models and collaborate and solve the problems effectively. The senior engineers also have to know how the system works so that you can drive the strategy and guide the team in a better manner. And of course, the entry-level engineers are the ones who will actually work through the complete product development lifecycle and try to assist people with AI-powered development and training, testing and development, deployment, the usual software engineering cycle with the help of AI. So the generative AI roles are rising, and from 24 to 25, there has been a 33% rise overall. This is a McKinsey report that is there, and businesses adopting AI are increasing year on year. And according to McKinsey, the demand has risen close to 300% for generative AI specialists across, and generative AI engineering specialists can demand traditional salaries greater than traditional things by around 30 to 50%. So if you have got a traditional software engineer versus a generative AI software engineer, because the skill is rare, a generative software engineer is being paid almost 30 to 50% higher than a traditional software engineer. So there is a growing need for talent that understands generative AI models, that understands the frameworks and the deployment overall. And this growing need has kind of crystallized into this new role called generative AI engineers. In today's session, what you are seeing is a glimpse into the world of generative AI engineering, where we built using Python code very small agentic workflows using the CRU framework. Now, CRU is one of the many frameworks that are available to build agents. We have just given a demo of one such framework. So who are generative AI engineers? So they can work fluently with different models, AI models that are out there. They can understand a lot of orchestration frameworks like LangChain and Llama Index, etc. They can combine generative AI models with external database and tools. They devise effective prompting strategies so that the AI feature works as expected for the tool that they are building. And these are people who are not just coders overall. They are the problem solvers who design very good and intelligent systems overall. So these are the typical roles of AI. So you have the model manager, ML engineer, analytics engineer, AI developer, decision engineer, AI ethicist, and so on. So I've got a lot of roles, but AI roles would definitely kind of come up for an AI engineer and could help you get into multiple roles overall. And these are some of the postings of generative AI roles. While the name is different, if you look at the description, the generative AI stuff is almost the same. So what are the different careers? So LLM engineer is a person who will fine-tune the AI models for specific applications. The orchestration engineer is one who uses multiple AI models to build them into cohesive systems. So basically, they will use AI frameworks like LangChain to build AI workflows overall. AI application developer is somebody who creates user-facing products using the power of generative AI, and they try to bridge AI capabilities with practical business solutions. AI agent developer is someone who can build autonomous systems that take actions with minimal supervision. And then RAG engineer is somebody who connects AI to external knowledge sources and builds chatbots with the knowledge source context. And then you have the AI toolchain engineer who actually builds the complete infrastructure, the infra part, the GPU cluster, or any other stuff that will support your AI application. So they create the pipelines for serving the models, the versioning, and monitoring overall. See, all of these 6 roles that you see right now, they didn't exist like 12 to 15 months back. These are the new roles that have come up with the advent of generative AI. So now the question kind of comes is, are the current workforce and software developers equipped with the rising demand of generative AI engineering roles? So these are some facts. Less than 1% of software professionals list generative AI on their skills. As I mentioned in the beginning, traditional software engineer focus on deterministic systems, while AI requires comfort with probabilistic systems. So right from evaluation to everything, it is very hard. And therefore, companies are reporting significant difficulty in filling these positions because there is no talent out there. And therefore, if you are a software engineer working in a traditional domain, you have got a lot of transferable skills that can help you become a generative AI engineer. So what Gartner says is generative AI will require 80% of the engineering workforce to upskill through 2027. And therefore, you have got a great opportunity to transition into becoming a generative AI engineer. So you have got the future-ready skills where you are positioned at the forefront of emerging technologies. You have got higher value where you could be seen as a strategic asset in organizations, and higher rewards where you can gather higher compensation due to the specialized skills overall. So if you are wondering what is the difference between the no-coder and the coder, no-coder would use the no-coding tools to solve business problems over there. AI, the coders will use the Python libraries or the libraries that are present out there to solve the problems. The tooling is different, the approach is different, but the skills are the root, the beats of your roadmap remain the same, but the way you do it, the focus that you put are highly different. So now I will take some time. So before that, I want to check with all of you over here. So are you with me so far? Do you believe that there is a great opportunity for being a generative AI engineer? And would you love to see the roadmap for generative AI engineer? Actually, you have seen the roadmap for the generalist. Now I will go into detail on the generative AI engineering roadmap. Great. So let's get started. So in the first, today, what you have seen is a level 0 where we understood what is the difference between the software engineer and the AI software engineer. So you're at a starting point right now, and now you'll have to go through level 1 to level 5. So first in this, the level 1 talks about LLM foundations and prompt engineering. Level 2 is about RAG or retrieval augmented generation, where you try to connect your own data set to the LLM. Then you have generative AI with audio visual data, wherein you work with the visual inputs and try to work with that particular data overall. And then you have agentic AI applications where you are trying to build autonomous systems. And today we try to give you a glimpse of how you can build a simple autonomous AI agent via code. And then you build and deploy LLM solutions. That is the fifth level out there. So in the first level, the beginner level of LLM foundations and prompt engineering is where you learn the basics of NLP, basics of generative AI and diffusion models, how LLMs work, how is tokenization, self-attention, etc. So after the beginner level, you should have the capability to fine-tune the models and hands-on understanding of how to use AI models in real-world applications. That is the beginner level. Then intermediate level, you need to understand the various text data techniques to work with different types of textual data, how you work with structured data in pandas, and what are the different file operations and web crawling that you can do. And the outcome is the ability to pre-process and structure text data for AI models and capability to extract and process data. Okay, so I would request all of you to take a screenshot so that you can have it ready and know what tools to use. In the advanced level of level 1, you will have to learn how to use pre-trained models. So there is a place called Hugging Face, which is like a GitHub for all AI models. How can you take pre-trained models from Hugging Face and use it for your use cases? What is advanced prompt engineering? How can you send advanced prompts via API? So in the agent, right, you have seen how we have written some prompts via the Crew AI we have defined. So what are the different techniques to write good prompts? What is a good prompt? What is a bad prompt, etc. So with that, you should be able to build a fully functional AI chatbot tailored to a specific use case, and you are expert in optimizing models for domain-specific applications. So take a screenshot again. So that is level 1 of LLM foundations and prompt engineering. Okay, the next one. So I will take questions towards the end, so you can just hold on. The next one is bring your own data or RAG, retrieval augmented generation, where I'm trying to connect my LLM to a database. So if you have seen custom GPT, you can hardly give 50 MB to 100 MB file. You will have the GBs of data set that you'll need to connect to the LLM overall. And for that, you'll need to understand the concept of RAG. So you'll have to spend a good 3 months on RAG. So the previous concept, you'll have to spend 3 months to learn the basics of LLM, and then you'll have to spend another 3 months to learn the basics of RAG. Beginner level, you just know the fundamentals, how it can use LLMs to retrieve your given data, and the basic fundamentals of vector embeddings and databases. And you can make a very basic AI agent-based solution overall on the beginner level. Intermediate level, you need to understand the concept of chunking strategies of how your huge database, your unstructured database, could be broken down into smaller chunks, which can be used in your RAG system. So the keyword search fundamentals, the chunking strategies are something that you should be learning. And in the intermediate level, you should be able to use keyword-based retrieval techniques and its limitations. And you should be able to encode text into vector embeddings for search overall. Advanced, you go into advanced embedding strategies like BERT, OpenAI, sentence transformers, etc. You should be able to combine multiple RAGs and multiple search results for accuracy, which is called RAG fusion. And you should be able to tune the retrieval ranking for the right results. So advanced is where you go very deep into RAG and implement stuff from scratch and scale your systems. So basically, you should be able to attach databases of hundreds of GB for your own LLM. So that could be possible with level 2. So that is level 2. So just giving you a second to take a screenshot of all of this, the beginner, intermediate, and the advanced level. So the first level is about basics of LLMs, how to work with it, etc., and all that. Second level is a retrieval augmented generation, where you are trying to build your complete system, which can use your internal documentation or the internal data. So that is the retrieval augmented generation system. Then you have the generative AI with audio-visual data. So first, in the beginner level, you need to understand how generative AI works with audio and video. What are the basics of computer vision? You should explore pre-trained AI models for working on audio and video, and the basics of video frame analysis. That is one. And then you should be in the intermediate level. You should fine tune those AI models for speech and video, understand lip sync AI, and implement speech and video generation and build custom audio and video augmentation pipelines. So all of the tools that you have seen in the level 3 in yesterday's Vaibhav's lecture, those tools, all of them have APIs. So you can use those APIs and actually use them as part of your applications, and how to use those APIs in your use cases. That is what you'll have to learn in this module of generative AI with audio-visual data. The generalists will use just the tools and try to build those workflows, while you, the AI engineers, you will have to work with them on the API level. Then on the advanced level, you will have to work on multimodal AI models like AI, audio, video, and text, how you could make AI-powered deepfake technology and advanced AI for voice cloning and emotion synthesis. So you should be able to create your own clones for expressive speech models and automate stuff like content creation with AI via API. Please take a screenshot of this, and this should give you a good idea of how you can use generative AI with audio-visual data. So if you see, the beats are very similar to how you have seen in the generalist. It is just that the concepts are slightly deeper and we are going much more technical over here, while in the generalist fellowship, you are just taking the view of solving the problem end to end. The capability of both is almost the same. Then you have the agentic AI solutions. We have seen it today with Crew AI. So the basic part is how AI agents differ from traditional software, what is the AI role in the workforce, and how you could adapt and learn overall. Intermediate, you'll have to learn various agent framework overviews. We have seen Crew AI today, but there is PhiData, LangChain, Llama Index, and many more such frameworks. So you'll have to cover at least 4 to 5 of those frameworks so that you'll know the power of each of those. And then you should kind of develop the AI-driven tools for the agent-specific tasks. So you saw you have built the tool for search, tool for something else, etc., and all that. So you can actually build tools for various use cases out there. So the confidence in debugging the AI system for optimal performance, able to build the tools for your agentic AI applications, that is the intermediate level. Advanced level, you should connect the AI data agents to your diverse databases, tools and API integration so that you can make AI work with different tools. And therefore, the skill of integrating AI into enterprise data systems, improving trust and interpretability in AI outputs, that's what you'll have to learn. So this is the agentic AI. Please take a screenshot of this. So you'll have to learn all of these features of different frameworks, and each framework you'll have to build an agentic AI framework. So in the generalist fellowship, you will have the framework to be built on no-code workflows. Here you build with coding workflows. That is the difference. The power more or less remains the same. And here with this, you can integrate those workflows into your product, in an existing product, in a much seamless manner with the power of coding. Then level 5, you will have to spend at least 4 months to bring all of this together and build and deploy a complete LLM solution from scratch. So you take all of the things that you have learned over the last 4 months, 12 months, and then you spend another 3 to 6 months in perfecting and building out the solution so that you can use it as a portfolio and make it as a transition for your AI engineering role. So this is like a end-to-end solution architecture that is there. Again, this is not what I mean is this is a reference image for you, but think that as you become an AI engineer, you should be able to solution things like this. So now, like Vaibhav has said earlier, there are 2 paths you can take from here, wherein you can either take this roadmap. We will share that roadmap with you. We'll give you a curriculum also that you could use, and you can start leveling up yourself. So basically, what our appeal to you is, if you are serious about becoming a generative AI powered engineer, you should follow this roadmap. It is a roadmap we have built by talking to engineers, AI engineers and leaders across the world. So try to get upskilled and build it together by yourself. And if you're doing it by yourself, please ensure that you're putting in the right effort and investing the time overall of around 12 to 15 months over there. In case you want Outskilled to teach you, right? We have an extensive 6-month program, like we have the generalist program. We have the generative AI engineering fellowship also, where you can become the top 1% in the AI first world and become like a top class generative AI engineer. And how it is 6 months? Very simple. We have brought in mentorship. We have brought in a community. We have done a lot of curation to kind of teach you what are the best available libraries out there, the best available workflows. So you learn from the generative AI leaders, you will learn from the fellow disruptors, and you will actually build generative AI applications, learn about it by doing hands-on building through code overall. One thing, this program is absolutely not for beginners. Python basics are required. If you are not a Python programmer and you have done programming in any other coding language, we will still consider you, but you will have to put in some effort to pick up Python. It is designed for those who already have foundational programming skills. If there is somebody of you who is inspired, who doesn't know coding and wants to do this, we would definitely say not to do that. Please pick the without coding track or the AI generalist track. Only if you are a serious coder who is doing coding in your job or have coded in the past and now leading a team across, these are the people for whom this program would make much more sense. So you learn from the best in the AI space. So these are some of our professionals. So these are people who are day in and day out building AI engineering applications, working with clients to build AI powered stuff. So some IBM, from Airbus, from Target, some lot of great companies and great practitioners who are out there. We have somebody from Adobe, we have somebody from Microsoft, and also from an AI solution architect who is currently who is worked in Microsoft and Amazon, etc. These are the kind of mentors that will help you make an AI-powered professional. So we'll also have good guest master classes with some of the early adopters of generative AI. So we'll also try to arrange some guest sessions so that you get exposure beyond the program as to what is happening in the space of generative AI engineering. And some of the highlights are hands-on learning. You'll have practical experience because of working with mentors, etc. You'll have a supportive community so that you can work with the community and take each other's help when you're stuck. While coding, believe me, you'll get stuck in a lot of places. You have seen one example right now, right? I could have sat and debugged it for half an hour, but because I wanted to convey something, I left it. But I think that problem that you have seen, it will take half an hour to debug and do that. And then you have access to help across the way, where people who can help you and help you out with various things. So that's about this. So the complete overview of the program is like this. You have the online onboarding, again, follows the same beats as the generalist program. You have the online onboarding overall. Then for 2 weeks, you spend on the online onboarding. Then you do hands-on learning in phase 1. Okay, so where you are trying to do the hands-on learning overall. And this part will take around good 4 months, wherein you learn the fundamentals of level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. And then the capstone here will take 2 months because you're trying to build a full-fledged scalable AI application. So the capstone will take 2 months instead of the 1 month in that fellowship. And then you could have a demo day in Bangalore. So if you're not able to make it in Bangalore, we can join the demo day via email, via online also. So that is the complete journey, and you can learn each of the stuff very well. For those of you who have experience in coding but doesn't know Python, we have also a base camp of 2 weeks in phase 1. so that they can be up to speed with respect to Python. And also each of the levels are going to be taught in detail, and you will be guided to build a complete AI powered application capstone end to end. And the idea is that you become a full-fledged professional. Again, the pricing is same as the AI generalist program. So it is the same pricing overall. So while it is more technical, we try to keep it at the same pricing so that it is accessible to all. And along with this, the Women in Tech grant is also present, where we give a special 10% scholarship to all the women candidates in the fellowship. So enrollment process, I think it's the same enrollment process. A lot of you have actually booked seats. Uttam, we have run out of slots, right?
For especially the engineers, since they didn't get a fair enough chance to book yesterday. So for engineers, especially joining this session, we have opened the slot so that they can
great. Awesome. Yeah, I think that's great. So can we drop the enrollment link here so that if there are engineers who now have been explored, who have explored this particular